Hello guys, mari bermain rank bersama saya. Kita orang sekarang mempunyai double star raising point dan double star protection point. Bonus ni cuma ada untuk 5 perlawanan rank game anda saja. So korang jangan lupa untuk bermain rank bersama teman-teman anda dan takluki Land of Dawn. Ciao.
You have been slain. Defeat.
Boleh. Gas. Dah lah dapat skin percuma, dapat extra protection, dapat semutan semua hero lagi.
Gas. Nice. So, hello guys. So, mari kita hujung minggu ni main rank dengan kawan-kawan dan lengkapkan task korang untuk dapatkan skin ya guys.
Gas.
Korang let's go play Mobile Legends.
Gas. Tak. Boleh. Nice.
You have been slain.
Nep, kau pilih lah hero betul-betul. Apa benda kau pilih ni, Nep? Main macam budak.
Aduh, dah lah dapat 1000 cuma dapat extra protection lagi. Dapat pilih semua hero lagi.
Capek, kau ni apa benda pula kau buat ni? Cuba buat betul-betul.
Bunyi lah, Pak. Guys, jomlah main rank pada hujung minggu ni dah mendapatkan orang kata complete tas dan mendapatkan skill percuma jika korang lekatkan tas tu.
I'm a rock star. Yeah, rock star. Ay, ay, ay. I'm a rock star, baby. I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star. Panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
Kita rockstar, kita buat saja gaya kita. Makin panas apinya sudah membara. Macam mana pun kau menempuh segala. Demi negara kau buat semua bangga. Step into my world, you know I'm always in my zone. You know I got my team, no I'm never alone. Bring out my best, buat yang terbaik. Jadi juara perlahan kita naik.
Aku nak push, naik-naik jadi lebih bagus. Jadi hero, ku ada skill. Berapa banyak musuh aku dah kill. Ramai cuba mencapai, cause they envy me. Tiap game aku pasti jadi MVP. Easy.
I'm a rockstar, baby, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, panggil aku rockstar. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rockstar.
I'm a rockstar, baby, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, panggil aku rockstar. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rockstar. Tengok nanti siapa yang juara. Ni peluang kita bawa pulang piala. This is my game, this is my time. Menang semua, everything will be mine. Kalau jatuh kau pasti kembali. Bangun balik ku tegak berdiri. Kuatkanlah tenaga, ganjaran diperoleh. Ni kejohanan kita, Malaysia memang boleh. Rise up to the top, kita buat bersama. Semangat kita kuat di bawah satu bendera. Hey.
I'ma go hard for the win.
Win.
On the battlefield till the end. Trying to beat the greatest anyone has ever seen.
Stand by, I'm coming in for the win. I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
I'm a rockstar, baby, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, panggil aku rockstar. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rockstar. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rockstar. I'm a rockstar, baby, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, panggil aku rockstar. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rockstar.
Hey! I'm a rock star. Yeah,
Rockstar?
Ay, ay, ay. I'm a rock star, baby. I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star. Panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
Kita rockstar, kita buat saja gaya kita. Makin panas apinya sudah membara. Macam mana pun kau menempuh segala. Demi negara kau buat semua bangga. Step into my world, you know I'm always in my zone. You know I got my team, no I'm never alone. Bring out my best, buat yang terbaik. Jadi juara perlahan kita naik.
Aku nak push, naik-naik mesti jadi MVP. Easy.
I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star. Tengok nanti siapa yang juara. Ni peluang kita bawa pulang piala. This is my game, this is my time. Menang semua, everything will be mine. Kalau jatuh kau pasti kembali. Bangun balik ku tegak berdiri. Kuatkanlah tenaga, ganjaran diperoleh. Ni kejohanan kita, Malaysia memang boleh. Rise up to the top, kita buat bersama. Semangat kita kuat di bawah satu bendera. Ay.
I'ma go hard for the win.
Win.
On the battlefield till the end. Trying to beat the greatest anyone has ever seen.
Stand by, I'm coming in for the win. I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star. I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
Hey!
MPL Malaysia Season 12 is powered by Muntong, official mobile internet Hotlink. Score an epic MLBB skin for only RM1 with Hotlink. Summon your legends, unleash your style. Lightning-fast gaming experience with Hotlink all-new prepaid. Now with 5G. Visit the Hotlink booth today. Champion Extra GG with Garnier Men. Fight 99.9% acne-causing bacteria in just 10 seconds. Thank you to all our sponsors for your support in MPL Malaysia Season 12.
Selamat datang ke MPL Malaysia musim ke-12 bersiaran langsung dari Dewan Sri Putra Bukit Jalil. Anda bersama dengan saya Rose, host anda sepanjang musim ini. Dan sekarang kita di last day of our regular season. Hari terakhir untuk regular season kita selepas 6 minggu yang sangat-sangat sengit. We are finally down to the last 4 teams. Untuk match pemula kita akan saksikan perlawanan Todak yang akan menentang obviously Team Lunatix. Todak nak dapatkan slot ke-6, tapi untuk Team Lunatix this is just a match sebab dorang dah secure playoffs. So with that, mari kita tengok jadual kita untuk perlawanan hari ini. Untuk match pertama, macam saya cakap tadi, kita akan saksikan Todak yang akan menentang The Wolves of MPL MY, which is Team Lunatix. Untuk match kedua pula, kita akan tengok Team Hak yang akan menentang Homebois. Untuk Homebois, game ini sangat-sangat crucial sebab dorang actually ada chance nak dapatkan top 2 untuk regular season kita. So, I'm pretty sure ramai orang dah ready, tapi I nampak you guys are ready. So, I nak dengar suara dulu. Alright. So, Dewan Sri Putra, are you ready? Alright, since semua dah nampak ready, marilah kita menjemput Todak ke atas pentas MPL Malaysia. Todak masih ingin membuktikan mereka mampu layak ke M5. Keputusan tepat dilakukan barisan jurulatih apabila menukar posisi Ciku ke jungler. Namun hari ini, kita akan melihat Todak bermain tanpa Ciku buat pertama kali untuk musim ini. Adakah Todak bakal menumpaskan Team Lunatix? Let us see! And the Wolves of MPL MY! Team Lunatix telah berjaya mengesahkan tempat di playoff. Berjaya memperkuatkan semula pasukan dengan membawa pemain baru. Mata penuh ingin dibawa pulang sebagai hadiah untuk penyokong. Mampukah pasukan serigala ini menjinakkan Raja Lautan kita? Mari kita nantikan. Sekarang, marilah kita menjemput barisan marshal kita yang akan mengalas tugas untuk memastikan perlawanan sentiasa berjalan dengan adil dan lancar. Mari kita teruskan dengan fist bump di antara pasukan sebagai tanda profesionalism. Inilah kaya kita. Inilah semangat kesungguhan kita. Kawan di luar gelanggang, lawan di Land of Dawn. Alright guys, are you guys ready untuk the second last match untuk musim ini? Dah ready ke? Adakah Todak akan berjaya dapat top 6 untuk regular season and menumpaskan MPNC ataupun Lunatix akan dapat kemenangan yang dorang nak because they're gonna end their lose streak. So I think semua dah ready. And with that, teams, this is your moment. Game on.
Welcome everybody, the MPL Malaysia on its final day, on its final week. We're glad to have you by. My name is Gideon Q, and we also have the one, the only, Hit It.
Hello, my name is Hus Kei, and I am super excited to close out the regular season today.
The man has just come back from a friend's wedding. His voice ain't feeling the best, so I'll be taking care of the play-by-play. Husky will be taking care of the color as well as the analysis. How you feeling here? Because this is week 6, and we're finally at literally the last day for teams basically already in the playoffs, but to adjust their positions.
Yeah, and the teams, 3 out of the 4 teams today have a chance to do so, right? My voice isn't the best, but I think the universe always has a plan. We had a new patch for this week, and then we saw a lot of enchanted supports come back into the meta. Supports are just so much stronger. I see people coin the term hospital meta, and it's whether our voice reaches the hospital first or the team loses. And in this case, I think I've lost the battle already. But for Todak, if they get a clean sweep later on, they get to overtake MPNC on the leaderboard. And later on, if Homebois get a clean sweep, they also get to play in the upper bracket in the playoffs and make it to second place.
Now, the playoffs is a very important time, but just in case you guys need to keep up with all the action here at MPL MOY, don't worry, because we got you covered. Because you not only can watch the MPL MOY, but you can earn an epic MLBB skin for only 1 ringgit with Hotlink. The easiest way to unleash your style and upgrade your own heroes. So get the all-new Hotlink 5G prepaid right now to save yourself some time so you don't have to worry about the break that we're having immediately after week number 6 before we jump into the playoffs, which I think is going to be a very crucial time for a lot of the teams to do research on each other or maybe overcome what the meta has to offer.
Yeah, and at the same time, is right after the break, when we head into playoffs, we get to see the new Lolita in action, right? That hero will also be unlocked for all the teams. I think the sad thing is we might not be able to see the new hero, Nolan. That is fine, but I'm most excited to see who else is going to come out on top as the most valuable player today.
I am most excited for that. Most valuable players can be determined by you guys, and if you get them correct, you get in-game rewards. So scan the QR code down below and help join the MPL Predictor to see how big of a brain, how much foresight, how much of that third eye do you have within you.
And I would kind of put it out there first, for the first series, it's not going to be easy to predict, because when we look at the 2 contenders, the craziest thing between these two teams is the fact that not only are they competing, not only are they the face of MPL, but some of these players are also faces for the game when it comes to event with it related to the game.
Especially if you're fans all the way from East Malaysia, you can join us in Kota Kinabalu, Sabah to celebrate the MLBB 7th anniversary together with some of your favorite MLBB community influencers. Maybe you've heard of, I don't know, Solos, Penjahat, Todak's Ciku, Todak's Moon, Yoni, come on, Sultan, Rix, Feeks, the Felrose Gaming, they're all going to be there with the meet and greet happening on the 30th as well as the 31st. So quickly book your tickets now, especially if you're from East Malaysia. This might just be a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to see some of these idols live.
30th September and 1st October.
1st October,
1st October. Ooh, you almost created a new timeline.
I created a new multiverse at that point, but just in case you guys didn't watch yesterday and what the new meta has shown us, we'll look at the standings right now to give you a rough idea of where everybody is, because unfortunately for teams like Red Esports and as well as Team Secret, they are guaranteed to be relegated this upcoming season, and I think, you know, Team Secret in particular had it rough. Week 1 to week 3, missing mid laner Roamer, you know, and then afterwards a new patch drops in just when they're picking up steam and getting together. It feels like nothing can go right for them right now.
They almost completed that Cinderella run, right?
So
but
close.
There was one game away. Unfortunately, that didn't happen. But that means that Lunatix gets to breathe a sigh of relief. Regardless of the results today, they are guaranteed playoffs, but they have a chance to kick Todak down to the 8th spot. If Lunatix gets a win, even if it's a 1-2, they will keep Todak in their place. But if Todak gets a 2-0, they will get to replace MPNC in the 6th place and kind of push themselves slightly further in the playoff brackets.
Yeah, and this is all due to head-to-head. They've already beaten MPX and C1, so therefore, if they have equal score, they will stand above them, especially when we're coming down to the rankings and predetermining the brackets for the playoffs. With that being said, though, I think it's about time that we get this show on the road. Let's show up the lineup for Todak with Zyme Senpoi, Yums, Ruff, Rival, as well as Momo.
For the first time ever in this regular season, we will not see Ciku play in the lineup, and there are going to be some questions from the fans, right? You can be looking at this series as not the most important one for Todak in particular, but I would want to quickly focus on Zyme Senpoi. Ever since the transfer window in week 3, he has been the most consistent player on Todak. Lowest average death, highest average damage dealt per game. And I was actually in one of the live streams that Coach Rain, the analyst for RHMY, was doing. Huge praises for Zyme Senpoi.
I mean, he's been an anchor for the team. Usually that would be Momo, but even in recent times, he's been whiffing a couple of abilities. He's at the right place at the right time, but the execution can be cleaner in comparison to Team Lunatix with Finding Hito, AV, Zakas, AJ, as well as Yuna. It is a 3+2 type of roster with Finding Hito and Yuna communicating with each other, calling the shots, and the rest of the Malaysian squad just got to follow or set things up for their carries.
Yeah, they did give us one of the most interesting games last weekend against Red Esports, so my expectations are a bit tampered going into today's game. But it's good to see Zakas back, right? He played at the start of the league, then went into the analyst role. Now he's back, and that Matilda is something that you have to look out for because it is one of his signatures when the league first started.
Yeah, this healing hospital meta that we have before us has really extended the length of these games, but more importantly so, in terms of the bans itself, it's really changed things up. So even from the coach's side, I think this has been quite a headache to kind of wrap your head around, especially for Kuja and as well as analyst Ajib from Todak.
And when you only have like, what, 4 or 5 days to get used to the patch, it is not easy for these players, but they'll have to kind of make something out of it, right? In this case, for the side of Lunatix, we've seen Zakas on the analyst role, but now Isha Ohana is going to take that seat, being the coach for the team. It has been an interesting journey for Lunatix as an organization in general. A lot of role swaps, a lot of changes that they need to make along the way, and honestly, with the addition of AJ and AB, it was great. No, they had a very decent time even with Finding Hito, but when they're at their lowest, there are a lot of questions that need to be asked.
I mean, truly the question is, like, even at your lowest, the only way is up. And I think especially for a lineup like Todak, what exactly went wrong with them, right? Because again, it felt like they were making the right calls on who to sub out, who to switch out, but even then, they still weren't finding success.
And the craziest thing is that when you look at the entire roster, right, how you move Ciku from gold lane to jungle, Rival stepping off, and then you put Ruff into the gold lane, it was actually an overall solid lineup. And then you look at the decision making, that's where they kind of get outclassed by more experienced team. And I think RSG MY was a very good example of how they just completely broke Todak's gameplay. If you look back at game 2, that was a comeback that Todak had like, what, a 6K goal lead and they couldn't close out the game.
Yep, I mean, it's all about like calculated momentum, and I think that's something that Todak used to have, but now with the pacing of the game really changing, it's definitely hurt them a little bit, especially if we start comparing the stats, like in terms of their Season 11 run. By Week 5, they were second place in the standings, 7-1, which is now the complete opposite here in Season 12. 2-6 is their record.
And the 2 games that they won, if I remember correctly, was against MPNC 2-1 and Team Secret.
How convenient.
How convenient. And that's not the best record. That's not something that you want to brag about, right? But I say, you know, when we look at someone like a rival who's been playing primarily the jungle role, you've seen his function switch a little bit. Normally he's gone on the Fredwin, we've seen him on the Martis, but the export and Baksa was also kind of shown before Ciku took over. He also was the one who brought the alpha jungle. And one thing that Rival, I think, can contribute to the team is that he plays off of momentum, right? He is the one that goes in and starts the fight, but that also can become his undoing. He struggles with disengaging every time he commits. That's where the teams punish him.
Here's where I'm hoping that without Ciku in this particular lineup from Todak, we're hoping that they evolve. Some of these players who are very in need of direction, that Zyme Senpai can actually distribute that. Because again, with the lineup that Todak has, and for many, many seasons, they're very gold-oriented. You play on the gold side of the map, you try to get Ciku ahead, you play off of that momentum, and then usually you make a couple of mistakes, you can recover from it. They're not playing on every single side of the map. Oh, carry EXP, we can play with that. Oh, carry mid lane, we can play through that. Carry support, we can play through that as well. Unless you are Lunatix, because Yuna right now has been a very big proprietor prior to Hito coming into the lineup, and now that Hito is here, he is the gap, the bridging mechanism to allow people like Yuna to create space and then capitalize on it.
Yeah, and finding Hito is kind of like the nitro boost for Yuna, right? Yuna on his own gets to control the map, he gets to play around his teammates. You put communication breakdown aside, him as an individual player, I'd say can stand toe-to-toe with Rival, and the rest of the team needs to kind of keep up with Yuna, which has been a bit of a problem because sometimes Yuna moves as its own entity. And in this game, I just want to see Lunatix play together as a team, because last week when Isha Ohana was in Zakas' shoes, there were a lot of moments where Yuna gets a good engage off and Isha Ohana was like, nope, do it again, buddy. It was a bit of a headache, but hopefully with Zakas back in, and it is his meta, right? Enchanter supports, perhaps we can see that synergy come together even better. I'm
hoping that the synergy comes together. And I mean, despite the communication breakdowns from both Todak and as well as Lunatix, the results end up slightly different. With Todak's side, oh no, if the communication is breaking down, you see the missed mechanics. You see people like Rival not knowing who the target priority is going to be. You see Yums kind of acting on his saying things but not acting upon it, giving false information sometimes, and Zyme Senpai is going to be the one that keeps them in check. For Lunatix side, we have the two parties, right? The Filipinos moving forward and the Malaysians trying to figure it out, or sometimes the other way around.
Yeah, and I think the best way to kind of look at these two teams is that for Todak, very, very momentum-based, especially from that mid-game onwards. If they start losing objectives, if they start making one or two slip-ups, that's where you see the communication break down a little bit. For Lunatix, they're trying to keep up with the tip of the spear, right? You have the Filipino players, they are just running forward, and the Malaysians were like, well, we have to somehow keep up, and that's where you see kind of that mismanagement of tempo.
Let's see whether this game is going to be a game of managing tempo, or is it going to be more momentum-based. I want to see the IGLs really step up here to keep the team in line. We're seeing that the first couple of bans are already out as we finish off the bans of the first phase. It's Bakito, Joy, Yuzong. Coming in from Todak, it's Angela, Matilda, as well as Fanny, with first pick from Lunatix being Ixia.
Yeah, Ixia did go through some buffs, and it might not seem much, but then until you play Ixia, you realize that, damn, that full barrage is so strong.
It hurts.
If you use it from the tier 1 in your middle lane, it reaches the front of the tier 1 on the enemy side in the mid lane, and you look at that range, it is actually super insane, and that's how teams Race was kind of won against Team Secret yesterday as well. Even when you look at the rise of Ixia, right, since the new patch, she has 100% win rate, 3 out of 3 so far in MPL MY, and the one game she lost was also picked by Team Secret.
It's tough to believe that teams have been avoiding Ixia for the majority of the time, and I think right now it's good to play Ixia while things like Lolita are still banned and outside of the pool. It's not legal to be played in professional play just yet, so there's not a lot of counterplay, but the counterplay that we are aware of, number one, high mobility. We're seeing Claude as well as Lancelot, people who can either utilize iframes or a BMI to kind of close the distance or get out of that full barrage.
even though the Angel and Matilda is banned now, I think Todak they did preparation to face off against Zakus, right? There's still the Florin if you want to kind of dive into that. The Rafaela isn't too bad as well. Ixia's biggest weakness is that if you can get to her during the full barrage, you basically take her out. She is very vulnerable to the dives. But Lunatix, they're gonna stray away from the Enchanted support and pick up the Kaja. So if Todak wants to dive them, there is the Divine Judgment waiting for them.
Yeah, this is, combo pieces we're talking about. And I think that Team Lunatix might even consider playing something along the lines of, ooh, is it too early to show the Drizzle because Export is still available? No, they're going to go straight for the Khalid. They want a lot more pressure rather than just, I'm going to tank, I'm going to do a little bit of damage, I'm going to set up for everybody else. With Khalid, once you snowball with it, you can really make a lot of influential plays across the map.
And if Xbox does go over to Todak, one of his biggest strengths is that if you are stationary and you get full heat, he starts doing true damage. Khalid can soak up more of that damage compared to heroes like Terizla, like Paquito and Yuzhong, and in this case for Lunatix, they also have an extra 2, which is that ultimate, right? Khalid can kind of shove you away if you ever attempt to dive, which puts up another line of defense for finding Hito in that goal lane.
Yep, just another way to kind of set up for Ixia as well. A lot more momentum. I'm seeing a lot of combo components from the side of Team Lunatix. They're clearly drafting around Hito so far, and Todak are adjusting. I like the Valentina pickup because, again, you can steal the full barrage, but it's not going to be as strong because it's very dependent on attack speed and how much attack damage you actually have. But then you can start stealing the Raging Sandstorm, and things start to open up. Divine Judgment, even a great opportunity to punish opponents.
And then Todak, now they're looking at the mid laner ban, right? They're banning out the Kadita, which I think in this state is still not the worst state. She did go to a bit of a tweak. That ultimate, I'd say, is honestly a bit stronger now that you don't have damage reduction after using it with multiple waves. But I feel like for Team Lunatix, you can look at picks in the jungle such as the Martis or the Fredrin, right? You need a brick wall to really solidify that backline. And if I'm looking at Lunatix, I'm looking at Yuna on that Martis that can easily get rid of, rival if he tries to jump. Would the Lafel curse work?
I just love the fact he put the extra little touch. Hot topic, by the way.
The true hot topic. We need to hire this guy.
Yeah, hire this guy. People are getting Momo's witch doctors everywhere. You just need Lafel. You just need a Lafel, and you need him to talk in absolutes, and you're going to get some results. Now, coming back into the draft, Team Lunatix, they banned out the Edith. They've also banned out the Cho. Again, two of which that, I wouldn't even say like Cho or Edith are quote-unquote brick walls, but they can buy a lot of time.
There is still another option, which is the Kufra for Momo, right? And so far, not Momo, for Yums, they're gonna go for the Grok. Very, very straightforward brick wall, not the easiest guy to catch. And to be very honest, judging by Yums' record, I would take the Grok over someone like a Cho and Edith any day, right? His performance on those two other heroes hasn't been the best. Because he's getting the Martis, very, very straightforward. Now you get to really keep Lancelot and Claude away if they ever choose to dive.
Yep, just disgusting peel overall. Like Team Lunatix set, peel, play around Ixia. Seems straightforward to me, right? Even the last pick, I think, anything that they want to go for, it's really up to them. But Todak, you have the Grok to open up the map. I understand the theory of you want to be able to get that information so that Ixia doesn't get a free ult, but neither do you want to get caught by people like Kaja. And at the same time, it can get a little frustrating, but Team Lunatix decide to play Farsa despite seeing the Grok immediately.
Which is crazy, right? Because this is another variation of the Ixia Grok that we saw, and one of the main struggles that these two heroes face is that when they need to deal most damage in the shortest amount of time, they are both stationary. Todak reviewing the high loss, so they're doubling down on the dive. High loss, if you stay on top of him, you are not dealing damage to him at all. And it is kind of like this soft counter to a hero like Martis. They just want to stack up the Ashura's aura, Ashura's wrath to continue beating into you. This is an XP high loss.
Honestly, I'm not entirely sure yet. It could have been Grok at the very end, and they might have done that switch. We'll see once we start rolling into the game, because again, I think this matchup is going to come down to battle spells here. I feel like Vengeance is such a high priority for the members of Todak. If you can slap a Vengeance on, you probably want to take it, especially when you're up against Ixia.
Yeah. I feel like Lunatix going for the far side is because that they are worried that they don't have enough damage as the game progresses, right? So you want some late game insurance. I know Ixia hurts a lot, but if you want to kind of accelerate that mid game with a snowball, with heroes such as Martis and Kaja, Farsight does it just well. Maybe an alternative would have been Novaria. I think either one is fine, but in this case, Lunatix needs to be a lot more careful to get AJ and find Hito online.
Yeah, I like the idea that Lunatix has to play around both of these carries. This is going to be an exciting one here. Can Lunatix set things up for Ixion as well as Farsa to close this game out fast, or will Todak run over them with their raw speed and agility as we jump into the game?
And Lunatix, they have a very good setup as well. They understand that Yums is going to try and find out where Yuna is, and he did, but they were able to really punish this rock. So you do slow down the momentum of this rock early on. We do see Momo on that XP high loss with the sprint instead of the vengeance. So the gameplay is very straightforward. Momo and Yums, we're gonna try and reach the backline the moment Lunatix presses their ult.
That's an interesting take here. Looks like the Litho Wander falls into the hands of Zarn Senpai. Yums giving first blood over his AV makes a quick rotate down towards Litho's side to turn that fight around. Zarn Senpai is going to have to hold on to his own for a little bit longer, but that first blood falling into the hands of AV is really going to affect this lane.
And that is the second time that Yums got punished. First time he had the recall before 30 seconds. Second time gives first blood away. And now the problem starts to arise, right? This rock cannot enter the enemy side of the map. He has lost complete control. And for AV, he's fine doing these trades. Momo will win out in the early stage, but once AV gets a couple of items, he's going to be able to stand up to this high loss.
Yeah, it's crazy to think that even in the early... Wait, hold on. Yums might get punished again here. Yuna's going pretty deep. The Decimate's active. He gets it. Getting a second kill prior 2 minutes to the game, and it looks like he wants to go a little bit more aggressive, right? He is face checking these bushes on purpose, knowing Rival is around.
Yeah, priority for Team Lunatix. We thought that they would focus on AJ and finding Hito, but if you are able to shut down this grab, you open up 3 of your members instead of just 2. Now Yuna gets to walk around and do whatever he wants. He's gonna have the XP lead. There is a chance that he hits level 5 before Rival. Well, he actually didn't clear an extra camp, so they're both at the same level, surprisingly. So that they're going to try to rush in.
Oh, here we go. Momo is going to run down Yuna as quickly as he can. Raging Sandstorm doesn't connect onto anybody. Rival has priority, but now it's a 50-50. Rival lands the turtle, wins the retribution as AV makes a run for it. He flickers out of there. Feathered airstrike to try and slow anybody down. But Zakas might be pushing a little too far. Finding Hito, taking way too much damage here. He needs to heal one more auto attack, but no. The animation's too slow. Ruff winning out in the 1v1.
Yeah, Ruff has the sprint, so you get to walk away from finding Hito, and the ultimate also gives him the shield as well. Lovely flicker from AJ to avoid the wild charge by Todak. They get the turtle, they get some sort of retribution, and right now they're able to open up Ruff in his lane.
This is great. This is great to see with Ruff being active. And, you know, I mean, there have been nerfs to Claude, right? He doesn't do as much damage to minions. His split push capabilities aren't as good as they used to be, but he's still very mobile.
Rival's going to try and clear out that middle lane, and now you kind of unlock that map for Todak, right? Zarn Senpai gets to move around, and Yums, he gets to recover from that slight early blunder. Now, Team Lunatix, they have a way to punish Ruff if they can get on top of him, but the fact that Ruff got away with the BMI means that there's no more chance bottom lane.
Yep, AV holding on for as long as he can. Quicksand gone. He cancels it early to try to get this kill onto Momo's side. He probably should have just sat still and looked to play a little bit more defensively. Once again, AV not only punished in lane, but gets ganked on top of it.
And that's most of his function for the rest of the game. He's just going to be that brick wall as the game rolls around. They're going to try and grab Ruff.
Just look at how disgusting this combination is.
What?
Ruff tries to BMI and take somebody else out. He knows he can't go backwards. The full barrage is going to take him out. The feathered airstrike dealing a good amount of damage. And this is what you want to see from the Lunatics, right? Play for these picks.
That's a very good way to at least slow down Todak, but they are giving away a lot of that mid lane priority. You can see Todak, they're constantly shoving in the lane, and AJ is kind of behind in experience. AV also can only hold on Momo for so long because Todak are going to play towards the bottom side where the turtle is going to spawn.
All right, let's see how they play this out, because right now Rival currently level 7 with Yuna also at level 7. We'll see if that's going to change in a little bit as LTX are ready to set this gank up on towards Momo's side. No Divine Judgment activated as Todak pulls the turtle towards their side. They want to make sure that they can open up the map. They spot 2 out in Tri-Bush, so they're going to slowly peel backwards as Momo takes the front line. Feathered Airstrike has already been used. Law and Order keeps him alive. Oh! The flicker from AV finds his revenge while trying to slow Yuna down, and he still gets the turtle! They're going to chase down their targets one by one, but Rival, he's got to back away. Losing out that 50-50, a little unfortunate as Momo sacrificed his life, but didn't even get the rewards.
Yeah, and that is one of the core weaknesses of a high loss. If he's using his ultimate to run away, he becomes very ineffective when the fight actually happens. And I love how Team Lunatix identify it. They push this Momo out of the fight, and Todak can't re-engage. You only have Yums, and he's not going to be able to hold the front on his own.
Now, Todak going to shift their attention towards top side. They know that finding Hito is the main win condition on top of Farsa. With Farsa so far backwards, can they do this? Rough, trying to bait something out here. Oh wait, Zion Senpai might be in some trouble here as AV gets on top of him, but he doesn't want to commit the ult towards him. Momo rotates towards the mid side, and they go back to a neutral state.
And remember, this is sort of a greedy approach from Momo, right? He took the sprint, not vengeance, so he is not as durable as Todak wants him to be, even though the idea is to dive for the Farsa and the Ixia. And right now, Lunatix, they find it, they're 5 heads.
Yep. It's going to be the full barrage being used. Yulz gets a good wild charge. Does he survive? No, he does not. Glorious Pathway is going to get his team in, and they jump deep. One decimate coming in from Zion Senpai. The rest of the team is rival. Takes out AV, the Raging Sandstorm, almost connecting and killing Ruff, but they managed to recover very well.
It's a bit of a weird Yuna not with the team, and Todak with a good response to again free up this goal lane. AJ won't be able to stay there for long. Momo will just push him away. Early on finding Hito, when you don't have that much attack speed, it's very hard for you to kill targets, and Yulz actually uses the conceal to buy enough time so that even when he goes down, his team was able to trade back 2 extra members from Lunatix.
So that means the conceal is down. A majority of the battle spells are on cooldown as well. So for the upcoming battle, we got to keep in mind that, especially for finding Hito, I'm noticing that his full barrage seems to be like relatively close to his targets. He's not really maximizing the range.
Yeah, you need to somehow get used to the new full barrage. It has such a longer range compared to how it is before. You are so much safer when you use it as a finding Hito. You just gotta find that balance. Now third turtle is up.
Yep, Feather Airstrike being used very early on to zone away targets, but trying to rush his Glorious Pathway has been dropped. Divine Judgment to slow him down into
There it
the
is.
Sandstorm. Perfect combination on the moment side. Rival tries, and he steals away the turtle and gets away with it.
Daylight robbery from Rival, really saving the situation for Todak. Lunatix did it so well. They kidnapped Momo again. No one was able to touch finding Hito. They used the Raging Sandstorm, but they completely forgot that Rival was not in the fight, and he was able to get the puncture dash to steal the Lord and get the reset out. Yuna even tried to cancel it with the Mortal Coil, but it was a bit too late. So Todak keeping that goal, that net worth even.
I think it was a good idea coming in from Lunatix, right? But I think they committed too many resources personally onto Momo's side. Like, the main target here in these neutrals is going to be Rival. I think leave Yuna to deal with Momo by himself. He can handle it, right? As long as you have Mortar Coils, there's no way Law and Order is going to take you out just like that. But here we go. We see movements across the map. Todak waiting to bait out an opportunity here. Star Helix doesn't connect. They go back to neutral states.
They'll need Yuna and AV to kind of be the one that starts checking this push. And Yuna, he does have the Guardian Helmet, so he's the most appropriate player to do so, but doesn't conceal.
Gonna walk forward. Zakus flickers forward, finds one into the full barrage. It's good damage, but Momo can tank it up. Red Blazing Duet into the back line.
Good.
It's doing enough, but Yuna just taking him down
Reset.
with the help of AV and gets another decimate double kill for AV. Rival does not want to be part of that.
Oh man, just the fight-winning play from AV with the flicker again, with the Sandstorm, immediately dives onto Ruff. He didn't even get to use the BMI in time. And I was a bit worried for Lunatix. They pull Momo right in front of finding Hito of all people. But the salvage, the recovery in that fight was great, especially from Yuna and AV, who were able to find the right targets and get enough damage in for Yuna to start resetting his ult.
I mean, it's great because from the get-go in the draft, we saw it. They want to play around this combination of bursting down targets who get locked down by Zakus or maybe if they're lucky, AV. But let's not forget that Yuna on this Martis is great at peeling away. Divine Judgment already being used. Another airstrike into Glorious Pathway to try and zone him out, canceling it out early. Zakus is low, recovers a bit of HP, but here comes Yuna, forcing him out. And now the barrage! It does damage, but AV doesn't connect the Raging Sandstorm on the backline.
Bit unfortunate for Lunatix. The idea was correct, but it would be fine if they just completely backed off. They've gotten core resources. They got the Phantom Execution, they got the Wild Charge and the Glorious Pathway. They can play slow and actually start dancing at the Lord. Didn't have to commit everything, but because of that, now Todak, they're not too worried to walk up because AV isn't around with his ult.
I mean, this is why they have such high mobility. Momo does have the Glorious Pathway once again. Don't see the ults coming back up. AJ does have the Feather Airstrike, but finding Hito waiting for the full barrage. Does he have enough time? Momo getting in front of Yuna for now. Feather Airstrike being popped. Zakus looking for any targets whatsoever as Todak needs to take this Lord, but they can't afford to risk it. They might want to reset it, but now full barrage comes out of time. AJ secures the Lord. The backline now attacked as Ruff. Needs to get on out of there after the Blazing Duet. They chase him, but they don't find any targets. Even Zakus, really great Divine Judgment.
And also very great positioning from Yuna, using the Mortal Coil to just cut through Momo and Yumes. The moment he puts himself in front of the Lord, Rival now becomes under threat. He can no longer start threatening the Lord's Hellfire. And Lunatix, they were just waiting for Zakus' ultimate to come back off cooldown, and he just walks in and grabs Rival. Todak cannot allow that to happen.
Yep, and this is what I was hoping to see in the previous Turtle fight, right? This is what you want to do. You need to make sure that Rival feels uncomfortable because Momo is a non-factor for people like Yuna. You're not going to get cancelled out. At most, maybe the wild charge, but even then, you have 2 charges of that Motor Coil. You just have to time it right.
Now Lunatix gets to open up the side lanes. Will take some resources from Todak, but as long as that mid-tier 2 stays alive, Todak still has a bit of room to breathe. But they're getting constricted very, very fast. Lunatix, they should be able to get rid of the last layer of outer defense for Todak, and now they're going to be in a bit of a pickle. You have 2 types of artillery from Lunatix that can threaten them even if they're under the inhibitors.
Yep, they're first going to take the outer turrets first. The last tier 2 falls, concealed, being deployed. He's looking for an opportunity. They're waiting for the blast to happen. Divine Judgment comes out, and Yumes is already dead through the full barrage. They're already using the Phantom Execution, but Rival is able to get out in time. The Feathered Airstrike can't keep up with his mobility, but they find the spearhead of Todak.
Good news for Todak, no minion wave, so all the inhibitors will stay alive. Bad news for Todak, the entire jungle is going to get cleared out, barring that orange buff that will be spawning in 10 seconds. Team Lunatix, with a 4k goal lead, now puts himself in a very solid position. This is what you want to see on the artilleries, right? Finding Hito, he's 1 and 2, but look at AJ, he's deathless so far. 10 assists out of the 11 total kills that Lunatix has. When you look at the damage out difference, the cores on Lunatix are just dishing out so much more in these team fights because the draft enables them to do so.
And I think Zyme Senpai is struggling to actually find this space to actually get into these fights, right? Even finding the correct ultimate is difficult because finding Hito and AJ refuse to reveal themselves without either a V nearby or even Zakus to cover them just in case.
And this is not the traditional Zyme Senpai artillery mage like Farsa, right, that he's very comfortable with, like Novaria. So he has to put himself in the fight a bit more often than he would like to. And the fact that Lunatix kind of caught that after a first phase Valentina pick really put them in a decent spot. It's so hard to steal the Feather Airstrike because you can never get close enough to do so.
Yeah, and worse yet, even if you try to do so, the full barrage might just be paired up just behind it. So much artillery that Todak needs to face it. Maybe they could look for a flank angle potentially, but without any outer turrets, there's no place to kind of fall back to if things go wrong.
This is the state of Todak that a lot of us are worried about, right? You start losing one too many fights, and now Todak, they don't have the liberty to move around the map anymore. Look at where AJ is. He's not afraid to just sit in the brush. If anyone on the side of Todak walks up, if it's Ruff or Zyme Senpai, they're going to get one-shotted. And Lunatix, they're going to start to lord. They're not worried.
Yeah, they know topside is building up. Momo's going to open up river brushes, drop it down the glorious pathway to call the conceal from the rest of the team. Ixia's in position. Feathered Airstrike is already out, and Zakus is already pulling Zyme Senpai. He gets on out of there as the Blazing Duet comes out, but now the full barrage chunking out Rival. He still gets the Lord! Yumes is on the run. He might end up dying here no matter what, but Ruff, he's got to use his BMI. He's got to run. It's a 2-0 trade in favor of Lunatix in the fight, but Todak buy themselves some extra time.
All battle spells used by Lunatix, all 4 flickers expended. Rival will try to defend it. There's no Divine Judgment. They will clear out the wave and punish Zakus. So Todak gets to hold on for a lot longer. The Divine Judgment idea was good, but they couldn't find Rival.
Yep, and now the peel comes through. Feathered Airstrike almost.
Decimate!
He gets decimated, and the full barrage comes immediately after. Yuna tries his best, but Ruff is able to take him out. Knowing that both ultimates are down, he might consider to actually go even further. But where is Khalid? They have no idea. No.
Try this, right?
Yep! Raging Sandstorm lands perfectly. AV finds the kill, but he has no means of escape. Ruff going to run him down. Wild charge to cancel out the Sandstorm, the Quicksand Guard. Nicely played from both Team Lunatix and Todak.
Man, Todak benched Rival for Ciku, and Rival comes back in this final series and pulls off a save for the team. And because of his heroics now, Todak, they are back in the game.
Thing is I feel like Rival is one of those hard clutch players for something that seems so difficult to do. He's comfortable at that. But sometimes simple things, getting a dash at the right targets in the right place at the right time, can be mistimed. It feels like the inconsistency is what's costing them. But at the very least, Rival hasn't dropped a single death just yet.
And I love the adjustment from Todak. They realized that Rival was being very uncomfortable, so they make sure that when the Divine Judgment from Lunatix is used, that's where Rival gets the freedom to kind of walk in. And now Zakus, he needs to understand that Ruff is probably not going to find him, but Rival, in fact, of all the players on the side of Todak, if they can somehow get Rival before a neutral objective, it is actually their win condition.
Okay, so they need to find a rival. How are they going to open up the map in time? I like where this is going. Team Lunatix making sure they're rather compact, but notice that Momo is pretty far up and making sure he's guarding the jungle entrances. 54 more seconds until the next Lord spawns. Doom's gonna help clear up that wave, but nobody wants to show their face. Yuna, he's really out of position as they slowly collapse on towards him. Ruff, Wild Charge has connected. Ruff has max stacks on the Art of Thievery. Full barrage to try and disengage him. Feathered Airstrike as well as the Divine Judgment on the rival side. Phantom Execution to close the distance. Finding Ito, goes down. Double kill coming in from Ruff. They've gotten everything that they need, and now it's time to clean up the waves.
And Lunatix, they had to open up the map, but the team wasn't with them. Todak's lineup, if they find you isolated, they can run you down for days. They need to wait half a minute for finding Ito to come back. Todak do not have a minion wave in the mid lane, so Lunatix gets to protect that mid inhibitor for now, but the bottom side, they need to deal with that.
Both sides, no outer turrets left. 6 more seconds, Todak's going to have full priority over this Lord. The goal lead that Lunatix had created for themselves. Now, Todak taking the lead.
And Rival is just going to start working on that Lord. Yuna will need to really run there. But you have Yuz and Momo guarding the jungle. It's not easy. Zakas can't walk up. This Lord might have to be surrendered.
Yeah, they don't have a choice. Look at how quickly it's actually going down. And Momo using the Glorious Pathway as a means to slow down their opponents from these choke points and never letting them get close to the exits of their own jungle.
As strong as Lunatix are good at threatening Todak underneath their own inhibitors, they can do so during a base defense as well. Again, they have double artilleries. It's not the easiest for Todak to kind of dive them behind the inhibitor unless Ruff and Rival find a great opening. But that all needs to start with Jungs and Momo throwing their body in front. This Lord should be dealt with fairly easily if Lunatix don't get caught.
Well, let's find out if that's going to be the case, because so far the artillery has been frustrating. Full barrage is going to come out just to make sure that they clear out that mid wave as well as the Lord as quickly as possible. They still lose the inhibitor, but Yuna covers for the bot side and top side, finally eventually collapsing here. Let's see how the second wave is going to affect this upcoming fight. Ruff playing it a little dangerous, but he's got the BMI.
Now the dynamics have changed a little bit. What Lunatix needs to do in the team fight is completely different. AV, you no longer need to be the one that protects his teammate. He needs to be the one that dives onto Ruff, dives into Zion standpoint. Someone needs to delay the marksman on the side of Todak so that AJ and Finding Hito won't be threatened. You don't want to be the first one to press that Wisdom Nation. You have to consider finding a hit.
I don't think they realize that Momo is actually an off angle here. Ooh, Phantom Execution gets cancelled out, but now stopping Finding Hitos from full barraging. This is bad. They're in a lot of trouble. The Glorious Pathway has been dropped down. Full barrage finally comes out, flickering through. The Winds of Nature from Ruff keeps him alive. Zion Senpoi making sure that he's covering the right side of that map. After everything that happened, and only Zakis is the one to fall.
Good save from Finding Hito. Oh, if there was no Wisdom Nation on Ruff, that would have been a kill for the Ixia. Lunatix still holding on. They don't have their core ultimates, but they do have that Feather Airstrike. It is a second layer of defense if Todak wants to push.
Oh, the timing, the Law and Order, so very important here. Todak needs the Lord. They can't just push it in. They can't just muscle their way in against Team Lunatix. They're forcing themselves down a choke point. They can only hold out for a little bit longer. We double check the items. Full build coming from both sides. I mean, could the optimization be a little bit better? I feel like Zakas, as of right now, the Dreadnought armor probably isn't going to be enough.
Yeah, I think for Zakas, I wouldn't even be surprised if you just go for something like I can't go with the Trunks because he's a roamer, right? But Dreadnought armor, even the Blade armor wouldn't be too bad. And in this case, it is a bit tough. We're reaching the late game, right? This is where Claude is at his strongest.
Yeah, and I don't know how they're going to manage through this. Maybe build it into a Dominance Ice or even to a Blade armor. It kind of depends on what you want to do at the stage of the game. But right now, here we go. Zakas finds the Divine Judgment, suppressing Momo, comboing perfectly with the Raging Sandstorm, but now the backline is being accessed. Winds of Nature from Finding Hito is already being used, but they find the kills on Senpoi! Shadow strikes him down as they chase them forward. Team Lunatix, they have to disperse, they have to recall, and Yuna loses his immortality as a result. Phantom Execution, close the distance towards Zakas, and that's going to be a godlike for Ruff. 3 for nothing.
It might just be over. AB is cutting the middle way, but the bottom lane is pushing in. Todak have their full team to end this.
He's got to recall, AJ is going to try his very best, but even that, the Terrify cancels out the Feathered Airstrike, and Todak close out the game.
Wasn't an easy one, but Todak recovered. All started with Rival stealing the most important lord of the game. That was the lord that Lunatix needed to open up the base of Todak and really keep them there. And Lunatix, they got a bit impatient at the end. They didn't switch their priorities when they needed to. Momo was easy to kill, no doubt. But at one point, you gotta understand that Momo is not an important factor in these fights. It has to be Rival, it has to be rough. And Momo was the bait that they took.
I'm surprised that they used the Divine Judgment on him as well. Like, I would have imagined that they might have had enough. They might, maybe, have enough damage to burst through him, but clearly it wasn't enough. Feathered Airstrike, full barrage, committed to try and take him out, and instantly it gets cancelled out so quickly in these fights.
And the one thing that Lunatix, you know, we've discussed this from the draft right up to the end, is that majority of the damage comes from the artilleries, comes from the full barrage and the feathered airstrike. If you commit everything out in the open, you're essentially signing yourself a death sentence. And Lunatix, again, the impatience did cost them that game one, but I gotta commend them. They did play it so much, a lot more coordinated than what we've seen last weekend.
Yeah, extremely coordinated, in a matter of fact. I think, you know, with the artillery that they provided, just keep in mind that it's more bursty than it is like a consistent artillery. Like, if they changed it from 5 seconds to 4 seconds for the full barrage, and that full second really matters for a lot of these marksmen, because that's a full extra second where you can get 3, 4, maybe even 6 auto attacks off in that short period of time.
We're gonna go backstage for the side of Todak to check out the MVP of game one. My personal MVP is definitely gonna be Rival, right? Saving the game for the team. But I don't mind giving it to Ralph either. His claw gameplay was punished earlier on, but he ended the game with only 2 deaths. And when late game rolls around, Claude is that monster that no one can stop.
Even though they have nerfed him just a little bit so he can't split push as efficiently, he still does big damage, especially with the Trinity build that he opted to go for after the Winds of Nature, quickly switching over to Wind Talker just to have a little bit of extra attack speed and on-hit effect. So nicely played coming in from Ruff. Honestly, I wasn't expecting Claude to be played throughout this particular week.
The craziest part was that he even got a solo kill on the Finding Hito very early on. A bit of a misplay from the Ixia, right? You can't stand in front of a Claude with that full barrage. It just doesn't work like that.
Don't work like that.
He was able to get himself a very comfortable lane thanks to his teammates.
With that being said, let's quickly dive into the minds of Todak. Let's listen in on their mic check.
Datang kepala. Lepas tu aku kena kecam teruk kat social media. Lepas tu Cuki kan sekarang buat statement lain. Ciku guys, saya tak ego tapi Kuja yang ego.
Nice! Tak ada burung tau, Mik ni. Roti ni, bos. Tengok mati tu. Careful. Kajar dulu. Kali. Ijab flicker. Aku ulti ni. 11 mantap. Ijab flicker. Aku reset tau. Boleh tahu guys. Aku atas. Lagi ada lot Ambil. Tak ada damage dah. Go. Slowkan dia tak ada second. Aku style. Aku all. Boleh menang. Aku all. Mantap.
So it's time to break down the item builds. From the voice comms, you can immediately see they are very, very meticulous at listening out, or more importantly, visually seeing members of Lunatix using their battle spells.
And when you look at Lunatix side, they have 4 flickers, right? Every single one except for the jungler runs the flicker. They understood how important it is to put themselves in a comfortable position during a team fight. And Todak, they had a solution to it. They have 2 sprints, one on the Claude, one on the Hylos. The goal is just to hit the backline as hard as possible. And that's why for Lunatix, the moment the formation breaks, they also break down in these team fights.
And Momo just being just the chunky front line, just so much health to actually go through in this 20-minute match game. I mean, he first decides, you know what? I've got the items that I need. I'm also going to take Encourage to actually help out Claude when we are diving together with the Glorious Pathway. Or sometimes, even if you just have Sprint, 2 sprints are more than enough, especially in that last sequence.
And you look at Humes and Zyme Senpoi, right? Focusing a lot on that rotation across the map. They're blessing off the wire for the tier 2 emblem, so you get an extra movement speed. While you're at the river, they understood how important it is to outmaneuver Team Lunatix, or at least keep up with Lunatix when they start kind of snowballing, right? That's what Zakis can provide on the Kaja. That's why Todak can always catch Lunatix in that late game off guard, because Yums puts himself in a position before Lunatix reaches there.
He's just so dang fast, right? I mean, you'll even from base, especially when he's respawning in the early punishment, right? He's still able to make it in time for key fights like Lord, for neutral objectives, for invades. He's always there, and that's the great. That's why this particular talent is, for me, I find it annoying. For roamers, for all roamers out there, this is a great talent.
On the side of Lunatix, you can see that AV, because of, I believe, the blade of Hepstasis that he got early on, he was able to kind of dive the back, get rid of Ruff, and he's doing his job very well. And even for Yuna, he realized that, man, I'm starting to snowball. I think we can end this. Goes for the BOD. We need a lot more damage. But at one point, when you are running damage on your Martis, you gotta understand that for battle formation has to stay. Todak finding a steal on the objective, breaking the base of Lunatix open. Lunatix starts to forget that they need to always stay in formation, and they even have the tools to make it happen, right? Finding Hito, he has to pull yourself together so the flicker is online more often. You have AJ with Blessing of the Wild so you can rotate more often as well, and they forgot about the most important component of their comp, which is to stay in formation that Todak was able to break too.
Yep, they needed to play front to back. It's as simple as that for the side of Team Lunatix. Todak has to be the one trying to crack this particular shell. And I think they did a really good job. However, I will say that the trigger finger coming in from Team Lunatix, which is Zakas on this Kaja, has been poorly choosing some of these targets, right? There are moments in the game where they had a significant lead. At that point, you're not really looking to build off of that momentum. You kind of want to maintain that lead and hold it against Todak because they are the ones who have to come to you, not the other way around.
Yeah, and when it comes to selecting who to drag away with the Divine Judgment, there's a couple of things that you need to kind of take into account. When you look at the damage taken, Todak's side, they took way more damage thanks to artillery from Lunatix. Lunatix have a lot of tools to dish out the numbers, but if you are in Zakas' position, you gotta understand. If we're snowballing, grab the tank, no problem. If they have no front line, Ruff and Zion Sepoi can't do damage. But if Todak is even or ahead of you, grabbing the tank no longer becomes a priority because it is gonna take so much to kill them, and Zakas didn't really think it through because he's been grabbing Momo and Yums in the late game when he's supposed to look for Rival and Ruff.
I think you know, the Glorious Pathway has been a little obnoxious to deal with. I'm not gonna lie. Even with the Sandwalk coming in from AV on this Khalid, getting into position, especially when you're it feels like you're going upstream at a river. There's just too much current, and you're slowed down significantly, so you can't get into the position that you want to be in. And especially when he doesn't have Flicker, you can really see him struggle to close that distance with the Raging Sandstorm.
I mean, the ideal situation is that every time Glorious Pathway is out, you just back off and let it expire. And in this case, I think Todak, they've been able to make a very, very good recovery. Even when we look at this goal graph, you can see the turning point, right? At almost 14 minutes, Lunatix about to take the second Lord to really break the base of Todak open. Rival shows up, gets a heroic steal, and from that point onwards, Lunatix started losing control. They got a lot more impatient. They forgot the core structure of their battle line, and Todak completely punished them for it.
Yeah, and I think, you know, Todak did a really good job at punishing them, right? They were extremely patient, and I think especially this really shows the tenacity of Rival specifically. He was taking so much punishment. He's getting pulled away by the Divine Judgment. He's getting knocked away by the Mortal Coils as well. When you are trying to contest for the Lord Pit, it's frustrating because there's so many little particles on screen, whether it be Feather Airstrike or even full Barrage, and yet he makes the one clutch steal after losing the majority of neutral objectives in the game to flip it for Todak.
And the craziest part was that a lot of armchair experts have been giving crap to Rival, right? This guy is like the weakling. It's good to see him come back and really make the game-winning play for Todak. In this game number one, by no means we're counting Lunatix out just yet. I think this Lunatix looks so much better than what we saw last weekend. But one thing that they do struggle with is that if they have a lead and they lose the game, the mental completely breaks down on their end. And I hope that this does not happen with Todak because they have such a good game on going for them.
Yeah, and I think, you know, especially they want to close this out 2-0 against the Lunatics. That would be the most ideal situation. So they got to start thinking about how the way they manage the early game, because I think if Todak were able to manage the early game a little bit better, it probably wouldn't have been so devastating. However, I will say AV has been finding these really clutch Raging Sandstorms in the backline, especially when you have Flicker. Most people disregard the Khalid in the later stages of the game until the Raging Sandstorm connects on multiple people in your backline, and then you're like, oh, wait a minute, this guy really hurts.
And there were certain moments where Lunatix kind of overheated a bit, and this one was kind of the deal breaker for Lunatix. They completely broke that formation. If there's one team that wants to stick together as 5, it's Lunatix, because if they are in a proper formation, Todak can never get to the back. But they split up, and Todak was like, we have the abilities to run you down. Glorious Pathway, Wild Charge, BMI, we are going to do just that. And Lunatix, the moment that front line collapses, the whole game goes down the drain.
Oh, man. Rough game number 1, but it means that adaptations need to be put in place for game number 2. For Todak, just to adjust the early game strategy just a little bit more. I think they just needed that warm-up. I think they should get the momentum going for themselves in game number 2. However, Lunatix draft side was not the issue. It definitely was more of the in-game decision-making.
Yeah, honestly, I love the Khalid pick over the Terisla that we kind of touched a little bit about in that game 1, right? He did what he needed to do, and compared to a lot of XP laners that are still available, he's probably the best at kind of diving the backline as long as he has the flicker. Lunatix, mid to late game, that's where they struggle a little bit after losing their Lord. Playing from behind is not really their strong suit, and that's why Todak was able to kind of overwhelm them. But for Lunatix, also, the fact that they can pull off the lineup in game 1 means that they have the basic understanding on how to pull off to execute a complicated game plan. They just need to be consistent with it.
Yeah, we're not seeing that polish that we were expecting at the very least, especially since we're already in week number 6. However, at the very least, with the new patch, you can't expect to have that polish, right? There's a lot of things that you need a lot more games on to kind of understand. Like the laning phase coming in from Ixia, there's probably no reason for Hito to actually die in that particular situation as well. Claude, you just wait for the BMI. That's all you got to do. BMI, all right, now I can full barrage. You sprint, all right, I stopped the full barrage. At least I got your battle spell for free.
Yeah, it's all about, it's no BMI. You go in with the dual beam and you start punishing the Claw, right? And the best part is that Claw no longer deals bonus damage to lane minions, so you're not worried about him winning the trade and just getting rid of your entire wave and just you're left there stranded like, what the hell just happened? You can actually clap back and have your minions punish him as well. You just gotta find those windows.
Yep, it's not a neutral lane anymore, which I'm so happy to see because Claude has just been dominant. Well, I wouldn't even say dominant, but I would say that a lot of marksman players, especially in the international global scene, they're like, you know what? If nothing works, Claude is gonna do good by me.
It's like playing against Chang'e, right? The lane is just boring. You do nothing, right? You can't push the lane. He clears you out.
That's true.
Most of the time, he's safe.
Okay. I agree with the fact that it does get a little frustrating when it's like, oh, I'm about to win this lane. All I need to do is get one more trade, and then we can set up a dive. Oh, he blazing duets my entire wave. BMI is out of there, and then it's like, well, I'm just wasting my time here, aren't I?
And it's not the easiest one to gank as well, right? You have to commit, flicker. You have to commit big spells to take him out. But when we look at the gold laner head-to-head, this is where Ruff really shines because these two gold laners, they didn't play from week number 1. They both came in during the transfer window, and Ruff debuting, I believe, his first game last week and has been showing a lot of consistencies, even in games where Todak lost.
Yeah, I think, Ruff is really coming to find himself with this particular lineup, especially since, he's trying to, I don't think he wants to fill in the shoes of Ciku, but instead kind of be his own person. Right now, I think Todak is in a more volatile state because it's not about the identity crisis that they have. It's more so can they achieve a certain level of polish in the game in comparison to people like Finding Hito, where it's like, yes, he has a lot of experience, but if you see his KP overall, there is still that disconnect. He comes in just a little bit later than everybody else, but the timings from Todak, they're always sharp. 5v5, we're going to 5v5. Nobody's going to be missing.
I like the idea. Draft all MM, please. If Kuja allows it, I'm pretty sure they will. Interesting thing is that for both the gold laners, right? Well, at least in this case, I'll have to put Ciku in the picture. When Finding Hito is initially put into the roster of Lunatix, a lot of resources were put onto him, right? A lot of people, even you look at their previous games, they were like Finding Hito carry, Finding Hito this, Finding Hito that. Gives you a reflection of what Chiku's importance is when he was playing in Todak's gold lane. But it's good to see right now both teams are kind of diversifying their income, right? Their means of winning. It's not just about the gold laners. They can hold their own, whilst kind of spilling it over to the rest of our members.
Yeah, and that's what I want to see from both of these teams who, again, play so much around their gold laners. But let's look at the best rookie ranking as of right now. Yura currently sitting on top of the 120 points so far. Hyde right behind him with 100 points. Yuna at 95 and Ruff at 50, it looks like he's caught up, even though he was brought in later on into the season.
And he does play heroes, not just Claude, but he also plays a very mean Brody as well, right? Very dominant, very oppressive in the lane, and when all else fails, Todak is very comfortable putting him on that hero and just leaving him on his own island. And that also allowed Todak to find a lot more agency across the map, right? Yums and Zaim's standpoint, they're no longer worried that, oh, what if Ciku dies? It's Ruff, no problem. Let's move with Rival, let's move to Momo, and let Ruff have his lane. He's in danger, we open up his lane, and suddenly we get to contest the map objectives.
But that's under the assumption that, again, are they looking to counter-draft or are they looking to play their own strategy? Because I feel in this particular one, it's definitely counter-drafting from the side of Todak and Lunatix. They're kind of doing their own thing, especially when you're deciding to, hey, I'm going to first pick Ixia.
Yeah, and I think when we look at the new patch, a lot of us kind of agree that Ixia is third pick worthy. Because when you open up Ixia, you basically reveal a big core of what your battle line is going to be, right? For me, I don't feel like Ixia is a bad pick. I feel like if you want to first pick it, sure, go ahead. But your draft better be ready to protect her. And I think Lunatix, again, in Game 1, they have the exact tools to do so. They just couldn't pull it off when it mattered the most. Even when you look at the bans, now Lunatix realized that, okay, the Claude is a big problem. If you somehow are thinking of running Ixia again, the Claude needs to go.
We'll see whether Todak picks it up for themselves, right? At the end of the day, the Yuzong was a big giveaway. For me, personally, I think Yuzong is the big giveaway when you're thinking about, hey, how are we supposed to get to the backline? How are we supposed to stop this Ixia? That's one easy solution to do so. He may not necessarily have as much burst as you would like to believe, but with the Petrify, you can at least stun her up so that she doesn't get as many shots off towards your team when the full barrage is activated.
Some history lessons for MPL, enthusiasts out there. This is the first time since Todak joined MPL that they are at the bottom of the standings. It's a moment in history. Well, not the best for Todak, but they'll be happy to know that Todak is still qualified for playoffs, just that they have to play a longer route. Kaja banned by Todak, huge respect to Zakas because he has been a pain in the butt. But now, the Yuzong is going to be open. Matilda gets taken away by Todak, so Zakas doesn't even get to play one of his strongest heroes.
Oh, this one's a bit of a bummer here because, again, even if Lunatix want to get Ixia again, they might not get as much value because at least Matilda is able to save one of your core members from the full barrage with the guiding winds. Or even worse, you happen to be a little too close. That circling eagle is going to be deadly.
Or if the Esmeralda somehow sneaks through, right? Now you have double infinite shield dive. I think we saw that yesterday.
Yep.
It was a bit too disgusting. It's too graphic to describe. But Team Lunatix sticking to their core. They still pick the Ixia. Now they put the Frederick in the jungle, so you don't have that anti-CC, but you have a more solid brick wall.
They're doing it all over again, right? They're trying to set up the Ixia composition. They're going to have two. Well, I don't know if they're going to switch it over to. Oh no, Valentine is already banned out, so it's got to be an artillery mage, unless it's Lilia that can also peel.
But it does make Ixia a very easy target, right? Ixia and Frederick, they are very stationary targets. I would so much more prefer the Irithel for Lunatix just because if the Matilda wants to stick onto you, you just drag her to the depths of hell. In this case, you just make yourself a sitting duck. And now, with the Angela and the Irithel, I honestly have no idea how Lunatix is going to find enough damage. They would definitely need AJ to play a role that he can start one-shotting in that late game. And there's not much heroes that can do that. The Farsa is the most straightforward answer, but then there's a Matilda who can get on top of you. And the best part is that it still opens up the possibility of an Esmeralda that Lunatix still needs to think about.
Oh no! Lunatix are like, Esme might be a problem. Give me Khalid. That's all we need, baby. I think in this particular situation, I would much rather Team Lunatix actually pick up the Esmeralda, but Irithel is already difficult to catch. You need some kind of lockdown. At the same time, you need to be able to kind of win your lane. And I think, in this particular case, it's not bad that they're going for the Khalid. I would much rather...
This Hellcurt might win them the game, though.
That Hellcurt might actually win them the game, I'm not going to lie.
The southern seas are
But
my
hopefully
domain.
the Raging Sandstorm is going to connect on the right targets. It won't be easy, let me tell you that. This Matilda, Yums, he's got to really communicate with his team.
I mean, you can reach Todak, but can you take them out? I think that's the question, right? If Finding Hito doesn't get kind of like a godly full barrage, you essentially you will never have enough damage to kill Todak. We talk about Game 1, Todak, they have a draft they can run at you. They can do the same with Matilda. And you know what's the best part? Guiding in, you bring one guy in, that guy can have Angela with the hard guard on top of him, and now suddenly you have 3 guys diving your backline. This high loss is not even going to be a factor. Lunatix, you can ban it. Todak are not worried about that at all.
Yeah, they are not concerned about it, not even slightly. But Lunatix are. I mean, I think, you know, the Lancelot and as well as Momo playing on this high loss has left a little bit of trauma from game number 1. But we'll see whether Todak decide to, again, follow with their phase 2 bans or if they're just going to kind of open it up a little bit more.
The question is, what is Lunatix going to go for, right? Because the mid lane pool is going to get shrunken by Todak. There's the 4-star ban.
They want to force them onto Lily.
Lunatix will have to pick the mid laner right now, right? If not, then Todak can just take the third option away and you put AJ in a very uncomfortable spot.
Okay. I gotta think about this. I gotta think about this for a second because again, the mid lane pool is already super small. But what works for the composition of Team Lunatix without getting, you know, outplayed or in a lot of cases shredded down? I was thinking Lily up, but at the same time, you can pretty much get one tapped and force out your black shoe super early on with the Circling Eagle, assuming that this Matilda is going to be playing Mage and Irithel is going to go for the crit build. So I think going for the Rafaela is actually a smart idea from the side of the Lunatics.
And it can be a pseudo flex pick if you really want to put Rafaela in the middle lane. We've seen examples of that. I think MPL Singapore, they ran it yesterday. Jay played the Rafaela mid. Bit of an iffy one, but it worked out for them in the end. Though in this situation, I feel like you might have to sack Zakas and put him in a more passive role on his Rafaela. A lot of Enchanted supports now scale a lot more with magic power instead of the innate scaling that they have, so you are shifting a bit of focus towards the magic power build. But for Todak, I don't know, I feel like they have won the draft already.
I think they have won the draft for me. I can agree with that. Oh, smart coming up from Lunatix, getting the Pharah miss, doubling down of, hey, you're really fast, you want a team fight, you better come to us, and we have Netherrealm to try and counteract it.
There's only one win condition for Team Lunatix the later the game goes. Finding Heat though cannot die. It has to be a good full barrage. That's it. If this Ixia goes out, Todak will run them down. They will never have enough damage to win.
Boy, this is going to be a very tight game here for the Lunatics with, again, all their eggs in one basket. Everybody else has to cover for him. Todak with multiple different outs, multiple different tools to handle this composition. Whoever executes perfectly is going to come out on top. Todak versus Team Lunatix. Oh, man, double rope supports. The hospital meta in play.
Is back. Well, when all else is failing, Team Lunatix goes back to kind of the most initial identity they have, right? Finding Hito, you're going to be the one to carry Earth. But again, a lot of conditions need to be met. Finding Hito cannot go down in any stages of the game. He needs to have a perfect game, honestly, on this Ixia.
Well, this is it. Todak on the blue side, up against Team Lunatix on the red side. Starting on the same side, the top side of the map. Purple and orange being taken respectively. I'm curious to see whether Rival is able to find any momentum in this game, right? Because again, the biggest point of punishment for this Ixia is actually in the laning phase. She is very susceptible to ganks. She's great at these 1v1s, but so susceptible to ganks.
Lunatix, they realize that they have to kind of push the envelope as fast as they can. They don't really have the best lineup to punish Link in the jungle, which is why Todak is so comfortable picking it up for Rival. Who are you going to punish me with? Yuna can't walking alone. Zakas can't do it. Avi cannot leave his lane because there's a Charissa. Todak have basically covered all of their corners, and Lunatix, they are forced to play a very standard game of Mobile Legends that will eventually benefit Todak.
The early stages of the game, especially for the mid lane of Yums and Zyme Senpai, is going to be completely under Todak's control. So that's why you see Lunatix actually shifting to the side, looking for opportunities to get a couple of ganks off to turn the lane in their favor. Ixia getting zoned out right now, but AV getting ganked on the top side. Rival, this is a free dive for him. Oh, quick Sangar keeps him alive. Nicely done by AV.
We're able to get that flicker out of him. Rival is going to happily reset. As long as Momo has the lead in the lane, Todak is completely happy. And at the same time, Lunatix also are going to start struggling with ganking lanes. They don't have the best heroes to do so, right? Zakas and AJ are not the best unless they start expanding their battle spells. And Yuna needs to also physically walk there. So in terms of tempo, Todak definitely have the advantage. You look at the emblems, right? You see Blessing of the Wild. Two of the members of Todak have it, and both of them are on the Enchanted supports, the Angela and the Matilda. Whereas for Lunatix, it's all about raw defense stats.
Yeah, I'm surprised. Oh, penalty zone landing onto Yuna to start things off. Raging Sandstorm connects. The crazy round from Yuna, as well as the retribution, helps him secure that turtle, but finally, AV is the first to go. The hard guard onto Momo is keeping him so alive right now. Rival does not have his purple, so they call things off. A turtle for a kill.
And a first blood kill nonetheless for AV. He was able to take out Yunes before he fell. So some minor extra goal for Team Lunatix, considering the fact that the laning phase didn't go off well. They were able to recover from that a little bit. But that's it. We're going to go back to a standard game of MLBB before the next turtle spawns, and Todak will once again have the momentum.
Right now, Finding Heat currently at level 5 with Ruff at level 4. It looks like something may have occurred there, but majority of the time it has to be a turtle. I don't know what the laning state looked like because I did see Ruff actually zone finding Hito from a wave earlier, but it looks like he's recovered from it no problem. In the meantime, top side, Momo having the time of his life.
And when you observe the side, you realize that Momo is just hard shoving the top lane because he's not worried that any ganks will take him out. But on the side, Ciku is just freezing the wave. No, not Ciku, Ruff is freezing the wave. Because finding Hito, if he shows himself without his teammates, Todak is going to jump him.
Yeah, it looks like Ruff did end up losing out a little bit of the minions here. They've got 4 people ready to dive. Ruff might be in some trouble. That's dual beams. Helix not being used just yet, but on the top side, you do see that Yums is trying to cut some time. He's using the circling eagle. The nether realm immediately comes out. Hard card to protect Ruff. Full barrage to activate straight away. Flickering forward to secure the kill on towards Yums' side, but Ruff doesn't have enough damage to really capitalize it. It's going to be the Star Helix that knocks him back, but now Yuna jumps on design set point. Penalty zone in the backline. They find Zakis. They're going to continue pushing for Appraiser's Wrath. Doesn't kill Ruff just yet, but locks him down just enough. One more auto. He finds it. Double kill for Yuna, and Momo unable to take out Finding Hito.
What a fight from Team Lunatix. Zach is keeping them alive for as long as possible. The heroics from Finding Hito to get the flicker forward to confirm the kill onto Yuz means that he can no longer protect his teammate, and that's what allowed Team Lunatix to have a stronger brick wall despite there's a hard part on the side of Todak. They gotta keep this going. This is unfortunately not enough for Lunatix. They gotta play faster.
Yeah, but right now Todak needs to scale, and I think that's the biggest problem, right? Their major damage dealers, Ruff as well as Rival, don't have the items necessary to burst down the right targets. I mean, crit items, it takes a while. Penalty zone already being activated. Here comes Holy Baptism as well. Even the Raging Sandstorm without... Wait, hold on. They're actually getting the gank onto the bottom side, so they give up the turtle, find a kill onto Finding Hito, and look to break bot tier 1.
That turtle is not important for Todak. They are fine giving it away. Lunatix, you want the turtle? Sure, go ahead, take it. We just need to punish Finding Hito. And Todak, they knew that from the beginning, and they have just been given a window. Finding Hito without his teammates is just a sitting duck.
Yuna opens up the map. Ooh, okay. Pop it on the streets, gonna lock it down, but here comes Zakis as well as AJ. Looking to pull Yums back, Circling Eagle being forced out, knocking up 2, but only to disengage. Using your ultimates now, not a big deal. Turtle is coming back up in 76 more seconds, so nothing to really worry about. Rival and AV trading back and forth, but here comes Ruffin as well as Yums. Flickers away, even using the Raging Sandstorm. Quick Sand Guard to protect him. Yums tanking up. Rival waiting to jump back in to secure this kill. Has the blade. The Tempest takes him out, but down by bot side. Momo needs a little bit of help of his own. Getting chucked down to half of the Heart Guard used to save his life. Now both teams collapsing towards the mid lane, Circling Eagle onto Yuna again. Only knocks up Zakis as Yuna effectively jumping for this purple buff. The split push is good, but how long can he do it as the full barrage comes up from Finding Hito to zone them away. Now back to neutral states.
It's so much easier to take out AV than it is to deal with Momo. Momo has a built-in resistance. His body of a smith. He's always going to be durable, but for AV, as long as he doesn't have a Sandstorm Guard, he is very vulnerable.
Well, now look at him. Momo is just eating every single shot. Nothing really tickles him at this point, and all he has is a Dominance Ice. He's not even looking to rush out a Fury Hammer, Bloodlust Axe. He needs none of those things. He just needs to be a tank, and with the Festival of Blood plus the Grave Smite, it's more than enough sustain.
Maybe continuing to build full damage. I believe the next item might be a BOD or Malefic Roar. It's all about the one shot. If I can trade 1-for-1, I win. Well, I've done my job for my team. The third turtle spawn, there's no way Lunatix can contest this.
Wait, they don't know that AV is in there. Zactus is trying to bait as much as they can. Rival secures the turtle, no problem. But again, majority of the members of Lunatix are out of position. NetherRealm is going to come out, but it's not going to help the fact that Zion Senpai with the hard guard is going to make sure that Rival has all the resources he needs to secure free double kills.
Even running up the map would not help. It's a bit of a disconnect from Team Lunatix. Yuna shouldn't contest if his team isn't with him. I don't know what they were expecting from that, but they just gave Todak a lot more momentum. Now that bot tier 2 is going to be taken up by Rub. Lunatix, they can't even get a trade.
Yup, and circling eagle as well. Penalty zone is good. Triple knockup. Side Helix has slowed him down, but Zactus is gone. Momo has found him. No problem. His rival tries to take out AV. Flickers out of the way. Finding Ito ends up dying too with the help of the heavy crossbow coming in from Ruff. A disaster for the Lunatix.
And this is a breaking point that we've been talking about. The moment Todak finds that opening, if Lunatix slows down, if they misplay these crucial objectives, the game is going to get blown wide open. They need that Teon to stay alive, and that's why they've been able to move around the map so much. You are not Todak. You don't have a Matilda that runs fast. You don't have Zion Senpai who can just show up whenever he likes. Lunatix needs to stick together, and we see them break apart, and right now Todak has full control of the early to mid game.
Yeah, I think that Todak right now, if they want to force fights, I think they should absolutely do it. They've got all the battle spells, but let's look at the instant replay here. Just so beautifully done. Triple knockup, penalty zone landing on 3 people. Rival gets to have his own fun with the rest of the team, runs them down. I mean, Ruff having the time of his life. All the big spells out into the next fight. Holy Baptism comes out to land onto 2. So it's going to be the Raging Sandstorm to slow them down and save a couple of members. But how many are going to live? The 3rd one falls. They might even find a 4th if they just chase it down. But Rival has his eyes set on Yuna.
And that was the first time one of the few rare occasions we get to see the application of the new changes to Circling Eagle. Now you get to select where you want to land after you finish the spell, and that's how you got Matilda with this crazy engagement to get to make so much more plays and in a controlled environment as well. Todak will get this lore for free, and Lunatix cannot do anything about it. And finding Hito, he has died 3 times. He has been slowed down tremendously. They need a lot more time to get this man online.
I don't think they have that sort of time because, again, I think a lot of people are still trying to figure out the Insia builds, right? Do you go for the traditional Trinity build, the Corrosive Side, a Demon Hunter Sword into Golden Stack, or do people omit the Golden Stack to get the extra attack damage? And I think, you know, there's good and bad for both sides, pros and cons, but nobody has a definitive decision on it.
I kind of feel like you still need the Holy Trinity in this case to just shred through what Todak can bring to the table, right? You can attack faster just to get through all the shields. And now look at the AI winning prediction, 70% for Todak. I would even argue at this point it could be 85 and above, and I would not question it.
I think the only reason why it's currently at around the 70% mark is because let's not forget that Team Lunatix can actually look for the counter engage. It might be a little tough right now because the Lord is starting to push in, but at the very least, I'm waiting for AV to land a solid Raging Sandstorm to set up for finding Hito because they can keep them in place for such a long time.
Who's gonna make the first move? And remember, if Todak wins this, they take over MPL on the leaderboard as well. They put themselves further in the playoffs.
Oh, here we go. Penalty zone into Holy Baptism to slow it down. Moment Raging Sandstorm doesn't connect onto anybody.
Oh my goodness.
As well as Rival play it perfectly. Disgustingly, Zactus shuts down Rival's AV with a quick sand guard, keeps him alive. With Rival down, Ruff might be in some trouble. He's taking too many shots. He's too slow. He can't run away from the Holy Healing as well as the shots coming out from Ixia.
A bit of a overzealous move from Todak. A bit of more than they could chew. It did look very cool when they just dove underneath the crystal, but they completely disrespected Team Lunatix. They tunnel vision to take out Hito. Sure, Hito is dead, but guess what? Lunatix, they have help from their structures. That is a sigh of relief for Lunatix, but that is in no way Lunatix recovering from the state of this game. Todak still has full control.
They just need one big fight. One big fight with at least 3 to 4 deaths again, and they can even up this score. So it's really up to Todak whether or not they make that mistake or Team Lunatix force it out of them. You see the Oracle purchase onto Yum's side. They want to make sure that they can maximize this healing. As much as you want to believe in Rival being able to 1v5 this, some of these targets are tanky. And let's not forget, with that Corrosive Side, it technically does not matter with its on-hit slow effect because they have the Holy Healing coming in from Zactus, which makes you slow immune.
I do want to check out the items for Lunatix. Does Yuna have a dominant ice, and if he does, I would honestly want AB to have one as well, just so both of them can hold the front a little bit better. Because right now, finding Hito, he's always vulnerable. Even with the flicker, Todak is disrespectfully diving him, and that's because Lunatix have no way to delay it.
Whoa, wait, no, they have
There's no Dom Ice.
no Dom Ices, no anti-healing for the side of Lunatix's side, which is honestly great for specifically Momo. If he hits multiple targets, he's going to heal back up to full without any punishment whatsoever. And with 2 Flask of the Oasis is already completed by Todak's side, it's going to get even harder.
And Yuna, well, AB is actually going for the anti-Cuirass. I honestly would like to Dom Ice. That is the most crucial item in this case.
Or at least to see Halberd.
Yeah, if everything goes right, the lack of Dom Ice could be the undoing for Lunatix at this point. And it kind of blows. You lose because you didn't buy that one item, which at this point of time you should have it. But Lunatix, they are not focusing on it. And Todak, if they know that this is happening, which I think they surely do, that is why they've been diving Lunatix, because there's no way to stop them.
Exactly. It all comes like, can I outplay my opponent? If I just deal enough damage, I'm going to heal back up to full. And I think even for Momo, he's a little bit more cool, calm, and collected, but he's never going to go 1v5, unless maybe he's on a snowballing Martis, but even then, he has his limits.
Depending on who Zyme Senpai chooses to ult.
That as well, because so far, I think that Zyme Senpai has been very focused on Rival's side. Ruff is also a really good target for it, but again, we're looking for the big CC spells from the side of Lunatix. The Holy Baptism, for an example, maybe even the Energy Surge coming in from Yuna, the Raging Sandstorm is going to be the big one as well. But if they don't have the Star Helix, even when you're in that full barrage, it does a lot of damage, but the Star Helix is what keeps you in that barrage for a little bit longer.
This is a fast stretch. If you can catch Matilda in the Circling Eagle with the Star Helix, you can actually stop her, if I remember correctly. But either way, this inhibitor is going to break, and Todak, they might just look for the final push.
Here we go. It's already pushing in, but Todak is still posturing, holding them at bay. Not looking for the engage just yet. They know that full barrage is extremely deadly. They're waiting for Lunatix to make that very first move. Maybe he looks like he wants to go in, but it's not a good time with the second Lord Empowered Wave starting to collapse.
Zakas did get the Dom Ice just now, so at least someone has it, right? Zakas can stay in the fight. It makes him so much more important as a member, but Todak will get all inhibitors.
Yep, that Circling Eagle already used. They're looking to bait something out from the Lunatix side. Penalty zone on to 3 Raging Sandstorm. Lands, but it's the Winds of Nature that keeps him alive. Ruff takes no damage as Rival dives in towards that backline. Doesn't find any kills. It's going to be the Bladed Tempest. Here comes the full barrage, but they're so fast! They pull them all away and look to re-engage. Every crossbow does good damage, but now they're going to top back up and get into the fight. No inhibitors available for the Lunatix, but it doesn't matter as none of their members refuse to go down.
And you know what's even worse for Lunatix? Todak back to full health thanks to the support.
Oh, here we go. Penalty zone on to 4 this time. Holy Baptism once again doesn't land on anybody. Momo gets out of the way. Where's the hard guard? It hasn't come off the cooldown just yet. A great engage, but not enough damage or follow-up. No minions to tank down the crystal as Team Lunatix patiently waiting. They can outlast this. They can hold stronger. Circling Eagle already used it. Here we go. Rival is going to be jumping in with the help of the hard guard. Nether Realm is going to come out as the full barrage once again. Bladed Tempest doesn't land onto their important targets. AB deep on towards Ruff's side. Heavy crossbow takes him out. Rival trying to run away. Dies. Can't do anything. They are out-sustaining the raw power, the raw damage. Penalty zone, and Momo gets on out of there with the help of the Guiding Wind. In this entire sequence, only 2 people die.
2 full barrages, 2 Tempest of Blaze, 3 penalty zones, 3 Circling Eagles. I've lost count of the rest of the spells, but Hospital Meta 101, Lunatix, they did take our Rival. They can posture around the Lord if they want to, but they only have such a short time frame to do so, and the top waves can get shoved in by Ruff. Someone has to deal with it.
Yep. Somebody has to deal with this, and I think this is the endgame scenario that Todak have been waiting for quite some time. They're just testing their capabilities, really understanding what Team Lunatix can and cannot do, because they are playing the situations correctly, but more importantly so, the team fights are the hard part. They want to pick up on behaviors of the Lunatix.
They might have to give this Lord away, and Todak, they have all the tools that they need. With this Lord in their hands, I don't think Lunatix can stop them in the next push. We saw it fighting Hito. Gave it his best, and he was dealing no damage to Todak. He was giving him a back massage. thanks to all the shields and kills from the side of Todak.
Yeah, the healing is ridiculous here, right? And it's not even about the healing as well, it's about the mobility being provided by the guiding wind. When you get on the Matilda airlines, you're able to book yourself out of the artillery fire, get yourself into cover, and you get a fat shield for your reward.
Todak now finds the third Lord of the game. This Lord is going to come down mid again, and Lunatix, they cannot lead the base, they cannot take the jungle. They're essentially playing this entire game blind at this point. And they just have to take it to the face.
I mean, when you have no inhibitors, you kind of don't have a choice, right? Team Lunatix, they don't have as much control over the game. They're just waiting for Todak to make that mistake, and they are going to hold on to this crystal for as long as they possibly can until they wipe Todak out, especially once we start getting into like the 20-minute mark. That's when it gets scary. Finding Hito, getting the Sea Halberd, important buy here, gives him the damage, but more importantly, at least for the healing reduction.
Finally, never a bit of that penetration as well. You need everything that can give you extra damage, especially the full rush and fight that ultimate. But here we go, Todak.
It's going to be the full barrage going to be utilized. Ruff is trying to run down Finding Hito, but now they're just going straight for the crystal. Not even remotely close, not even enough damage. 2-0, GG. Well played to Todak as they finally close things up for the Lunatix.
Third win of the regular season, but it's good enough to put them ahead of MPNC on their leaderboard. So Todak, they get to celebrate a little bit. They will not have to start from the very first stage of the playoffs. They get to move up with a singular bye. Better than nothing. This is the dream scenario for Todak fans, and Todak have delivered.
They have delivered. It's great to see, you know, they're not purely just playing around the goal lane. They are looking for as many outs as they possibly can, exploiting weaknesses in the jungle, in the map, and Rival. He felt so comfortable that game.
Todak, again, we both agree on this. They just won in terms of the draft, right? The draft allowed them to do whatever they want. And of course, at the end of the day, Finding Hito, he's going to be friends with everyone. They both have qualified for playoffs. The only thing that Lunatix needs to worry about is that they will be staying in the place bracket regardless if they win the series or not, right? Their job is just to stop Todak. They're not able to do so, but they will have MPNC join them in that first stage of playing.
Yep, Lunatix unable to gatekeep Todak from going further down into the competition at the very least, but still, it's a good sign for Todak fans out there. They make it in towards the playoffs, they skip an important step, as many stages as you possibly could. But in the meantime, I am curious. It's been a long game here for the Hospital meta. We're going to be throwing it over to Rose up on stage to interview Todak.
3 mata penuh untuk pasukan Todak claiming the top 6 this regular season. Once again, Dewan Sri Putra, a round of applause kepada pasukan Todak. Alright, so I think I nak tanya soalan pertama kepada Ajim.
Kuja.
Okay, Kuja lah. Alright, Kuja. Okay, sebab ni pasal patch sekarang. Kita tahu dengan patch baru, a lot of teams buat drastic changes. So, adakah Todak yakin that patch ini Todak boleh bangkit semula pada playoffs?
Okay, kalau bangkit, of course lah kita kena bangkit macam mana sekalipun. Tapi yang pasti dekat playoff mungkin Todak yang version lain lah, bukan yang version di regular.
Alright, one more question. Mana Ciku?
Okay, untuk pengetahuan semua, bukan saja kita orang turunkan rival hari ini. Ciku tak sihat, minta tolong semua doakan. Dia sekarang ni mengalami demam dan masih di gaming house beristirahat.
Alright, we hope Ciku gets well very, very soon. Okay, thank you. Alright guys, sebelum kita continue our interview session, I rasa MVP dah ready. Sebelum I announce, I nak tanya, Patriots, siapa MVP awak? Woi, ramainya cakap rival. Alright, in 3, 2, 1, MVP kita ialah Raf. Alright. Okay, Raf. Sebagai rookie untuk Todak, sekarang jadi MVP and actually ada chance untuk dapat top 5 rookie untuk musim ni. Yakin ke tak nanti masa playoffs boleh perform lebih baik?
Yakin.
Yakin. M5 boleh nampak ke tak?
Tak boleh lakar lah M5 macam mana. Dah boleh nampak, dah boleh
Marah. Nampak? Dia nervous. Alright, I nak tanya rival pula. Minggu lepas, kita tahu rival tak main. Ciku yang main jungler. Hari ini, kita semua nampak rival perform lain macam. Apa menjadi dalam masa rival kena sub out? Masa you kena sub, apa menjadi?
Saya rasa macam tercabar sikit sebab tak dapat main dan saya nak buktikan saya yang boleh main lah.
Alright. Okay. Yums. Last words. Ni last game untuk regular season. Come on, Yums. Last words kepada semua fan Todak yang sokong Todak. I cakap Yums, bukan Momo.
Tak apalah.
Yums.
Tak apalah. Hai.
Tak apa. Go.
First kali kita nak minta maaf lah sebab sepanjang regular season ni kita tak dapat bagi performance dan result yang bagus lah. So apa yang kita boleh janji is playoff nanti kita akan new version of Todak lah. So jumpa korang kat playoff nanti.
Alright. Okay. Thank you very much. Once again, congratulations to Todak. So guys, apa I cakap tadi? Kita buat post kan untuk caster. So, casters, and with that, silakan.
MVP of the match going over to Ruff, playing a solid 2 games against the Lunatix on both Claude as well as Irithel.
Yeah, game 1, he was able to mitigate a pretty tricky game where Lunatix were taking the lead. Game 2, he just had a time of his life. No one could touch him. He was protected by 2 supports and he was just running it down. You see the marksman emblem going for the fatal, tenacity, and quantum charge. Honestly, could have went for weapon master and he will be completely fine.
Yep, I mean his timings on his Winds of Nature is really important as well, making sure that his only real threat was going to be AV. And if he can just mitigate that initial engage from AV, they've basically gotten it, right? They basically have all the tools to get him in and out of the fights and keep him topped up with 2 flasks of the Oasis, man. I've never seen Ruff not go below 50% of his HP.
And this is how we kind of get to the topic of, again, right, with Ruff coming in as the goal lane, they don't have to focus on the goal lane specifically.
Yep, and I mean, he played a strong game, but with that, let's go over to the mic check of Todak to listen on to their comms.
Okay. Aku tank. Ya. Dia sabar je. Baik je mau. Aku dah level. Kau dah apa? TB. Aku TB. Nice. Boleh masuk. Aku TB. Aku keluar. Aduh. Dia orang datang. Balik kan. Aman. Dapat. Dosa aim. Boleh ambil sama.
Nak kill, Cok. Nak kill.
Kenapa tak ada flicker tadi? AJ. Lagi guys, lagi. Jangan guys. Dah. Ada. Ya, sabar. Jangan bagi dia orang kill atas ni.
Sini, recall.
Sabar. Gas, tengok aku guys. Aku masuk Roji
Dah flicker.
Dapat dua.
Aku tahu.
Aku mati. Boleh tak? Nice, boleh. Nice guys. Okay. Alhamdulillah.
The Patriots giving their support and their love towards Todak's side as they clean this up 2-0. Well, let's break this down because, again, it felt like in this particular game the double supports were difficult to deal with, of course, but even from Lunatix's side, where did it all go wrong?
The draft, right? I think the draft put them in a very tricky position. You have Fredrin, they open up with Fredrin and Ixia after seeing the Matilda. That's sign number 1. They were very adamant in playing the artillery, but they doubled down by playing the fight, protect the President comp. They picked Rafaela, they picked Faramis, and Todak saw that and they were like, you know what? There's no one to stop us in our laning phase. There's no one to out-Q us. We can do whatever we want. Let's pick heroes like Ling. Let's pick Brick Walls like Terisla. You know what? We're just going to pick the Irithel and the Angela. What is Lunatix going to do, right? And again, 2 flasks of the Oasis, the extra healing that Lunatix cannot get through. And you also have the Blessing of the Wild on both the support, so they are everywhere. And they're anywhere and everywhere at the same time, even though Angela didn't really need it if she just relied on the hard guard. And he even went for the Impure Rage as well, right? So laning-wise, Todak has already won. Lunatix, the only way for them to somehow beat Todak is if they get a snowball going, which never happened.
Yeah, and let's not forget that even like when we're comparing the matchups, like Angela does really well in the early game because the way that she trades with the love taps, oh, I deal damage to you, you deal damage to me, but I heal up, so I have a surplus in terms of the numbers. And if we're talking about someone like Lunatix, Farm specifically, he does need a little bit of time. His first couple of items are so important. First two specifically. He wants to be able to kind of build up those charges through the laning phase, but even so, we're not seeing him rotate as much, even though he does have the Blessing of the Wild, which only comes into effect later on into the game where he needs to reposition.
And there are two important things to look at when we compare the two drafts, right? First of all, Todak, they have a lot of shields and heals. They have Flash of the Oasis, which amplifies that. And with the recent patch, a lot of these skills have higher magic power scaling. This is why you saw Zyme Senpoi go for the Holy Crystal on an Angela, which you normally do not see because they just benefit so much more from the magic power. Now, what does Team Lunatix need? Healing reduction. They first got it at 13 minutes for Zakas and 17 minutes for finding Hito. That is already way too late. Todak were already snowballing. The healing reduction needed to be there as a first core item, and Lunatix didn't go for it.
Yeah, I mean, you can definitely see in the numbers such a big difference in terms of total heals, right? Had they got at the very least, had they got the healing reduction earlier, maybe they could have dropped those numbers down by half possibly and evened up the score. But overall, in terms of damage dealt, Todak, they just had so much momentum on their side without any real way to punish them, especially without the anti-heal. They could dive topside, heal back up to full after one clear of the jungle, or even half clear your jungle.
Just to put it into perspective, Zyme Senpoi has so much heal that every single time he heals his teammate, they get to tank one extra turret shot. That is not normal.
That's so disgusting. And let's not forget with the cooldown reduction as well, he's basically using his first skill like off of cooldown every single time. It basically almost has no cooldown. It's so short at that point.
And I'm not certain if the damage dealt numbers factor in damage dealt to shields, but either way, you look at Finding Hito, our highest damage dealt on his team, and it's barely half of what Ruff has, because we saw him get a full barrage off. It didn't even chew through the shields of Todak, let alone touch the health bars.
Yeah, I mean, Finding Hito was so far behind in this game. He was targeted heavily by Todak, and even though he did have some extra insurance, we could see in a lot of these moments, right, the engagement. He needs the setup from the rest of his team before he drops down that full barrage. He can't do it the opposite way around.
Yeah, this is the one good fight, or one of the few good fights that Lunatix was able to find for themselves, right? They finding Hito again, recognizing the opportunity. I believe he did end up going down after this, but overall, Lunatix were able to keep up with Todak, and they understood that they need to keep fighting, right? They stole the first hurdle, they got a decent fight, but Todak finding this massive double ultimate with Momo and Yunes really slowed out Team Lunatix, and they just started running Lunatix over.
It was so good. It was so very, very good. I don't know. It's really risky, and I can understand from Hito's position where it's like, man, I need to be able to land this Star Helix to push them away. He had an opportunity, but it was too late for him to react. By the time the Circling Eagle had already left off, the angle was gone. He probably could have caught both Momo as well as Yumes in that moment itself. But just look at this, right? Even in terms of damage, Yumes, he loses 50% of his HP. Momo, penalty zones and then gets out of there. Only 50% of his HP gone. Wait for it, and boom. You get the shields, you get the heals, you're already back in the fight.
This is where they only had the Dom Eyes onto Zakas, and look at how long it took for them to punish Todak, member. And that's because Todak were over diving, and most of the damage dealt from Team Lunatix came from their structures instead of their heroes. But with that, the standings have now been set in stones, at least for Lunatix and Todak, who has overtaken MPXNC because they did beat them 2-1 in head-to-head. So Todak gets to settle in 6th place. Lunatix, they will have to join MPNC in that first bracket of the playoffs.
Which does mean that Lunatix and MPXNC will have to start the gauntlet for the entirety of the playoffs, is moving onwards, and will eventually have to face other opponents as they move on. But again, it's a gauntlet-style format, right? It's just the king of the hill. You stay on the hill for as long as you can.
And the toughest part is that it is just a single elim gauntlet. You don't even get a second chance in that position. That's the first series, but when we look at the second series coming up, this is also an important one for a team like Homebois, because it's also their last chance to fight for the best possible seat in playoffs. They just gotta win 2-0 and they'll have a chance to make it to the upper bracket.
Yes, and that's all they need to do. Keep in mind that the format of the playoffs is almost very similar to what we had last season in Season 11, where there are the play-ins, and once you get to a certain stage, the double elimination comes into effect, and that's where you want to be in.
And this will be the upcoming and the final match for the regular season. Team Hawk against Homebois. We've seen Team Hawk pull off some heroics, upset some of our teams. But Homebois, they're looking to recover. And this is the most important match for them. It decides whether they make it to the upper bracket and overtake Team SMG, or they have to play a longer gauntlet.
Yeah, and it's some scary stuff here. Ideally, they want to be in that upper bracket to have that second life. But again, Team Hawk has been on the rise. So has the Homebois. And I think it really comes down to who has evolved more and adapted to this particular patch the fastest.
Yeah, and I think for Homebois, they definitely have shown some recovery since week number 3, right? They have settled in with the Zorn Rizo duo, whereas the Team Hawk, week 3, ironically, was the week that they started struggling a little bit, considering that they had a strong first 2 weeks. So in this case, I think my money is on Homebois. I think they just look so much more solid. But Team Hawk, they do have, you know, their strengths, right? Especially the XP lane. I think Iris, if he steps up and he has a good game, he can be the difference maker in the side lanes.
We're definitely going to talk more about this after we come back from the break, because again, these are the two teams that I was most afraid of for this new patch, because again, both supports want to be aggressive, they want to play make, and this was the perfect meta to do so until the next patch hit.
And then you look at the hero pool, right? Zorn likes the Cho, likes the Kufra, no enchanter supports at all, and I do wonder, will this shift the dynamic for Homebois, right? Are they willing to kind of put Zorn in that position and be like, you know what, Rizal, you're going to be in the front line, Zorn will support you as a healer?
I'm going to make a bold prediction. He's either going to play Matilda or Franco. One or the other. There is a possibility for Kufra, of course, but these are the two big ones that come to mind straight
Kaja
away.
might even be open, right? Because a lot of people are focusing on enchanter support bans.
You're actually right about that. More theory crafting about the upcoming game in just a little bit. In the meantime, the players need to get ready to do their ping checks, and we're going to set up for it as we jump over to the break. So don't go anywhere. We'll be right back with the MPL MY.
Hello guys, mari bermain rank bersama saya. Kita orang sekarang mempunyai double star raising point dan double star protection points. Bonus ni cuma ada untuk 5 perlawanan rank game anda saja. So korang jangan lupa untuk bermain rank bersama teman-teman anda dan takluki Land of Dawn. Ciao.
You have been slain. Defeat. Launch attack. Double kill. Triple kill. Legendary.
Boleh.
Gas. I'm a rockstar.
Dah lah dapat skin percuma, dapat extra protection, dapat semua hero lagi.
Gas guys. Nice.
Panggil aku.
So, hello guys. So, mari kita hujung minggu ni main rank dengan kawan-kawan dan lengkapkan tas korang untuk dapatkan skin ya guys.
Korang let's go play Mobile Legends.
Tak, boleh.
Nice.
You have been slain. An enemy has been slain. Double kill. Legendary. Victory.
Nep, kau pilih lah hero betul-betul. Apa benda kau pilih ni, Nep? Main macam budak. Aduh, dah dapat 1,500. Dapat extra protection lagi. Dapat pilih semua hero lagi. Capek, kau ni apa benda pula kau buat ni? Cuba buat betul-betul.
Bunyi lah, Pak. Guys, jomlah main rank pada hujung minggu ni dah mendapatkan orang kata complete kantas dan mendapatkan skill percuma jika korang lekat kantas tu.
Hari ini kita ada 3 match yang sangat penting di mana banyak pasukan akan lawan untuk jadi top 1, top 2. Welcome dan selamat datang pada MPL Malaysia musim ke-12.
Satu persatu pasukan Homebois akan terus dikejar, tapi nampaknya Crystal Gerendam masih lagi mampu. Wow, tak ada apa-apa.
Hello guys, mari bermain rank bersama saya. Kita orang sekarang mempunyai double star raising point dan double star protection point. Bonus ni cuma ada untuk 5 perlawanan rank game anda saja. So korang jangan lupa untuk bermain rank bersama teman-teman anda dan takluki Land of Dawn. Ciao.
You have been slain. Unstoppable. Defeat.
Boleh. Gas. Dah lah dapat skin cuma, dapat extra protection, dapat semua hero lagi.
Gas guys. Nice. So, hello guys. So, mari kita hujung minggu ni main rank dengan kawan-kawan dan lengkapkan task korang untuk dapatkan skin ya guys.
Okay, korang let's go play Mobile Legends. Gak, tak, boleh. Nice.
You have been slain.
Nep, kau pilih lah hero betul-betul. Apa benda kau pilih ni, Nep? Main macam budak. Aduh, dah dapat 1,500. Dapat extra protection lagi. Dapat pilih semua hero lagi. Capek, kau ni apa benda pula kau buat ni? Cuba buat betul-betul. Bunyi lah, Pak. Guys, jomlah main rank pada hujung minggu ni dan mendapatkan, orang kata, completekan task dan mendapatkan skin percuma jika korang lekatkan task tu.
Kita selalu dengar ayat jangan kejut harimau yang sedang tidur, melambangkan jangan kacau Malaysia, nanti kita bantai kita orang. Tapi kan, harimau tu dah tidur lama sangat. Kita kena kejut dia. Kita kena bagi semangat dekat dia supaya dia boleh bangkit balik.
MPL MY dah banyak kali dah kita tengok berubah-ubah daripada setiap musim ke musim. Pasukan Todak dah 3 kali dah champion. Pergi international macam tu juga. Pergi bawa balik sijil penyertaan. Sampai bila?
Kenapa kita graf kita tidak menaik?
Kenapa tak boleh nak implement benda tu dekat Malaysia ataupun
awak bermain Mobile Legends sebenarnya?
Sana pun. Jauh saya pun. Saya daripada M1 sampai ke hari ini, saya masih lagi berjuang untuk industri ni. Kesedihan saya bila mana pasukan yang kita harapkan kurang memberi saingan lah. Kenapa benda ni berlaku? Kenapa graf kita tidak menaik? Kenapa menurun? Adakah terlalu berat tanggungjawab tersebut?
Soalan personal lah. Kenapa Todak macam tu dekat international?
betul
Itu je.
Dia macam target kat Todak.
Kalau dari sudut pandang saya daripada M1 sampai ke M4, semua mutun punya terma international saya start bulan lepas kot. Tapi kalau saya yang main macam saya rasa. So, saya rasa dia sebenarnya kalah dekat mentality je kot. Bukan saya, maybe ada beberapa dari tim saya. Bila diorang main je, diorang rasa macam, oh ni tak boleh, ni tak boleh. Takut kalau kita buat macam ni kan, diorang buat macam ni, faham tak? Maksudnya, diorang nak buat something tu, diorang kena tunggu enemy buat. Bukan kita yang mula kan. Itu kalau dari sudut pandang saya. Kalau apa beza dia daripada M1 sampai sekarang, M1 tu masa tu memang main semua lepas je. Tak kisahlah enemy buat ke apa ke, kita orang main ikut cara kita orang. Tapi kalau ikut dari sekarang, saya rasa macam tu lah. Dia mental block kot.
Ciku, Repo dengan Zon. Korang dapat wakil Malaysia kat SEA Games and korang dapat silver, which is very good. Tapi cukup ke? Korang punya pride, korang punya rasa excitement bila wakil Malaysia, bila dapat silver, adakah dia akan mati dekat situ? Ataupun korang rasa still terbakar, bukan setakat nak pergi M5, tapi nak menang? Where's the fire? Where's the passion? Is it still there? Ataupun korang dah reset sangat sampai fire tu dah hilang?
Aku pula.
Okay, Bo. Macam mana, Bo?
Macam mana, Bo? Dia lepas dah habis SEA Games tu kan kita dapat nombor 2. Benda tu sebenarnya tak cukup lah. Dapat nombor 2, kita kalah dengan Filipin kot. Takkan kita nak kalah dengan Filipin? Malaysia kuat kot. So dari situ tak berhenti lah. Bakar dia tak hilang lagi. Dia makin bertambah bakar dia. Walaupun dah dapat nombor 2, memang kita bangga. Tapi dekat situ...
Tak, kita patut bangga. Kita patut bangga.
Yelah, kita patut bangga.
Training seminggu.
Tapi dekat situ tak membuatkan kita orang stop lah untuk terus berjuang untuk M5.
Tapi jangan risau, kita orang 2 je kat sini. Kita orang akan pasal M5 lah.
Tak.
Oh, 3. Salah satu pada kita tak dapat pergi M5 ya, Po. Tapi itulah, kalau kat M5 takkan kau nak jadi badut lagi kan?
Betul.
Tak apa, kali ni aku bawa betul-betul. tak, dia senang cerita siapa yang menang lah, dia akan okey lah.
So, kali ni semua buktikan lah. So, dekat M5 memang bantai lah semua negara.
Korang rindu tak line up SEA Games?
Jauh. Sebab dia paling bersendirian. Kita semua sama. Okey ya. Kalau aku rindu dua korang. Rindu line up SEA Games sebab rasanya itu line up paling solid tu dalam Malaysia. Jujur, tak tipu. Kalau dari aku tak rindu yang kita kat bootcamp. Aku rindu kita kat hotel. Sebab kat bootcamp semua bahas sendiri juga. Dekat hotel tu yang dia rapat sikit. Oh, kau nangis Syam.
Nangis
Syam. Mana ada nangis?
Yang dia orang tengah buat lain kau macam ni.
Itu tak nangis lah. Cuma kalau dari segi... Tahu, saya rasa macam kalau masuk final lain. Dia lebih baik daripada tak masuk final. Dia punya kalah tu rasa lain lah. Walaupun sebab kita dah masuk final, kita nak dapatkan emas. Jadi bila kalah, rasa macam kecewa.
Jadi soalan ni untuk saya nak tanya dekat Repo. Kalau kata dah pergi ke international bermain di Indonesia, dapat banyak sangat pengalaman. Kenapa tak boleh nak implement benda tu dekat Malaysia ataupun pasukan Malaysia yang tak boleh nak hit that kind of standard untuk bermain di taraf antarabangsa?
Aduh, macam mana, Po?
Tak apa dia cakap mana?
Kau dah main kat Indo, kau tak boleh bagi tahu macam mana Indo main kat kita. Kau nak bagi tahu ilmu tu dekat kita orang.
Dia punya standard tu tak ada. Sebab kan kan nak bagi tahu kan kita semua musuh. Takkan bagi kat SEA Games. Oh, kat SEA Games. Oh, kat SEA Games. Aku bagi tahulah macam
bukan maksudnya macam Selalu kat Indo ESP buat macam ni, Mid buat macam ni. Tak ada, kau tak beritahu.
Oh. Asal aku kerang nak tanya.
Lagi pun tolonglah kita orang, kita tak tanya.
Aku tu tak nak tolong. Maksudnya sebab mungkin daripada cara korang main tu dengan bila aku main dengan Indonesia dah hampir sama, tapi mungkin ada sikit-sikit je lah, tapi benda tu tak terlalu mengimpact kan. So aku macam bila korang main macam tu, aku rasa macam oh betul lah tu, dia dah sampai sikit sama lah. So macam mungkin kalau ada perubahan sikit nak buat, aku boleh cakap dah hampir sama, mungkin macam
Hampir
lebih
sama ke kita orang bawah lagi?
Apa beza dia?
Beza dia dekat communication dengan ni semua. Mentality dia orang lah macam tu beza dia.
Apa masalahnya bila kita pergi kat international, kita tercedok.
Memang tu. Level Malaysia lain tu. Kalau MPL Malaysia memang lain gila dengan international. Tapi aku rasa tu pun punca tu kita macam badut sikit kat international. Sebab kita punya saingan dekat Malaysia kurang kan.
Tak, macam mana aku nak menang tu?
Ni dah ada saingan
Aku rasa dari segi kompetitif MPL team kan tak cukup strong macam Indo-Filipin. Lepas tu itulah diorang lebih advance tu dari segi team play, strategi diorang. Tahu lah, dia tu macam sampai sekarang aku rasa Malaysia pun tak dapat lagi lah.
Aku rasa Malaysia main untuk main je kot. Nak nama.
Malaysia main untuk
main
dalam Malaysia.
Tak main untuk dapat duit gaji.
Dari gaji tu semua dah settle.
Dapat gerak. Tak ramai lah player-player yang macam kita. Harapan saya untuk komuniti Mobile Legends ni teruskan support kita orang. Jangan berhenti untuk support apa-apa yang event-event MPL kot, Muntun ke. Sebab daripada dulu sampai sekarang nampak macam sekarang kita dah start berkembang lah. Kira kalau contoh kalau pergi MPL tak ada orang. Macam season lepas ada tim yang bila kita lawan ni main tak ada orang. Kosong gila. Ada memang main tim apa ya? Dia select tau. Dia beberapa tim je yang
Lunatix family dia je ada.
Tak best aja tu.
Mungkin kalau untuk komuniti MLBB boleh jadi macam contoh lah, sebagai contoh Homebois lah. Ada Homebois kan. Diorang tu ada supporter diorang yang main drum tu semua. Tim-tim lain sebenarnya perlu ada juga sebenarnya. Tapi kalau fans RG kan duduk je. Ada pun dong-dong dekat depan. Tak nak macam tepi-tepi tu ramai-ramai bam.
Tanya kepada Ciku dan juga Zon. Umum tahu yang Ripo pernah bermain di Indonesia. Kenapa Ciku dan Zon memilih untuk tidak keluar, sedangkan ramai yang tahu ada offer dari luar ataupun ada macam Zon pun ada punya former team ataupun team lama dia Geek Fam pun ada di Indonesia. Kenapa tidak memilih untuk bermain di luar dan lebih fokus bermain di Malaysia? Adakah takut?
Tapi pasal offer tahu aku rasa aku reject offer Indo dulu sebab aku bocah lagi tu, aku takut tu. Tahu aku tak berani tu nak pergi tu. Walaupun time tu offer menarik lah daripada tim-tim besar kan. Kira kalau aku pergi tak tahu apa jadi. Cuma itulah takut lah dulu nak pergi. Kau pula Cik?
Aku sama je kot jawapan aku. Aku bukan. Tak, aku tak nak ni kalau dari diri aku lah. Better aku main kat tim Malaysia dan aku menang dengan tim Malaysia, faham?
Tak ada feeling kan nak main untuk orang lain?
Tak ada. Kalau orang satu tim aku boleh ajar dia macam-macam. Apa benda yang aku tahu aku boleh ajar dia sebiji, tapi cara pemahaman dia je lah. Cuma sekarang ni memang aku rasa tak ada lagi orang yang kat Malaysia faham betul-betul pasal ML ni. So memang aku nak kena cari sampai jumpa dan buat yang terbaik lah untuk Malaysia ni.
Lastly, I just nak cakap, as a talent punya point of view, I punya hopes and dreams, players, community Malaysia in general. Daripada players, of course, I nak you guys do your very best. Sebab even audience kat Malaysia, even kalau kalah pun, nampak korang try your best, very hard game, kita bangga.
Dari segi saya rasa boleh kot season ni. Sebab kita orang pun dah macam semua dah try hard kan. Dah tak nak dah macam kena bantai, kena belasah semua tu. Rasa semua tim dalam Malaysia sekarang ni semua betul-betul tengah proof kot macam mana nak naikkan nama Malaysia ni.
Memang semua tim dekat MPL tu betul-betul semua try hard gila. Sampai banyak import player tu semua sebab betul-betul target M5 lah. Memang diorang betul-betul target M5 season ni.
Ni untuk teammate-teammate saya. Saya tahu kalau korang main kat Malaysia, korang punya mindset lain. Tapi bila kat international tu, apa yang saya rasa macam korang ni macam tak tahu main apa sebenarnya. Macam takut ke, apa ke saya tak tahu. Nampak beza lah permainan dekat Malaysia dengan kat luar. season ni kalau betul-betul lepas lagi, kalau boleh orang-orang lama tau, orang-orang lama tu macam you rival Momo, ubah lah.
Kita kena bagi kekuatan dekat dia, tak kisahlah kita sebagai public ke, sebagai team owner ke, organisasi ke, media ke, ataupun komuniti sendiri, kita kena bagi. Kita kena kejut harimau ni supaya dia bangkit semula, supaya dia lebih garang untuk tunjukkan yang hey, Malaysia pun boleh buat. Malaysia boleh buat benda ni sebab kita boleh buat sama-sama kasih jadi.
Kembali kepada The Hot Link Meet and Greet. You're still with me, Rose. And of course, kita ada fan daripada Todak. Tapi kali ni special sikit sebab kita ada adik ni. Adik, apa nama awak?
Aryan.
Apa?
Aryan.
Aryan. Comelnya. Suara pun kecil. Alright, Aryan. So hari ni datang untuk sokong pasukan Todak kan? You idola siapa dalam Todak?
Momo.
Momo? Kenapa Momo?
Sebab Momo hebat.
Sebab dia hebat. Adik main anda tak?
Main?
Main. Role apa adik main?
Apa?
Role apa adik main? Tak tahu. Tak apa. Jom kita nak jumpa Momo. Okey, jom. Kita jumpa Momo, okey? Jom, ikut kakak. Hai. Hello. Hai. Jangan ada malu. Okey, so kita ada fan. Dia cakap dia suka Momo. Okey, come Aryan. Sini. Ha. Okey. Sebelah saya. Dia malu.
Dia malu.
Jangan ada malu tu. Okey. So, Aryan nak cakap apa dekat Momo?
Todak baik.
Todak langgar.
Alright. So, dia nak bagi something dekat Momo. Momo pun nak bagi something dekat Aryan. Alright. Tunjuk dulu. Baca.
Okey. Go Todak go. Nak sign Team Todak boleh. Tak boleh.
Okey. Ni ada sign, lepas tu ada skin lagi, lepas tu ada merch Todak lagi. Tapi nanti korang sign baju ni.
Boleh?
Boleh ah?
Boleh.
Alright, okey. Swap.
Boleh elok. Okey.
Alright. Okey, tunjuk. Alright guys, that is it untuk Hot Link Meet and Greet kali ini. Jangan lupa join official fan club of Todak. And with that being said, we shall see you on the next one. Bye-bye.
Hello guys, mari bermain rank bersama saya. Kita orang sekarang mempunyai double star raising point dan double star protection point. Bonus ni cuma ada untuk 5 perlawanan rank game anda saja. So korang jangan lupa untuk bermain rank bersama teman-teman anda dan takluki Land of Dawn. Ciao.
You have been slain. Unstoppable. Defeat.
Boleh. Gas. Dah lah dapat skin percuma, dapat extra protection, dapat semua hero lagi.
Gas. Nice. So, hello guys. So, mari kita hujung minggu ni main rank dengan kawan-kawan dan lengkapkan task korang untuk dapatkan skin ya guys.
Gas. Korang let's go play Mobile Legends. Gas. Tak. Boleh. Nice.
You have been slain.
Nep, kau pilih lah hero betul-betul. Apa benda kau pilih ni, Nep? Main macam budak. Aduh, dah dapat 1005. Dapat extra protection lagi. Dapat pilih semua hero lagi. Capek, kau ni apa benda pula kau buat ni? Cuba buat betul-betul.
Bunyi lah, Pak. Guys, jomlah main rank pada hujung minggu ni dah mendapatkan, orang kata, complete task dan mendapatkan skill percuma jika korang lengkapkan task tu.
Kita selalu dengar ayat jangan kejut harimau yang sedang tidur, melambangkan jangan kacau Malaysia, nanti kita bantai kita orang. Tapi kan, harimau tu dah tidur lama sangat. Kita kena kejut dia. Kita kena bagi semangat dekat dia supaya dia boleh bangkit balik.
MPL dah banyak kali dah kita tengok berubah-ubah daripada setiap musim ke musim. Pasukan Todak dia 3 kali dah champion. Pergi international macam tu juga. Pergi bawa balik sijil penyertaan. Sampai bila?
Kenapa kita graf kita tidak menaik?
Kenapa tak boleh nak implement benda tu dekat Malaysia ataupun
awak bermain Mobile Legends sebenarnya?
Sana pun. Jauh saya pun.
Saya daripada M1 sampai ke hari ini, saya masih lagi berjuang untuk industri ini. Kesedihan saya bila mana pasukan yang kita harapkan kurang memberi saingan lah. Kenapa benda ni berlaku? Kenapa graf kita tidak menaik? Kenapa menurun? Adakah terlalu berat tanggungjawab tersebut?
Soalan personal lah. Kenapa Todak macam tu dekat international?
betul
Itu je.
Dia macam target kat Todak. Kalau dari sudut pandang saya daripada M1 sampai ke M4, semua mutun punya terma international saya start bulan lepas kot. Tapi kalau saya yang main macam saya rasa. So, saya rasa dia sebenarnya kalah dekat mentality je kot. Bukan saya. Maybe ada beberapa dari tim saya. Bila diorang main je, diorang rasa macam, oh ni tak boleh, ni tak boleh. Takut kalau kita buat macam ni kan, diorang buat macam ni. Faham tak? Maksudnya, diorang nak buat something tu, diorang kena tunggu enemy buat. Bukan kita yang mulakan. Itu kalau dari sudut pandang saya. Kalau apa beza dia daripada M1 sampai sekarang, M1 tu masa tu memang main semua lepas je. Tak kisahlah enemy buat ke apa ke, kita orang main ikut cara kita orang. Tapi kalau ikut dari sekarang, saya rasa macam tu lah. Dia mental block kot.
Ciku, Ripo dengan Zon. Korang dapat wakil Malaysia kat SEA Games and korang dapat silver, which is very good. Tapi cukup ke? Korang punya pride, korang punya rasa excitement bila wakil Malaysia, bila dapat silver, adakah dia akan mati dekat situ? Ataupun korang rasa still terbakar, bukan setakat nak pergi M5, tapi nak menang? Where's the fire? Where's the passion? Is it still there? Ataupun korang dah reset sangat sampai fire tu dah hilang?
Kau aku pula.
Okey, Bo. Macam mana, Bo?
Macam mana, Bo? Dia lepas dah habis SEA Games tu kan. Kan kita dapat nombor 2. Benda tu sebenarnya tak cukup lah. Dapat nombor 2. Kita kalah dengan Filipin kot. Takkan kita nak kalah dengan Filipin. Malaysia kuat kot. So dari situ tak berhenti lah. Bakar dia tak hilang lagi. Dia makin bertambah bakar dia. Walaupun dah dapat nombor 2, memang kita bangga. Tapi dekat situ... kita patut bangga. Kita patut bangga.
Yelah, kita patut
training
bangga.
seminggu.
Tapi dekat situ tak membuatkan kita orang stop lah untuk terus berjuang untuk M5.
Tapi jangan risau, kita orang 2 yang kat sini.
Kita orang akan pasal M5 lah.
Tak.
Tiga. Salah satu pada kita tak dapat pergi M5 Epo. Tapi itulah, kalau kat M5 takkan kau nak jadi badut lagi kan?
Betul?
Tak apa, kali ni aku bawa betul-betul. tak, dia senang cerita siapa yang menang lah, dia akan wakil lah.
So,
kali ni semua serius lah.
buktikan lah. So, dekat M5 memang bantai lah semua negara.
Korang rindu tak line up SEA Games?
Jauh. Sebab dia paling bersendirian. Kita semua sama.
Okey Kalau aku rindu dua korang. Rindu line up SEA Games sebab rasanya itu line up paling solid tu dalam Malaysia. Jujur, tak tipu.
Kalau dari aku tak rindu yang kita kat boot camp. Aku rindu kita kat hotel. Sebab kat boot camp semua bahas diri pula. Dekat hotel tu yang dia rapat sikit. Oh, kau nangis Syah.
Nangis
Syah. Mana ada nangis?
Yang dia orang tengok bola kau macam ni.
Itu tak nangis lah. Cuma kalau dari segi... Tahu, saya rasa macam kalau masuk final lain. Dia lebih baik daripada tak masuk final. Dia punya kalah tu rasa lain lah. Walaupun sebab kita dah masuk final, kita nak dapatkan emas. Jadi bila kalah, rasa macam kecewa.
Jadi soalan ni untuk saya nak tanya dekat Ripo. Kalau kata dah pergi ke international bermain di Indonesia, dapat banyak sangat pengalaman. Kenapa tak boleh nak implement benda tu dekat Malaysia ataupun pasukan Malaysia yang tak boleh nak hit that kind of standard untuk bermain di taraf antarabangsa?
Ada macam mana, Bo?
Apa dia cakap apa?
Kau dah main kat Indo, kau tak boleh bagi tahu macam mana Indo main kita orang.
Kau nak bagi tahu apa ilmu tu dekat kita orang?
Dia punya standard tu tak ada.
Sebab kan, yelah kan nak bagi tahu kan kita semua musuh.
Bukan kat SEA Games.
Oh, kat SEA Games.
Tu baru boleh.
Oh, kat SEA Games. Aku bagi tahu lah macam
bukan maksudnya macam Selalu kat Indo ESP buat macam ni, Mid buat macam ni. Tak ada. Kau tak beritahu.
Oh. Asal kau korang tak tanya?
Boleh. Lagi mana tolonglah kita orang. Kita tak tanya.
Aku tu tak nak tolong. Maksudnya sebab mungkin daripada cara korang main tu dengan bila aku main dengan Indonesia dah hampir sama, tapi mungkin ada sikit-sikit je lah. Tapi benda tu tak terlalu mengimpact kan. So aku macam bila korang main macam tu, aku rasa macam oh betul lah tu, dia dah sampai sikit sama lah. So macam mungkin kalau ada perubahan sikit nak buat, aku boleh cakap dah hampir sama. Mungkin macam
hampir sama ke kita orang bawah lagi?
Apa beza dia?
Beza dia dekat communication dengan ni semua. Mentality dia orang lah macam tu beza dia.
Apa masalahnya bila kita pergi kat international, kita tercedok.
Memang tu. Level Malaysia lain tu. Kalau MPL Malaysia memang lain gila dengan international. Tapi aku rasa tu pun punca tu kita macam badut sikit kat international. Sebab kita punya saingan dekat Malaysia kurang kan.
Tak, macam mana aku nak menang tu?
Ni dah ada saingan.
Aku rasa dari segi kompetitif MPL team kan tak cukup strong macam Indo Filipin. Lepas tu itulah diorang lebih advance dari segi team play, strategi diorang. Tahu lah, dia tu macam sampai sekarang aku rasa Malaysia pun tak dapat lagi lah.
Aku rasa Malaysia main untuk main je kot. Nak nama.
Malaysia main untuk
dalam
Malaysia je.
Tak main untuk dapat duit gaji.
Gaji tu semua dah settle.
Dapat gerak. Tak ramai lah player-player yang macam kita. Harapan saya untuk komuniti Mobile Legends ni teruskan support kita orang. Jangan berhenti untuk support apa-apa yang event-event MPL kot, Muntun ke. Sebab daripada dulu sampai sekarang nampak macam sekarang kita dah start berkembang lah. Kira kalau contoh kalau pergi MPL tak ada orang. Macam season lepas ada tim yang bila kita lawan ni main tak ada orang. Kosong gila. Ada memang main tim apa Dia select tau. Dia beberapa tim je yang
Lunatix family dia je ada.
Tak best saja tu.
Mungkin kalau untuk komuniti MLBB boleh jadi macam contoh lah, sebagai contoh Homebois lah. Ada Homebois kan. Diorang tu ada supporter diorang yang main drum tu semua. Tim-tim lain sebenarnya perlu ada juga sebenarnya. Tapi kalau fans RG kan duduk je. Ada pun duduk dekat depan. Tak macam tepi-tepi tu ramai-ramai bam.
Tanya kepada Ciku dan juga Zon. Umum tahu yang Ripo pernah bermain di Indonesia. Kenapa Ciku dan Zon memilih untuk tidak keluar, sedangkan ramai yang tahu ada offer dari luar ataupun ada macam Zon pun ada punya former team ataupun team lama dia Geek Fam pun ada di Indonesia. Kenapa tidak memilih untuk bermain di luar dan lebih fokus bermain di Malaysia? Adakah takut?
Tapi pasal offer tahu aku rasa aku reject offer Indo dulu sebab aku bocah lagi tu, aku takut tu. Tahu aku tak berani tu nak pergi tu. Walaupun tentu offer menarik lah daripada tim-tim besar kan. Kira kalau aku pergi tak tahu apa jadi. Cuma itulah takut lah dulu nak pergi. Kau pula cik?
Aku sama juga jawapan kau. Aku bukan. Tak, aku tak nak ni kalau dari diri aku lah. Better aku main kat tim Malaysia dan aku menang dengan tim Malaysia, faham?
Tak ada feeling kan nak main untuk orang lain?
Tak ada. Kalau orang satu tim aku boleh ajar dia macam-macam. Apa benda yang aku tahu aku boleh ajar dia sebiji, tapi cara pemahaman dia lah.
I'm a rock star. Yeah.
Rockstar?
I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
Kita rockstar, kita buat saja gaya kita. Makin panas apinya sudah membara. Macam mana pun kau menempuh segala. Demi negara kau buat semua bangga. Step into my world, you know I'm always in my zone. You know I got my team, no I'm never alone. Bring out my best, buat yang terbaik. Jadi juara perlahan kita naik.
Aku nak push, naik-naik jadi lebih bagus. Jadi hero, ku ada skill. Berapa banyak musuh aku dah kill. Ramai cuba mencapai, cause they envy me. Tiap game aku pasti jadi MVP. Easy.
I'm a rockstar, baby, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, panggil aku rockstar. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rockstar.
I'm a rockstar, baby, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, panggil aku rockstar. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rockstar. peluang kita bawa pulang piala. This is my game, this is my time. Menang semua, everything will be mine. Kalau jatuh kau pasti kembali. Bangun balik ku tegak berdiri. Kuatkanlah tenaga, ganjaran diperoleh. Ni kejohanan kita, Malaysia memang boleh. Rise up to the top, kita buat bersama. Semangat kita kuat di bawah satu bendera.
I'ma go hard for the win. On the battlefield till the end. Trying to beat the greatest anyone has ever seen.
Stand by, I'm coming in for the win. I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star. Rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star. I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
I'm a rock star. Yeah,
Rock star.
Ay. I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
Kita rockstar, kita buat saja gaya kita. Makin panas apinya sudah membara. Macam mana pun kau menempuh segala. Demi negara kau buat semua bangga. Step into my world, you know I'm always in my zone. You know I got my team, no I'm never alone. Bring out my best, buat yang terbaik. Jadi juara perlahan kita naik.
Aku nak push, naik jadi lebih bagus. Jadi hero, ku ada skill. Berapa banyak musuh aku dah kill. Ramai cuba mencapai, cause they envy me. Tiap game aku pasti jadi MVP.
I'm a rockstar, baby, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, panggil aku rockstar. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rockstar.
I'm a rockstar, baby, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, panggil aku rockstar. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rockstar. Tengok nanti siapa yang juara. Ni peluang kita bawa pulang piala. This is my game, this is my time. Menang semua, everything will be mine. Kalau jatuh kau pasti kembali. Bangun balik ku tegak berdiri. Kuatkanlah tenaga, ganjaran diperoleh. Ni kejohanan kita, Malaysia memang boleh. Rise up to the top, kita buat bersama. Semangat kita kuat di bawah satu bendera.
I'ma go hard for the win. On the battlefield till the end. Trying to beat the greatest anyone has ever seen.
Stand by, I'm coming in for the win. I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
I'm a rockstar, baby, I'm a rockstar.
MPL Malaysia Season 12 is powered by Munton, official mobile internet hotlink. Score an epic MLBB skin for only RM1 with Hotlink. Summon your legends, unleash your style. Lightning-fast gaming experience with Hotlink all-new prepaid. Now with 5G. Visit the Hotlink booth today. Grind on. Confirm lah Nescafe. Never stop fighting. Grind on. Power up with only Nescafe. Thank you to all our sponsors for your support in MPL Malaysia Season 12.
Selamat kembali ke MPL Malaysia musim ke-12. Hari terakhir untuk regular season kita. Anda bersama dengan saya Rose, host anda sepanjang musim ini. Dan sekarang kita dah masuk dekat match terakhir untuk regular season. Manakala kita akan saksikan perlawanan Team Hak yang akan menentang Homebois. Will Homebois be able to secure the upper bracket? Ataupun Team Hak with their nothing to lose match akan stop Homebois untuk mendapatkan top 2 untuk regular season ini. So guys, sebelum apa-apa, I nak tanya dulu, pasukan mana yang korang nak menang perlawanan ini? Adakah Team Hak ataupun Homebois? So guys, full house dekat Dewan Sri Putra, last match pula. So kita buat vibe check. Alright. So, Team Hak, let me hear you scream! Alright, kuat. Alright, Homebois, are you guys ready? Nampaknya semua dah ready. So, I think sekarang, marilah kita menjemput Team Hak ke atas pentas MPL Malaysia. Satu-satunya pasukan yang berjaya lolos ke playoff melalui qualifier musim ini, Team Hak kembali dengan perubahan yang sangat drastik berbanding musim lalu. Menjadi bukti kebangkitan selepas kejatuhan, mampukah Team Hak bangkit semula hari ini menepaskan pasukan Homebois? Sama-sama kita saksikan. Flame Boys, give it up for Homebois! Pasukan Homebois menunjukkan mereka sememangnya mahukan slot ke M5. Mereka menunjukkan performance dan permainan yang begitu hebat untuk musim ini. Sokongan Flame Boys menjadi pembakar semangat untuk mencapai kemenangan. Berjayakah pewaris legenda menumpas slot ke upper bracket musim ini? Turn on the aircon because the stage is about to go on fire. Sekarang, marilah kita menjemput barisan marshal kita yang akan mengalas tugas untuk memastikan perlawanan sentiasa berjalan dengan adil dan lancar. Mari kita teruskan dengan fist bump di antara pasukan sebagai tanda profesionalism. Inilah gaya kita. Inilah semangat kesukanan kita. Kawan di luar gelanggang, lawan di Land of Dawn. Tengok guys, belum apa-apa Cibi dah start dah. Belum apa-apa Cibi. Dah ikut dah jadi host. Okay guys, untuk semua orang yang tak tahu kan, actually Cibi ni ada bakat jadi host. Alright. Aside from that, I nak tanya the entire Dewan Sri Putra, kalau anda semua dah ready untuk final match of the regular season. So, Dewan Sri Putra, are you ready? Nampaknya semua dah ready. So with that, let us start our last match. Teams, this is your moment. Game on.
107 games have been played up to this very moment on our final series of the MPL MY regular season of Season 12. My name is Gideon Q. This is going to be Husky as my co-caster for today in this very final series between Team Hawk looking to gatekeep the Homebois for making it into the upper brackets.
And the stakes are very high because for Homebois to make it, they need to win this 2-0. No other way around it. And I believe that there's actually one extra method to give them a boost to make that 2-0 happen.
So I've heard. A lot of the teams have been making a request for Nescafe specifically to make sure that they are awake and sharp throughout their games. You guys, too, can get yourself some exclusive Nescafe if you just come down to Day 1 Street Putra or check out your local stores if you're looking for the specific artwork that you want. So grind on as the new season's already here. Come on, la Nescafe!
Just in time for the new patch as well. Remember that we have heroes like Estes on it. I remember Angela is on it as well.
Yep, Wanwan's on it too.
Yeah, exactly, so it's all falling into place. So if you drink that Nescafe and play some Estes, that Ube strat is going to be so much more powerful. But at the same time, we also want to hear your thoughts on the MVP of the series.
Yep, this is going to be a difficult one as well. I don't know, I'm feeling like I want to lean into Iris, I want to lean in towards Chibi, the star players from both of these teams, but we might see somebody else step up to the mantle here. Yura has been doing a phenomenal job. Again, these are all suggestions for you guys. All you gotta do, scan the QR code below, and you might get some in-game rewards as we announce the winners at the end of the show.
We have rookies and veterans, we have the MVP of the season from Season 11 playing later on. And we also, at the same time, have the leading rookie of the season, which is Yura, that is going to be playing as well. So there's so many components for in this best of 3 that we need to look at.
Too many to think about. If you want something a little bit simpler and you're thinking about looking for maybe a 455% rebate on your diamonds, go purchase the weekly diamond pass. You can claim 100 diamonds on the day of purchase and another 120 by logging in for the next 6 days. Just the week. If you've got the time, make sure utilize it now while the Niobe skin is still giving off their 50% of their first roll of the day.
And the best part is that there's also the Layla saving box, right? So if you somehow miss out on some of the diamonds, don't worry, Layla's got it handled.
Don't forget, the Starlight, the new one, is coming up. So again, if you can collect those diamonds and get that rebate, I mean, you don't have to buy premium all the time like some people, but hey, you got cool name tags? I don't, but at the end of the day, you got to finish that Starlight if you want to make sure that you're maximizing your rewards.
Yeah, so many things to kind of claim from Mobile Legends, right? Very, very generous overall, but now we got to focus on the elephant in the room. One last ride for these two teams in the regular season. Homebois, they have one chance and one chance only to make it to the upper bracket, and it has to be a 2-0 over a team such as Team Hawk, and these two teams have very different journeys. When we look at week 3, the transfer window, that's when Homebois started to wake up, but that's also the same time when Team Hawk started struggling a little bit in terms of their performance. So, and then week 4 rolls around, these two teams started the reset, right? They started recovering, and right now they're probably in their best form. But the caveat is that it's a new patch. Who's going to adapt first?
Exactly, and that's the hardest part, is Malaysians love to stick to their identity. We love fighting, but when push comes to shove, the meta predetermines how you're going to do that. Homebois currently at 17 points. If they win 2-0, they will achieve 3 points, putting them above Team SMG. And you don't even have to worry about the head-to-head at that point. Team Hawk, on the other hand, 13 points. To them, it's not going to change too much. Just make the standings look a little bit bigger amongst the top 5 and the bottom 5.
Yeah, just like our first best of 3, Team Hawk has the duty to gatekeep Homebois and force them to play one more series in that playoffs, because when it comes to head-to-head, SMG beats Homebois, so Homebois got to get the clean sweep.
They got to get it. Let's start off by looking at Team Hawk's lineup, because this lineup has gone through a couple of evolutions here, whether it be their hero picks or if you're considering some of the players. They're coming up with their starting lineup. It's Gary, Noir, Panda, Yura, and as well as Iris. And I want to focus particularly on Yura, who has been quite outstanding. Before this, we were like, all he can play is Novaria, and then he shows off Valentina, and then he shows off his Eve, and then he just continues to impress us week after week.
And and there's a reason why he is the rookie of the season, or currently the rookie of the season, right? 120 points on the leaderboard. But he's also going up against someone like Warlord from Homebois.
And he is an absolute anchor and rock for the Homebois. I mean, obviously there's other moving parts like Zorn, for an example, to set things up. Chibi to maintain that pressure. Subbot to look for these engagements. And of course, Ryzel, when he wins that lane, usually he wins the game. But Warlord is the shot caller, and that's why they're playing him. I am curious whether or not they're going to maybe put Anip and Barbosa back to adjust for the upcoming, this current patch, but maybe we'll see that in Game 2.
Yeah, and then there are certain interesting elements about this current patch as well. You look at these two teams, they are not particularly... Oh, that's a cute baby. I'm getting sidetracked. They're not particularly favoring enchanted supports, right? You look at Zord, he loves supports that can engage, the Cho, the Kufra. You look at on the side of Team Hak, Noir, he does the exact same thing. So it comes down to who can adapt the fastest. And historically, Homebois, under the leadership of people like Jun, like Pops, and Cypher antagonists, they have been adapting pretty well. But whether you see Zorn on enchanted supports remains to be answered.
Now, Man, coming in as the analyst here, he's not going to be playing this particular game, but he's going up against people like Pops as well as antagonists, who's in the sidelines for now, making sure that they are up to date with the stats for the overall patch. But of course, we can't forget the big brother of the team, Cypher, as the other analyst for the side of the Homebois. And yes, the reformation in week number 4 has been important because both teams continue to evolve. Homebois felt like they got their fundamentals together. Team Hak, it looked like they were expanding their overall pool because RSG figured out the counter, and then Lunatix copied that answer and then countered them to win their match.
And the craziest thing is that match actually allowed Lunatix to just scrape back into the playoffs, right?
Right!
And Homebois, funny enough, the only team, well, RSG MY is the only team that beat everyone else but not Homebois. And then when you look at the hot topic for this series, is it going to be hooray or oh no for Homebois? And judging by the trajectory so far, I think is leaning towards the former.
Yeah, it's a little tough to say because here's the thing, right? As much as I love Team Hak right now, to be able to put up a performance like RSG, it's tough. It's really, really tough. They are on top of the standings for a reason, and the fact that the Homebois were able to kind of beat them, catching them off guard before they really got their footing, does kind of set the stage for what this game, the level of polish you need for a new patch. It's crazy. But let's also compare the standings, because in season 11, week number 5, they were sitting 2-6. They flipped that around after beating the qualifiers and getting relegated in season 11, and coming into season 12, ending 5-3 right now.
Yeah, which is pretty crazy because when you look at Team Hak, they were once MPL MY champions, and a season after that they completely lost their touch, went down the drain, got relegated, and this is kind of like the recovery story for Team Hak, right? They have been able to make a mark. They've shown us how to come back from a game at the get-go. They've shown us very innovative draft. They were the first team to pick the Gourd for Yura and make it work.
Point. Yes, yes. The Gourd has been a staple for Yura as well as the Navaria. Warlord, on the other hand, you can't forget about his Cecilia, man. This guy loves his scaling mages. He knows how to space. He even picked up Gourd for himself. So I want to see whether or not Yura or Warlord is going to predetermine what the draft is going to look like, right? Are they going to be highly prioritized, or are we thinking about scaling into the later stages of the game, or are we just reverting back to Gourd?
I honestly wouldn't be surprised if Homebois decides to take Gourd for Warlord just to shut it away from Yura. In this case, I don't think Team Hak cares about it too much, but we've seen how Homebois really adjust playing around with the Gourd, right? They understand the strength of the Gourd is that if he lands his ability, he gets to one-shot people. And remember, that's how Homebois were taking games off of teams like SRG, who did play a composition that has a very strong brick wall, but Homebois broke through it just by using that Gourd as a centerpiece, which you don't see every day.
Yep, true damage just beats out all your tank items. You can be as tanky as you want, but that true damage is just too good, too good. In the meantime, though, I will say that from the evolution that we've seen from both of these teams, right, and especially when we come down to our dream team best mid laner, Yura not only is currently on the standings of MVP the highest, but is second place here too.
Yeah, and I'm slightly surprised that you know, Yura has slightly lower, it has the lowest KP overall, considering that the role that he plays for his team, right? You know, Varia, Gore, you know, Warlord is also on the list, just slightly behind in terms of damage per minute, but overall, there's a reason why these two players are so much decorated. Not putting Stormy aside, they both play very integral roles, and they both have niche picks that they can fall back to if everything else doesn't work out.
And they're Indonesian. So, I mean, it's just one of the few things that are making them better than everybody else. We know the Indonesian fans are obviously going to be showing their support because, again, these are now becoming staple members of both of these branded teams.
Yeah. Homebois, M5 has kind of been the model for this season as well, right?
Yeah.
They were looking to represent represent our home country on the world stage. And I remember last week when we looked at the Kita Bersama video, it was what, Zorn, Ciku and Ripple, and one of them is not going to make it for sure this season. So Homebois, they have one last chance to prove that they deserve to be there, because right now at the top is RGMY and SMG, and they both made an agreement that they are going to be the ones to represent Malaysia. There's a lot of storylines going on, but I think the Homebois are feeling very confident about it.
Yeah, I mean, they want to be able to kind of just be the champions of Season 12 just so they don't have to go through the wildcards, because that's a whole new can of worms that we have to open up if we're thinking about regions. Honestly, we call them quote-unquote minor regions, but some of them are really good after what we've seen, not only in the SEA Games, but even from IESF.
Even from M4, right? We lost to the Valley, and that was a team that, at that point of time, doesn't really have a stable pro league to play in. So, you know, the other regions, they're definitely catching up. As much as we are looking at the mid lane matchup, I feel like the jungle matchup also is going to be very important, because Chibi got unlocked last week, right? They kind of broke him free from his shackles. No longer... that's a winner right there.
There we go!
There
we finally see the result!
Yes, it's done it!
Yes!
It has paid off!
We need stats to see how many people would say that they confessed and how many success stories there are. We need a percentile.
Good. I mean, our fans are heating up. But yeah, back to the draft. I'm looking at the jungle matchup as well, because Chibi, again, unlocked from just playing tanks. Now he gets to play Assassin. His Helker now has still 100% success rate, if I'm not mistaken, right?
That is correct.
Team Hawk, they're going to still focus on the Matilda and the Edith ban, but for Homebois, they're going to take out the Fanny first, lock Gary out, who is and has always been the guy that drags Team Hawk across the finishing line.
Yeah, he is a nasty, nasty player. I mean, his mechanics are definitely top-notch. The question is, can he keep up? Honestly, half the time between these two junglers, there's a lot of similarities between Team Hawk and as well as the Homebois, right? People on the side of the Homebois have mentioned that Chibi, they can't keep up with him in terms of how quick he actually makes these calls and clears out the jungle. And the same can be said about Gary with his overall mechanics. So it feels like Homebois and Team Hawk are two sides of the same coin.
Yeah, in a degree, yes, but there's one, I think, distinct characteristic that separates them from each other, whereas is that Chibi, we haven't seen him until week 4, right? He's always been the front line, kind of the break wall, Fredrin, Martis, all over again, and then he goes into the assassin role. Whereas for Gary, sometimes it feels like that he has a lot of weight to pull when his team isn't performing at their best. For Homebois, they don't really have that much of a worry, right? It's like Warlord is always consistent, Riser always gets to make the play, and we want to look for that reflection in Team Hawk, which sometimes can be lacking.
Which is kind of crazy to imagine that even amongst two teams that are so similar, there are still levels of I wouldn't even say competency, but levels of polish. And hopefully, we're going to see top-tier polish from both sides. We see the X-Borg, the Matilda, as well as the Edith bands coming out from the side of Team Hawk. Homebois now hold priority, as they've already banned out the Fanny, as mentioned before, but also Baxia.
Yes. That's a big indicator of what Homebois are thinking, right? Angela, Florin, they are, Rafaela, we've seen these three, even the Ube side. If you want to put the Estes in it, no problem as well. Remember, Enchanter supports now, their skills scales better with magic power, so even the more reason to build into magic power items that not only improves the survivability of your teammates, but actually gives you more damage for you to trade with the enemy in the early game. But there's also good news for Team Hawk. Explore is banned now. Iris loves the Teresa and the Paquito. Both of them are going to be on the table.
I think it might actually go for it. This might be a potential Khalid versus Terizla matchup in the EXP lane. We'll see in just a little bit here, because again, we have... I would want to see people actually evolve from what we see in the meta right now, which is the double roam, double support. I'm looking for bursty type of EXP laners. I'm looking for like strong AoEs from your supports as well as your mid laners. This could be like Farsa and as well as Atlas, Odette with Atlas as well. Many ways that kind of chunk out multiple people at once, and it forces you to be like, oh yeah, my Flask of Oasis only helps one guy at a time.
Well, there's Johnson. people can choose to get into the full speed. Full throttle, not full speed ahead.
Here we go. First
Valentina.
From the side of Team Hawk, going to be the Valentina. I think it's safe, it's reliable, you know, nothing, doesn't give away too much from the side of Team Hawk, especially since they're on the blue side. But let's see, now Homebois have 2 priority picks here. If they go for Estes, Blessing the Moon Goddess can get stolen away. If they go for Rafaela, Holy Blessing can get stolen away. So it's something that Homebois need to keep in mind.
And that's what I think Team Hawk also identify, right? They see the Angela ban, which probably is one of the only supports, healing supports that Valentina doesn't want the ultimate on her. So now you kind of give yourself a lot of lead, a lot of breathing room to work with, regardless of what Homebois picks up. If they want to go into the healing support, even the Florin, right? The ultimate, the Bloom is also not too bad for Yura. It skills with magic power. You're going to bring the Iritel and the Terizla, so you secure those lane and you take away Iris's most comfort hero.
I like that. I like that a lot. I'm curious to see whether Team Hawk actually wants to look to beat out Ryzel on this Irithel, potentially going in for a Bruno. I mean, obviously his first skill has been nerfed a little bit. It just means that you have to stack up his passive a little bit earlier on in the lane before you take the trade, rather than walk up, instantly first skill, get the trade back out.
And the good news is that the Claude is also on the table if Team Hawk have the intention to go for the late game, right? So you can keep panning out the Claude if he wants to. He has the genes to just dive into a battlefield, so perfect hero for him overall. Probably the next best choice on the table. There's also the Paquito left for Iris if they want to go for it, right? You play the side lanes, which is something that he traditionally is very good at. Great stats, but they're going to give him the Yuzhong just to get a slightly better lane into Terizla, and just like you said, Gideon, the Bruno gets picked up.
Yeah, this will be interesting because now the changes to the Yuzhong is with the Sha residue and as well as his Black Dragon Tail, where the edge of it has increased damage, and from 2% to 2.5%, that extra 0.5% from that Sha residue, it means if you're 10% HP and it procs, you're almost guaranteed to die.
And the best part is that you also have some sort of sustain in lane, right? You're not relying too much on items like a Paquito. You can always queue up. But it also comes down to those slight windows of trace. Who is going to get the first hit in first? It's always important when you are dealing with Terizla. Homebois putting Chibi back on the Fredrin, you know, no need for any fancy assassin just yet, but we see the Helker ban. And this could indicate that Homebois have the intention to pick up something like a Novaria or a Gord for Warlord.
Possibly. But that's under the assumption that Team Hawk actually goes for some kind of a tank-style jungler. I mean, Martis is still technically available. Homeboy's making the smart decision of getting rid. Again, we've already got 4 jungle bans from the side of Homeboys. We clearly know who they're looking at.
And Team Hawk just banned out the Novaria, right? So it's a very clear indicator that Novaria Terizla is always a good combo. Novaria plus Irithel, the heavy crossbow starts splashing a lot more.
Yeah.
So Team Hawk gotta eliminate that possibility. But the far side is still online. The Sicilian is still available if Homeboys ever wants to go for it.
I think right now, Team Hawk, just get rid of the Angela. Like, put the Heart Guard out of your mind. Oh, it's already... Oh, yes, it was banned out by the Homeboys. Sorry. That is my bad. So that means, without having the Heart Guard at the very least, how else are you going to actually maintain that speed? I'm thinking along the lines of Rafaela, maybe. Just to kind of increase the movement speed coming in from the Irithel. She's able to get her shots off. Team Hawk decides to go for the farm. That way, their dives are going to be that much more effective. I feel that maybe, just maybe, they're setting up for Gary to go on an assassin.
There is a possibility, right? You can have the assassin
Ling's
plus
available.
1 Ling. Well, if they want to pick an enchanter, the Florin is still there.
Homeboys holds priority for now. They're going to be locking in the Cho.
That's the Zone special. So you keep Warlord's hero for last just to see what Team Hawk has. And I do enjoy it. And meanwhile, there it is. Our cameraman is having the time of his life.
Literally the owner of Team Hawk sending the message where it's time to hold hands, Homeboys. You're not going up any higher than this.
Oh boy. But yeah, Team Hawk right now, they got to review their draft. So you're looking for a support and a jungler. If Gary were to go to Assassin, I wouldn't even feel like Ling is a good choice. It's actually pretty hard with the Cho and Terizla around. You might be thinking of something that can hold the floor. Maybe the Martis.
Your team is
Martis, Kufra to finish the lineup.
It looks like, I mean, for the side of Team Hawk, they're not really adopting the new hospital meta that we've been so praising so much, so quote-unquote praising for extending these games. But Homeboys, on the other hand, final pick here. Let's see what it's going to be. It's going to be the Gord this time round. You got tanks on Team Hawk's side. They'll get melted down.
We've seen this when they fought against Selang or Red Giants, I believe, where you have all these tanks. Well, guess what? I'm going to put you out of position with my Cho. I have a break wall front line, and if we somehow catch you and lock you down, you get absolutely melted. Kufra is going to have a hard time. Yudona has to be very careful of where he dies because the choke can always kick him away when needed.
This will be an interesting one, right? I feel like with the new patch and all the changes to it, even if we were playing on the old patch, probably looks pretty similar, you know?
Yeah, I mean, this is what we kind of expected coming into this, right? The teams are playing to what they're comfortable with, all these flashy engages from the side of Homebois. I mean, I would be a bit surprised if Zone actually goes on someone like Angela, right? You take away a lot of that flair that this guy has.
Yeah, that's why I was thinking that maybe, like, out of both of these teams, the supports were going to get affected no matter what. I was thinking Franco Matilda might be a high priority for either side, but still, with Matilda being banned out here, I think that at least for the side of Team Hawk, they've got strong dive, and Homebois, that team fighting can be scary.
And what both teams have is that it's not easy to reach the enemy goal laner, right? So I think the goal laner matchup between Panda and Rizal is also going to be a highlight for this game.
All right, let's keep this in mind as we start rolling into the game. It's going to be Team Hawk on the blue side versus Homebois on the red side. Gary as well as Chibi going to be starting on the orange buff, so opposite sides of the map.
I wouldn't be expecting any early invades, and maybe Zorn is going to try and check out the jungle, and that's pretty much it. On the side of Homebois, they don't really have too much of their luxury. On the side of Team Hawk, excuse me, they won't have that much of a luxury, but Homebois, again, early game damage, you cannot match up against them. They're just going to start taking away camps whenever they can.
Fast 2 coming in quick for at least Zorn, already affecting the lane for the Bruno, making it really tough for him to walk up and start trading effectively against Rizal, especially with the nerfs to the Bruno. I'm trying to see, where do they start attacking on the map, right? Are they still going to be playing top-sided? Are they going to be playing bottom-sided? Or are they thinking about just slowing down Gary?
I feel like if Team Hawk wants to find a lane that they can force something to happen, you might want to look at the Terizla lane, right? You have certain setup with the Yudong already. If you can bring the Martis there, you can actually put the Terizla out of position. If you don't kill him, you can at least punish him. Because at the same time, that's where the turtle will spawn in another 30 seconds.
That's a good point here. If you can deny him that level 4, it could just be a free Lord. Based on the emblems, I did see that Warlord is going for the Wilderness Blessing. And that's important because he wants to be rotating across the map, and he wants to be rotating fast. He's not looking to scale super hard. He just wants to be able to really affect the side lanes.
Homebois are already posturing around the turtle, and they know that Noir does not have the Tyrant's Revenge for at least the next 10 seconds. The Homebois, they're not in a rush. They just need to get somebody's level 4.
Yep. Sapat hits level 4, no problem. Bottom side, Gord is looking to hit level 4 himself from the bonus EXP. In the meantime, Gary and GB holding him hostage here, pulling the turtle to his side of the pit. Gord hiding in Tri-Brush. Gotta be wow, early Mystic Clutch here. Black Dragon form has been called upon them. Sees only 2. They realize that Sapat is actually nearby, but Gary's put down to 50% of his HP. Iris can fight this out, but only for how long, as the penalty zone might just come out. Praise's Wrath is down. They find it. A good jump. Sapat jumps on his own. The penalty zone of his own, as we see a quick collapse. First Blood's through. GB's dead. Iris is dead. Sapat bit the dust, and finally the turtle will fall into the hands of Team Hawk.
Aha, certain things happen. First of all, Homebois forgot the cardinal rule that Furious dies as a residual knockup. Got knocked up, Yura steals the penalty zone, re-engages. Now they'll get 2 kills and the turtle for themselves. Great awareness from Team Hawk to recognize the opportunity.
Yep, honestly, I thought Homebois were going to be the one that actually pounces on this opportunity to kill Iris. Like, Iris used a good amount of his abilities there. I can't believe they wanted to try and rush and follow up, especially without the Mystic Gush.
Initially, I also thought that Homebois are just dragging it out so that Zorn will get level 4 off of the mid wave that was about to mid in the middle lane. But Iris uses the Black Dragon form, like you said, prematurely, right? And that really threw Homebois off their momentum. They feel like, all right, no Black Dragon form, let's punish him. And they kind of got a bit overexcited. Good news is that they do have the Iritel lane that is doing fairly well, so that goal lead is non-existent for Team Hawk, even though they won the fight against the turtle.
Panda has the wave exactly where he wants it, with Zorn and Noir just looking at each other in the eye. Panda getting some good trades against Rizal. He's already level 6. They lock down onto Zorn's side. The stun is good. Zorn flickers out of there, and Chibi is here to back him up. Noir is forced to flicker away as they get the kick on towards Gary's side. Yura here to join the fight, and Panda holds on his own. Rizal gets zoned off from 2 minions as Sabat is in the mid lane. He's gonna get chunked. No penalty zone from Yura, unfortunately, as it doesn't connect.
Now Homebois, good idea, but does not have enough damage. Rizzo is too afraid to walk in because Panda has already chunked him out to less than half health. And Panda, he's going to be happy right here. He even used the Worldie, so you're taking away the defenses of Homebois in that situation. Good news for Gary though, he's starting to snowball on the smartest.
Is, and I think the scariest part here, oh wait, no, it wasn't the penalty zone, it was the Furious Dive. The Exorcist skin in the penalty zone looks so very similar until it lands, but in the meantime, looking towards the top side of the map, they might be able to set up a dive here. We'll see whether that's going to come to fruition, but it's taking a little long.
See, the first item for Surfbite is actually the Dominant Ice, so now he can stay in lane a bit better and actually punish Iris a lot more if he tries to lane directly. So you can see Surfbite, he's going to start to proxy the wave because with the Dom Ice, Iris cannot sustain enough.
Oh, wait, the proxy down by Subbot here. That means it's going to be a 5v4 up on the top side of the map around that turtle. Noir and Zorn still in each other's faces, but here comes the Black Dragon form to try and zone out of Chibi for as long as possible. He's going to commit everything onto him as they get the turtle, and now we might be in some trouble as Noir finally goes down. Subbot in the back line, but he doesn't want to commit just yet. He has a penalty zone, but his teammates are not near enough to capitalize on it.
Team Hunt will take that trade any day. You trade both Romans and you get the turtle for yourself. And at the same time, again, you're winning out in the numbers, right? Team Hunt, they just have better space to work with. Subbat is late to the lane. Ideally, you want him to be able to shove, but because of that interaction, now that bottom lane has been resetted for both laners.
All right. If that's the case, we are seeing the first items start to come through, especially for the Homebois, right? It's important to keep in mind that Warlord does actually have the Ice Queen's wand, and there have been changes to the Ice Queen's wand, but first, Noir, gonna get locked down for a while. Does Warlord want to commit on this? They got the flicker out of him, they turn this around, but they're not committing any time. Oh wait, no, he doesn't have it! Ryzel is able to finish him off. A great handover kill for the Homebois.
A bit unfortunate, the penalty zone from Yura. Noir brought them just as out of range, and the penalty zone ended up missing. That could have been something for Team Hard, but he just lost a Roma. Everyone else still unaffected. Yura gets to clear out the middle wave. Team Hard, it's just a minor reset.
Yeah, really beautiful punish coming in from the Homebois. They knew Noir didn't have the Tyrant's Revenge. He already used it prior to that, and they have a rough idea of what the cooldown is, so that's why you're seeing that the Homebois are committing big ultimates to take him out as quickly as possible. In the meantime, though, neutral states for both of the lanes, 32 seconds until the next turtle spawns, and you can see that through the mid lane, Homebois wants to take control over the map.
And Subbat is going to move first. He just cleared the entire wave.
Yura locked down for too long. That energy eruption is going to keep him in place. With a quick response coming in from the Homebois side, Noir tries, but the penalty zone is going to lock him down. They've already lost 2 members pre-turtle. Homebois in full control.
And they cancel the Tyrant's rage, the Tyrant's revenge 2 times in that interaction.
Big Sag, can't do much about that. Ryzel hitting a second item power spike here. With the Berserker's Fury, it's going to be a lot easier for him to run down his targets, get the damage necessary. Gary trying to get close to the pit. Black Dragon form has been used. They might reset the turtle, and Homeboys do exactly that. Ryzel trying to get on out of there. Gets hit by the Petrified, but not the Furious Dive. Now they pull on backwards. Oh, the penalty zone from Yura. Can he finish off Ryzel? He gets it. The Terrify stops the penalty zone, and they clap back 2 for 2.
Yeah, and Iris again making the big play. They might be looking for more.
Oh man, that stunned him. That's so unlucky. Dang, man. Warlord is really sharp with these stuns.
And Team Hawk, they were just able to buy enough time. Homeboys, they were looking to run down the turtle as fast as possible, but they have no way to keep Gary away from the fight.
I mean, it really boils. Oh, wait, hold on. Noir, he doesn't have his ult, but he does get the initial hit onto GB's side. They're going to back away. They've got the tier 1, but now Yura's in so much trouble. Gets kicked as well. Are they going to commit everything? No, they don't have to commit too much. Just enough to kill Yura off. But look at the top side. Gary not wasting any time.
Finally opening up the lane, and the best part for Team Hung is that they also got the bot tier 1. When you compare the Tara status, all tier 1s have been taken away on the side of Homeboys, whereas for Homeboys themselves, here you get a consolation prize. Yura overextends a little bit, but that is pretty much it. Now Team Hung has allowed themselves to move around more freely, and that's very important when you are on someone like Noir on this Kufra who wants to take up space.
Even though the score is 6-6, the goal differential is so little here. 1.5k isn't going to mean too much for a lot of the members here. They need to get some cleaner leads, but GB now finally having the Guardian's Helm, it's going to keep him alive a lot longer in these fights. He is a level down onto Gary though, so these small interactions are starting to pile up.
Team Hawk will be able to defend that turret also. Noir should be fine checking this.
Okay, he spots it out, no problem. Gary is going to take the front line once again, but it's very difficult to punish him at this point, right? He is quite strong. First half of the mortar coil used, trying to bait things out. Noir jumps on towards the right target, and Supai can't do anything. He's terrified, can't even get the penalty zone up in time. The way of the Dragon by a little bit more. Penalty zone of their own on top of Chibi as Iris zones the rest off. Left to dry, 2 down. 3 more to go. No objective to take, but 20 more seconds to have Lord control.
And Gary is going to start taxing the jungle of Homebois at this point. Take away the orange buff, take away as much as possible. Hit level 13, so you put yourself 2 levels ahead of Chibi just as the Lord spawns.
Oh, right at the cusp. Right at the cusp here. Homebois. Now it's clear that Team Hawk have the lead, but Homebois could clap back. We've seen them do this before. The real question is whether or not, I mean, it's a stretch, but whether or not Chibi can actually land this retribution under the Homebois' banner. Keep in mind of that brand because they are very good at these 50-50s.
Yeah, they've done it plenty of times. That's how they came back against RG and Wine on week 1 as well, which is pretty crazy when you think about it. It's Warlord and Rizal of all people that steals the objective.
Okay, they lock down Zorn, but he's able to Shunpo out of there. That's a big ultimate already down. Iris waiting for his Black Dragon form to actually come back up. In the meantime, we're gonna slowly do this more dance. No reason to rush it. They're already a level ahead. Oh wait, Zorn finds the way of the dragon onto your side. Black Dragon form is going to try and zone Rizal away. No winds of nature. This is an opportunity. Petrify lands. Furious Dive hasn't been utilized, but it means that the shot residue and the execute gets him. Shot residue blocked in time. Black Dragon tail for the win, and Yura takes the Mystic Gush. This is a free Lord for the side of Team Hawk, and Yura is going to jump and force Warlord to use his flicker.
Supai was in such a good position. He was playing towards the bottom side, but Zorn wanted to start it off. So Supai couldn't join the fight in time, and by the time he reaches there, they not only didn't kill Yura, but they ended up losing 2 crucial members. So Team Hawk just able to clutch it out a bit better. The idea was there for Homebois, but unfortunately the conditions were not met.
Yeah, and not to mention that Team Hawk actually got them at a real... I mean, the engage happened at a bad time, but Team Hawk set it up, right? They got the waves on their side. This is not a Lord-empowered wave. This is because Homebois have refused to correct the waves in and of itself. So much minions have built up on top and bottom side. A free tier 2 was accomplished because of this, and now with Team Hawk with a 5k gold lead, expect this last tier 2 on top side to fall.
At the same time, Homebois, they're relying a lot on Zorn and Chibi to heal. The problem is that they have not been successful in doing so because this Black Dragon keeps threatening Rizal and Warlord. You're forcing them to use their Purify and Flicker, and it's very hard for Zorn to find a target to kick away.
So much energy in the crowd right now. The Hawk fans, they're hoping for more. Here it comes. If they can get an inhibitor here, that's a huge win for the side of Team Hawk, and they do it perfectly. Nice utilization of the Black Dragon form. They need to just back out. They could look for a second inhibitor if they're greedy, but without the Black Dragon form, there's no real means to zone them away. Meantime, looks like we're back to neutral states.
6.5k goalie for Team Hawk at this stage of the game. And this just makes Homebois' game 10 times harder. Now Zorn, we've seen a lot of his flicker kick. Every single kick from this point onwards matters, but he cannot reach the back line, right? He's found Yura once, and Rizal needs to get in on it, but he can't because Iris is constantly zoning him away, and Rizal, despite him having a mediocre game, he has not been able to dish out the damage that his team requires from him.
And here's the thing, right? Half the time that Iris engages onto Rizal, the question comes down. Is Iris going to use the Furious Dive with the Petrify, or is he going to stagger it a little bit to try and bait out spells from the side of Rizal, right? Remember, he still has that Purify, and if he holds onto his heavy crossbow long enough, he might be able to create enough distance to get away from Iris after the Black Dragon form.
And ideally, you just press Purify just to get, you press Petrify just to get the Purify up, because Furious Dive, you need a buffer time, right? So that Petrify guarantees that Rizal will not have anything to protect himself. Team Hawk, they're going to take control of the map, and Homebois, they're forced to clump together.
Rizal opting to take up a DHS. He's sick of these tanks being able to sustain through the damage. He needs some form of survivability. I mean, he got an early Hosklon as well as a Berserker's Fury, but with the extra on hit to shred down the tanks of Team Hawk, it's definitely going to be beneficial, especially since he's got the double shot passive.
Bruno is also starting to come online. Panda 2-0-6. He is going to start hitting like a truck. you compare these two goal laners at this stage of the game, I would pick the Bruno any day, right? Chibi, they don't have any ways to get onto the Bruno, but Team Hawk, they can actually dive Rise Out and Warlord. So you take that into account, suddenly Bruno becomes a big threat to beefy frontlines like Chibi and Sapat and even Zorn to a certain extent.
And here's the big difference, right? When you're comparing something like Cho to a, well, Noir on this Kufra, there is a hard tank and then there is a semi-tank. Noir, his base stats are just naturally higher than Zorn's. Even though he doesn't have a lot of damage, just look at how much health he has. It's ridiculous. Now, they're rushing down this lore. They secure it no problem. They've locked down Chibi, and Iris is here to get into the middle of the fight. This could be huge as they get locked in the Tribe Rush. Oh my goodness, the damage! They're forced backwards, and now the chase starts for Ryzel. Chibi looking to transition out, but Yura is able to hit the penalty zone in the back line. Panda's in trouble, and Sapat himself is peeled away. Chibi is able to find the kill onto Gary's side. Panda still trying to outplay this. He gets the immortality as they finally create space for him. They're still running. Chibi can only take so much damage. He ends up dying to Panda, who is fully still. Ryzel wins some nature to keep him alive. World E enough. No! Panda, 1 HP, almost dying. Yura saves the day again.
Yura and Noir, big encounter engage again. The stolen penalty zone. We thought Hima ran to a choke point, and then Homebois does the exact same thing. The Wardy shredding all the defenses, and they might just end this game.
They're going to try Iris getting in underneath the crystal. Zorn going to get a good kick onto Panda. You Purify. Wait, he doesn't actually have the Purify. Zorn just couldn't finish him off in that time. He didn't complete the combo, and they clear all waves from all sides on the spawn. They're going to get one more inhibitor for this.
They might get the top one as well. Chibi just came back. Team Up cannot end the game, but they've definitely opened up the entire base of Homebois.
Oh my gosh, this is disgusting. One counter engage cost all of this, and Panda now playing very disrespectfully. Oh, the penalty zone only lands on towards Gary's side, but notice that Chibi gets shredded down. Iris is still alive! Combos him down, and they're looking for the end. The momentum is on their side, and Team Hawk close out game number 1.
Oh my god, Team Hawk's team fight, the counter engage again. Yura doing exactly what he needed to do. Noir following up. You see the worry about shredding all the defenses on the side of Homebois, and a little bit of an unfortunate circumstances towards the very end. Ryzel, he was trying to play, you know, jiggle attack. Couldn't get in range to finish off the Bruno. He just needed one more attack, and he couldn't find the angle. That was the difference maker. He even had the Wisdom Nature active. Oh man.
That is definitely one of those Haas Claw divs. You just land, you're just praying that each one of your auto attacks could crit to save your life, even if it's not the Powerball. Holy cow, what a game coming in from Team Hawk.
Yeah, Iris, this is the Iris that we all know and love. Just disruption disruption through and throughout. I mean, Homebois, I felt like maybe Ryzel was calling the shot in that team fight. They're like, go, I can kill them, I win chant. Chibi dives in. When Ryzel wasn't even there, he ends up dying, and Ryzel got left all alone. And even until the very end, that last defense, Warlord was almost holding on, and then Iris, petrified, came back up, dives in, stuns him during the Mystic Gush, and that was it. There was no more defense for Homebois.
I couldn't believe it that Iris survived that long. He literally jumped at Warlord through the Mystic Gush, and remember, the Mystic Gush, the true damage comes from the passive, so he needs multiple ticks. I can't believe he survived that long to make it happen.
Wow, what a game one.
Such a sweaty game even. Honestly, let's look at the MVP in the backstage. It's going over to Yura. Well done. His Terrify is making the difference in this game. His counter engages with stolen penalty zones. What a beast.
But I definitely prefer this more than the hospital meta. We get some proper, man-to-man game. No people chickening out in the middle of the fight to heal back up. Yura did have a slightly slower start, but man, these team fights, he really showed up when he needed to. And just punishing Homebois, right? Homebois, sometimes when they get the confidence, they commit to a fight, and Yura just has the tempo breaker, always finding the penalty zone counter engage, and always kind of using Homebois' tendency to run them down whenever Iris doesn't have a Black Dragon form to punish them.
I agree. I think that right now, Team Hawk in that game itself, it just came down to teamfight execution, and there and then, Team Hawk's teamfight was just a little bit better. I think Homebois made some good calls. Don't get me wrong, right? Especially in that last sequence. We're gonna talk about it even more, but we're gonna be throwing it over to listen to the comms of Team Hawk in our mic check.
Lu aja lah.
Mak lu gak tahu.
Gua bilang gua masuk YouTube dia biasa aja, Cok.
Mak gua bangga sih masuk.
Tak, ni doh kalau Cibi nak retry kan. Ni, pos.
Mendekati.
Aku tengok. Santai, Riz.
Aman. Nampak Yura. Nice, Yura.
Dah sikat dah. Last sikat.
Mampus kau, Raizal. Dah one.
Boleh. Tengok aku sakit.
Nampak.
Boleh.
Mati tu.
Dah, dia tahu.
Nice, Pandau.
Last.
Nice. Mimit.
Atas bawah.
Aku on duel.
Atas bawah guys.
Cot ada.
Aku battery. Go.
Nice, Riz. Nice. Nen.
Mantap, guys.
Oh man, you can tell the intensity of this matchup coming in from Team Hawk as well as the Homebois. But Hawk coming up on top in here for game number 1. They had a 10k goal lead after 16 minutes 20 seconds, claiming all the towers from the Homebois.
A lot of things went right for Team Hawk, and a lot of them set up by people like Iris and Yura, most specifically, right? Yura, the eye for opportunity is always there. He's getting multi-target penalty zone, always hitting the backlines. Somehow, we say Homebois backline, not easy to penetrate unless you're Iris, and Yura completely defies all logic and was able to find Warlord and Rizzo every single time.
I think the biggest problem was the fact that Homebois, every time they got caught out, do you notice that it's always by a bend? It's a bush and a bend. If it turns 90 degrees, they're in trouble because that penalty zone can hop over walls. And honestly, Iris played a phenomenal game. I like his build. He's not even greeting out for the Dominance Ice, because why have it when you are trying to negate the damage from specifically Irithel, who is your biggest problem?
At the same time, Yura even went for the tough boost, right? He knows that he has the role. He's going to be the one diving in. And if anything, he's going to be in the front line majority of the time. So having a bit of the toughness, a bit of reduction in crowd control is going to help him out. And again, blessing on the Wow is going to allow him to rotate. Nothing out of the ordinary overall. Iris greeting out a little bit with the Oracle, but like you said, Dom Ice, not super important. It's all about staying alive and negating as much as the Dom Ice as possible.
I mean, it's a lot of trust, right? You trust that your gold laner is going to do it. You trust that Yura is going to be able to find these picks, and luckily he does. Even for Rizal, he was realizing how frustrating it is to deal with Bokufra as well as the Yuzong, forcing him to actually go outside of the build. Instead of going for the GDS, third item, he decided, you know what, I have to get the DHS, and now I'm getting dived so often, I need a Winds of Nature.
And you compare it, what this Cho and Terisla wants to do in this game, right? Sometimes you are looking for the Cho to find the pickoff, and it's either that or the Terisla gets a big penalty zone. But every single time they've been able to find those openings, Team Hawk always re-engages with a stolen penalty zone. So Homebois are put in a spot where we need to have the perfect scenario. We need them to walk to a choke point, we need them to get hit by our abilities, and we need to kill them right then and there, because we saw. And the team fight that broke the whole game open, Homebois caught 3 members of Team Hawk with a full Mystic Gush, couldn't kill anyone, and ended up losing the fight.
Team Hawk literally stole the game plan of Homebois, unironically, right? Let's look at the post-game stats, and maybe we can get a better picture in terms of the raw damage that was coming out of Panda. Like, Panda wasn't in a majority of these fights, especially like Turtle side. He was just all by himself. The last couple of sequences really beefed up his numbers.
Yeah, this guy is like, what, 6-0-9 by the end of the game? One of the best games that we've seen from him. And it's all set up by his teammates, right? Even his team fights that he joined, he shows up, he throws the worldie in. It's one of those abilities that you don't really pay attention to because, it's not the easiest one to spot, but he starts shredding all your physical defenses, and suddenly he's helping out Iris, he's helping out Gary, he's helping himself. These front lines, Homebois who are expected to stay alive for a long time, become so vulnerable because your backline is also getting dove. And especially when you can see Sabat in particular is put in a very tough spot because the only way for him is forward. and his teammates are getting taken out by Team Hawk.
Exactly. I think, you know, in terms of the pairings in this matchup and how they should be communicating, we definitely did see a bit of a disconnect between Sapat and as well as Zorn. I think they needed to communicate specifically with each other in these situations to kind of find these opportunities of, yes, if you are going to kick somebody, am I going to double down on that same person, or am I looking to zone the rest off like how Iris is doing with our boy Rizel?
And I think the Lord fight is a very good example, right? Sapat playing towards the bot side. Zorn wants to open up the map and ends up starting an engage that Sapat was not ready for. But there's one thing about Homebois is that they are very quick to adapt, and they love to play this 3 protect 2 combo. And I do wonder if we will see Chibi on the assassin jungler in game 2, but when you look back at game 1, Team Hawk, they are just so good in finding these openings.
Yeah, they really are, and I think, you know, their team fighting has been absolutely disgusting. The number of times I've seen Subpot's penalty zone get cancelled out in the middle of its animation, ridiculous. And even Zorn was trying to get a couple of cancels of his own. He's getting good picks, but it's hard to really capitalize on it, especially when it's not a traditional front-to-back.
And then you reach the mid game, right? Look at Yura just was finding the opportunity, takes out Rizel, and again, the cancel penalty zone for Subpot because he got terrified.
So disgusting. So very disgusting here. And I think, unfortunately, a lot of this just boils down to execution, and more importantly so, some of the hero picks that minimize the margin of error. Like, if Subpot was able to get his hands on a Yuzong, maybe this could have been a little bit different, because again, it's very difficult to cancel out the Black Dragon form when you pre-channel it from halfway across the map.
And this was kind of the straw that broke the camel's back, right? The re-engage, and this was after the Black Dragon form has been used. Iris threw his entire body to protect his team, and this is where kind of the unfortunate moment happened. Rise out, full health, decent item, Wisdom of Nature, starter steps at this juncture, and Panda kills him.
It's really unlucky. It's one of those things where spacing really matters, and unfortunately Bruno has one of the longest or highest overall ranges amongst marksmen. Well, we're not including, you know, special abilities, but naturally having long range.
Yeah, what a game 1 from Team Hawk, just identifying kind of the chinks in the armor for Homebois. And even that, you know, Homebois, like you mentioned, right, there's a big margin for, a very small margins for error running their draft. You know, they need to have let Zorn have a good game. Sapat needs to somehow cancel the Black Dragon form. But Iris was never seen in fights, and he always shows up in his Dragon form, so Sapat can't, you know, stop him.
He can't stop him. He can't do anything about it. I think they're just taking a step above. We're going to have to report this to the Republic of Gamers, because that is one of our phone sponsors here with the new ROG Phone 7, which is the best choice for gamers equipped with the Snapdragon 8 Gen 2. You can savage with the fast and responsive display, and it has a 6,000 mega amps worth of well, I want to say electricity in it, but it's the calculation. You know what? Never mind. It's bigger than my power bank, and I'm telling you right now, my power bank's the size of a brick. I'm surprised that it fits in a tiny little phone.
A lot of people, we've seen a lot of maniacs, right? Savage, not yet, but we're getting there.
We're getting there. We'll get closer to it. So far, we've seen stolen savages, to be fair.
We've seen unofficial savages.
And an unofficial savage. I just remember that one too. So I think in this upcoming match, if we're going to achieve something relatively close to that, do you think that the gold lane picks need to change?
I think the gold lane picks are fine. I am slightly surprised that we're not seeing the Claude on Rizel, because I thought, excuse me, that would be the safest pick. You know, they picked Iratel for him, right? And that's how the Bruno matchup happened. But I also feel like, you know, we've been seeing Chibi back on that Fredrin, which maybe would change the game too.
Hopefully, or maybe Warlord decides to switch on over from Gushin to Lilia, because Fredrin and Lilia's Neo B skin series are just chef's kiss, delicious, great to look at, amazing animations, and the event exclusive items are already available. So make sure you enjoy the 50% draw discount every single day. If I last checked it, there's 11 days left, boys and girls. So quickly pick those up while you still can.
If you are the luckiest person in the world, you'll get the skin without having to exchange it. If you're not that lucky, you might still get skins. I got a Terisla skin yesterday.
Really? I got the Savannah Harith skin literally 2 days ago, and I've just been disappointed ever since, because I've just been getting tokens, and it's still not enough to claim it.
I'm a third of the way there. I have like 400 plus.
You're 400 plus? Oh, man. I need to catch up. I need to catch up on this one. But in the meantime, we still have a game to check out here. Check out the drone shot that we recently got. Oh my goodness, the second floor is also chocked full of people.
Yeah, it's such an exciting thing as well, right? The last day of the regular season, and we have a crowd that is worthy to compete with serious Saturday matches. That's what you want to see. But I have news for everyone watching. Homebois are guaranteed to not be in the upper bracket. They've dropped one game. Team Hawk stole that away, so this series could end either way, and it really doesn't matter at this point. But of course, for Team Hawk, you want to close it out clean.
You want to close it out clean. You want to get more MVP points, ideally for Yura, to make sure that he really separates himself from that second place. I mean, he's already looking very, very, very nice in the rookies, but if we jump over to the MVP rankings, Loliel's currently at #1 with 90 points, Demon Kite at 80, Super Skies competing against him at 80, Zabs at 70, and Chibi at 55.
I mean, Loliel has overcame everyone that he wants to fight, right? He doesn't even consider Ciku as the best MM. He looked at Zabs as the guy he needs to beat, and he crushed Zabs when they fought each other. But Chibi, he did have his moments. A lot of the times, the MVP title came when he gets put into a non-tank role.
A not Fredrin, ideally.
A not Fredrin, ideally not Fredrin, because funny enough, a lot of Fredrin this matchup where Chibi is on Fredrin, he has been struggling in terms of, not getting snowballed on.
Yeah, and that's the thing, right? As much as you would like to believe that, the Chibi is a phenomenal jungler, Richie is, it's a little, it feels like a nerf when you have to put him on a Fredrin that wants to be as aggressive as possible, but struggles when there's other early game options that just outdo him until you find that opening.
And we always talk about how you kind of shaft Chibi into a role where, it's just a brick wall, right? And it reflects in that leaderboard just now. Lowest GPM in the top 5 as a jungler, and a big part of it comes from him being forced to play Fredrin, or being led to play Fredrin and Martis. He's been on Assassins every now and then, but that's the only reason he's in 3rd place, and even then, he still has the lowest GPM out of all 5.
That's the scariest part. That's the scariest part. Whether or not that's going to change, we'll see in this upcoming game. We've got 40 seconds left on the clock. What are the adjustments that you're thinking is coming out from the side of Homebois specifically? I'm looking at Pops. I'm looking at these talking to Cypher. They're concocting a plan.
I feel like for Homebois, I think, okay, this might trigger some of the Zorn lovers out there, and I'm not putting the heat on Zorn, but I feel like maybe don't play the Cho, right? Play something that is slightly easier to pull off, that has more slightly lesser margins for error. The Kufra, I feel like the Kufra, when you have the Teresa, you pick the Kufra, it might be a better, easier to pull off. You don't have to worry about I need a flicker to find a kick. Sure, I open up the map, but it would be nice if I can engage from long range. The Grok, we've also seen that from the side of Homebois, and that has paid off a lot of times. That could be the adjustment that allowed them to have a slightly better mid to late game, because a lot of these team fights, once the Cho can't find an angle, Team Hawk just counter engages and there's nothing Zorn could do.
I mean, he's very much just trying to kind of peel away for the backlines, especially once he's done with his full combination. But we're already in game number 2. Welcome everybody to the draft. First half of it about that final ban.
Argus and Rafaela are siblings?
Are twin siblings.
I can believe the second part, but siblings.
Tigreal and Fanny, yeah, I agree with you, brother and sister. That one is known. Argus and Rafaela.
They don't look any alike. Argus is hideous.
I mean, that's why he wears the mask all the time, right?
That is true.
Angela gets banned out for the side of Team Hawk. First pick going over to the Homebois, and it feels like
Paquito, right? I feel like you just go Paquito and you try and flex it.
Possibly, but I feel like when you first pick Paquito, it's really dangerous because for a majority of the game, there's a lot of counter picks that actually do well against it. And that brings up the second question. What kind of Paquito do you want? Do you want the peeling Paquito, or are you looking for the flank Paquito, which is highly popular here at MY? Novaria, first pick for the Homebois.
And Teresa is not a comfortable pick for both teams right now because the export didn't get banned, right? In game 1, Team Hawk banned export 3rd. That's why you saw Homebois instantly go to pick up the Terisla. In this case, I think for Team Hawk, if they want to put Iris on the Terisla, fine. If they want to put it on the Paquito and take it away from Homebois, that's good as well. But again, at the same time, you also have the Irritel, the Claude, the Bruno open, which both teams have prioritized in game 1. They put the goal laner selection as a pick of importance for the first phase.
A pick of importance, okay. So that means Team Hawk with their upcoming picks. It could be a Valentina again for all we know, but he said it's going to be Irritel as well as Yu Song. Interesting. Now, I want some thoughts on this because we saw Team Hawk Panda. He was destroying, right? He was really kicking some butt on this Bruno. Why devolve back in back in towards the Irithel, and Angela also got banned at the same time. So it's like, what do you pair it with?
I don't think there's like a direct synergy, right? Unless you're running like the Florian, that's probably like your third best. Florian or Matilda.
Or even Irithel, I guess. Oh, wait, sorry, not Irithel, but Rafaela.
Rafaela, right? But I feel like if you are running Rafaela, it's kind of like you're overcompensating. Like you already have a lot of movement speed, right? I think Matilda and Florian probably will make the most sense, but then you're giving a lot of play potential away to Homebois, which they will pick up the Paquito and the Brody. So Homebois looking to kind of give Rise out a lane where he can kind of hold his own, and if they do get a hit, suddenly they become very scary. And at the same time, if you're on a Paquito, you're not too worried about just straight up losing the lane against a Yuzhong, and you can actually, your value is higher than Yuzhong, especially when it does the Black Dragon.
Or, better yet, if these fights really start to extend. I think that's where you're going to see Sabah being able to get in and out of fights. And let's not forget, as much movement speed as the Irithel has, if you get hit by a full combination coming in from that Paquito, you're gone if it's building damage. You just disappear without a win chant. Fredrin gets locked in, and it feels like there's a couple of alterations, a couple of changes from both sides, with Homebois clearly wanting to have a composition that can kite around a little bit better around the Yuzhong. But now the second phase begins. Team Hawk say no to Helker.
Very straightforward. There has always been a big problem. I mean, Homebois, they started picking the Helker, and suddenly Helker becomes a very good hero. People start realizing the amount of impact that he can bring. But this still opens up a possibility for Homebois to perhaps lock in the Martis for last pick if they so wish to, right? Because they no, not for last pick, but for the second phase pick. Homebois, on the other hand, I think you might just want to start targeting on that mid lane role, really constrict Team Hawk and force them to select you as hero the moment this ban phase ends.
Okay. So if that's the case, they start off things with Lilia. They want to make sure that Team Hawk doesn't have more peel than they already have with this Fredrin. He does need a little bit of support, but I am questioning whether or not it will give an indicator of what their comp looks like, right? If Homebois decide to ban out Gord, we know that the next two picks are definitely going to be a little tankier than usual.
The Valentina is still up on the table, but it's not as juicy as you would have liked it.
Like, what do you take, right?
Yeah. I mean, you can take the Astral Echo, right? It's actually not too bad of an ability if you are not worried about damage, which, you know, in certain cases, Valentina is going to be that role player. There's still the Eve open. The Kadita, in this case, is still not banned out if Team Hawks wants to look for an all-in dive. They're going to ban out the Martis just to make sure that Chibi doesn't have the direct counter to Fredrin.
Okay, so with the picks that we mentioned earlier, we're hoping that Homebois gives us an idea of what the rest of their composition looks like by denying the picks from the side of Team Hawk. Currently, Homebois holds priority, 30 more seconds until they make a decision. There's so many different directions that they can go with this, but like to round out their composition, they do need a way to actually support this Paquito if they're looking to get into the back line. And for all we know, it still could be a flex pick.
They're also Team Hawk is also constricting what Homebois' choices can be, right? Homebois, they're forced to ban the Kufra at this point. And at the same time, now you got to decide where does this Paquito go. Do you put Chibi on the Paquito again? And if not, what does Chibi play? We've seen him play Akai once, and Akai did get a small buff in this game, right? He did. Is it a Tai Chi? Like his skill gives him a bit more shoe. His passive gives him a bit more shoe. So if he does want to go down that route, then sure. But you're also thinking about Zorn heroes. If he goes back onto the Cho, in this case for Team Hawk, they are less worried because even if they get caught out, you don't have someone like a Gord to burst down the front line.
You don't have the Gord, you don't have... Ooh, I'm thinking whether Irithel can do it, but probably only later in the game. As for now, let's see what the fourth pick coming in from Team Hawk is going to be. They lock in the Valentina. Okay, so again, the only ult they can really steal as of right now, Torn Apart Memories, as well as the Astral Echoes. Those are the two valuable ones, I guess, but Astral Echo is probably going to get stolen a majority of the time. Homebois need to complete their composition. They could go for the full dive if they want to.
They can consider a Grok if they want, right? You have two ways to open up the map. It's not too bad of an option for Homebois as well. And if you pick up the Grok, you can put it into XP lane for Sabah to deal with Iris if they really want to go down that route. But they are in a bit of a pickle because Zorn's heroes have been banned out. Cho isn't looking the best in this lineup. And at the same time, you kind of like locked yourself in with a Paquito as well.
Yeah, and if Homebois don't have any kind of front line, then how else are they actually going to be able to hold their ground and slowly peel backwards? It does beg a couple of questions, but let's see what the final comp is. It's Lancelot as well as Cho. Looks like it's going to be a full dive comp if they're hoping that Panda on this Brody will be self-sufficient with the help of Warlord once in a while.
Definitely, most likely a tank slot for 3B in this case. They need someone to stay in the fight. I actually have this lineup in my head, but a part of me was hoping that we would not reach this state of the game where you just put Sapa on the Lancelot because that's the only choice left available, and Zorn back on the Cho. Again, you can catch the front line, but you don't have someone like Gord to take out, you know, whoever you catch, as long as they are not Irithel and Valentina. And now you have a Ruby that you need to get through. Every single time you try to dive in, you're going to risk getting cancelled, you're going to risk getting taunted. A Team Hawk, they have just so much aggression with this comp.
Wow, wow, wow. Jun, really well done. Really well done with this composition that he has set up for the team, holding that support all the way to the very end. I like the idea coming up from Homebois, using Paquito as that flex pick, but at the end of the day, that Ruby is going to deny so many combos.
And I believe Homebois were the one that banned out the Kufra as well, right? So you eliminate one threat, completely ignoring the Ruby. And to be very fair, Ruby is slightly easier to deal with if you are someone like a Lancelot or a Paquito, but overall you still have to be worried about what if I kick him and I cannot kill him off, because ideally I don't really have a lot of sustained damage. I have a lot of burst, but if I don't take my targets out in the first rotation, suddenly I will have to deal with having cooldowns and Team Hawk can start running at them.
Well, with that being said, it's time for the second game in this best-of-3 series between the Homebois as well as Team Hawk. Hawk currently a point ahead of them. Homebois on the blue side, Team Hawk on the red side. It's going to be Chibi starting off on his purple buff with Gary on his orange. Going to take their time as they're starting on the same side of the map. They need to try and snowball their gold laners to kind of give them a good position.
And Homebois does have the tool to make that happen, right? They are one of the few teams that always let Zorn take the mid lane so he hits level 2 because he's playing heroes like the Cho, and then suddenly he unlocks the Shunpo, he's moving into your jungle, he's harassing you as much as he can. But this time, he was not able to find Gary.
I think a lot of the time, it's whether or not these trades work out well. Like, it's the small things that really start to stack up upon each other where you start to see the differences. Like in game number 1, wait, hold on. Noir might be in a little bit of trouble, but he's Ruby, so he's able to kind of sustain through it. Chibi has already achieved very, very close to level 4. He just needs one more camp, but he's going to run up top side to go get it.
Trying to protect Gary as much as possible and attempt to snipe. I think they got it.
They got it. Nicely done. Coming in from Zorn. And again, very well coordinated with the help of Warlord.
See Chibi in their own jungle. Chibi should be fine.
Okay, whoa, Chibi again, really testing the limits here, hoping to bait something out for the side of Team Hawk. However, he did use his Retribution. The cooldown is short enough to make it 20 more seconds compared to the turtle spawning at 13.
And this is very good because Homebois also clear out the top side of Team Hawk jungle, right? So Gary has no means of hitting level 4 for the next 30 to 45 seconds. He will need to wait for this orange buff to come back up. And if Homebois wants to go for the invade, they certainly will have to bring Zorn +2, but they're also putting a lot of pressure onto Iris, so Iris level 4 will get delayed just by a little bit, and Homebois, they're not in a rush to get the turtle.
No, they are not. Chibi, because of his invades, can really take a sweet time. He's level 5 compared to Gary currently.
Oh, I think he got it again, Gary.
No way! They've completely denied this. Iris, he's in the Black Dragon form, but like really, he's not gonna get anything off of this as well. The Astral Echo gonna open up spots out 3, but really just getting nothing out of this. Look at Chibi go.
And it's just these small micro plays from Homebois that has gotten them almost a 1k goal lead. Team Up finally has the level 4 on Gary, but Iris does not have a Black Dragon form. They have to give this away.
They're gonna power farm. In the meantime, Chibi about to achieve the 2-level lead onto Gary right now. Wow, that is so annoying. Once again, Warlord and Zorn working hand in hand together. Their tandem connection making it super difficult. Ooh, Panda using a heavy crossbow to clear out this wave fast, and then looking to recall.
Quick reset as much as possible. Homebois, they might find a catch.
They're fighting for the Lethal Wandering here, but they already hit 1. Oh, Phantom Execution to get it back out. They flickers forward, Appraiser's Wrath doesn't deal enough damage. Saban is doing his best, but he's left out to dry as they can't get back into the fight. Noir has canceled him over and over and over again. Nicely done, as Zorn is the final member to get run down by Panda. GB looking for an opportunity,
Stolen
good stolen kick to set things up for Panda again. 3 kills, pre-4 minutes.
All that happened because Team Hawk cleared the bot wave. Rizal couldn't join the fight. Noah flickered in, got 3 members of Homebois, and Team Hawk just pelted them with the crossbows from Panda. 3-0-0 on an Earth Down in the lane where you're expecting Rizal to go even some more. I mean, Panda is having the game of his life right now.
Truly, truly. Like, I don't think Homebois were expecting Team Hawk to commit that many resources for a little wanderer. A little wanderer. Noir gonna open up the map. He sees Zorn. Yura decides to show himself. Way of the Dragon has been used, but he knows that doesn't have any more. Should pulse gets pulled back by the I'm offended. Guns him down. One more auto. No, he doesn't even have the tenacity. How does he survive this?
Man, Zorn really limit testing. Yura was looking for a potential king with the Way of the Dragon, but Sabah now isolated.
Yep, he's currently in a 2v1 situation. The shot residue is going to proc, but he needs to create space, get some distance. Going to be deep in enemy territory as Chibi looks to recuperate with Sabah to make it happen. And again, a lot of time is being wasted as Gary tries to run up to the top side to even out the score. He needs to contest for his turtle, but he's a level down.
So you can say the same for Homebois, right? They're putting someone on the top side. Chibi almost ends up going down. Rizal has lost entire plating on the bottom end because of Team Hawk's effort.
Oh my goodness. Okay, and they've already chunked him out, so now Iris is going to chase down this Lancelot. The I'm offended getting committed on towards Zorn's side. Phantom execution, he tries!
What?
Timmy! Oh my god! He's going to die for this! What a play as he steals away the turtle from Team Hawk!
Constellation prize for Homebois at least. And they will be able to hold on to this mid-tier 1, which is best case scenario. Team Hawk will shove this wave out as much as they can, but Warlord should be able to hold it together. Now the focus for Team Hawk, still the same. Just babysit this Panda, this exotic animal, get him online as much as possible, and make sure that he starts running down Homebois.
Once again, they're looking for the punish Way of the Dragon onto the Noir side. He's forced to flicker out. The I'm offended is done. And oh no! The energy eruption was good from Gary, but the torn apart memories takes out his friend. Noir bites the dust, and Gary unable to take away the entire bot side camp away from Chibi as they neutralize the EXP.
And that's what you want if you are Rizal, able a bit of recovery after some disaster. Panda is gonna take down also.
Okay. Zorn stutter stepping on purpose here. Panda is going to heal off of the wave thanks to his Haas Claw. But in the meantime, Gary, he's just covering. He's playing as a support. Oh, Yura nearly falling down to the Astral Shatter.
As you see Homebois switching their focus over to the bottom side, try to at least not let Panda have his way. They were able to kind of equalize things for Rizal as well. So this lane equilibrium has completely been resetted. Noir, unfortunately, doesn't have the flicker, so no playmaking opportunities for him as well. But he's going to be able to match the wave push and even push faster than Iris in the top side. So Homebois, with that effort from the Turtle Steel Armors, was able to kind of balance out the game state and force Team Hawk to play a slower game.
Which begs the question, right? As much as we want to see Tanksalot actually come into play here, I do think Chibi needs a little bit of damage. He needs to be a threat. Gary is going to run down Zorn for now as Panda does show himself down by the bottom side. If they want to rotate, Team Hawk committing all of their resources to make sure this next turtle is theirs and maybe getting a punish onto Rizal. Iris is taking so much damage, forcing out the Black Dragon form as early as possible. It's going to be the torn apart memories, not enough to put him in lethal range, but this means full control. Chibi, are you going to do it again? You absolute monster. He made the attempt, it gets cancelled out by Noir, but this means a full fight ensues. Phantom execution to get on out of there. Team Hawk walks away with no casualties, a missing tier 1 down by bot side, and a turtle in hand.
Very good push and pull, but look at Zorn, he's still there.
Oh, he's going to make the attempt. He finds the angle, it hits, but no! He goes down. Rizal was given over the kill, a double as well. Beautifully set up by the Homebois.
They never left the top side. Zorn just knows that whoever he gets on, he just needs to be able to keep it in place in time and make sure that Rizal starts to come online. 4-0-0 on this Brody. Completely caught up with Panda, and I would say overtaken him.
Damn. That was so disgusting. The way Zorn played that dive, so very nasty. And Panda had the Purify. He was just waiting to get knocked up. And fortunately for him, Rizal was able to chunk him out in the meantime. Well, from this stage onwards, Does Homebois maintain this lane? I feel like he could bounce back to Team Hawk at any moment.
Yeah, we've seen how Team Hawk handled these team fights, right? They have still a lot of tools to make it happen. But one thing that Homebois have adjusted compared to Game 1 was that they're able to force Iris to use the Black Dragon form before he really wanted to do so. So Team Hawk doesn't really have all the components to take the fight. Ideally, you want Iris to be the one diving on top of Warlord, and especially Ryza, just to keep him away. But every time when a crucial team fight happens, there's no Black Dragon form for Team Hawk to go for the dive.
Well, let's see whether this is going to be the same situation. With all the turtles done, Ryzel, we do see a Wind of Nature purchase pretty early on, 9 minutes into the game. 24 some more seconds until the Lord spawns, and you can see Chibi, he's already hard at work. Power farming to try and create at least one level worth of a lead so that his retribution is just that much stronger.
Yeah, Homebois are also keeping a tight control on this middle side. If Team Hawk wants to cross the lane, they gotta go through from their own base. Top side shoved in by Chibi also, whereas for Team Hawk, they're trying to stabilize the state of the equilibrium of the minions, but Homebois have control of the side lanes.
I did see Chibi purchase that War Axe, so it looks like he is going for the hybrid build. Personally, I love it, but oh, great kick coming in from Zorn. Gotta put in a couple of recalls to make the difference here. Chibi disrespecting Gary. He knows he's not gonna die once he's already completed the War Axe, as well as the Guardians help. Oh, Noir almost landing the Amafenin onto Zorn. Great mechanics coming in from Zorn's Cho once again.
I mean, if you're Europe, you cannot disrespect Zorn. If the flicker is back up, you need to always know he can cover a lot of distance.
Well, they're going to try still. Gary, Energy Eruption catches two, but does it really matter? He's getting poked out of his mind by Ryzel as well as Warlord.
And this is the state of the game that Homebois love to put themselves in. Have support, control the side lanes, control the bushes, wherever face checks gets two-shotted. With Panda showing out on the bottom side, Homebois, they will start the Lord.
Yeah, they're going to start rushing this, and Black Dragon's form is going to get called early.
Just pull back.
They are pulling back. They get the position. Sabat tries to go for the flank, but Iris has zoned down Ryzel. It's getting low. Chibi secures the Lord. The team fight ensues, and Panda wins some natures early as Chibi might be able to fight in the hospital.
What?
It's keeping him alive. What? He sidesteps it. Beautifully played by Panda. He's lost 2 members, but his teammates have already taken 2 casualties, and they pull back even further. Ryzel is so strong. Oh my god. You know what? Warlord, I don't know what's up with these Indonesians and their skill shots, but they don't miss.
I'm just surprised Panda survived the whole ordeal, right? Literally running circles around Homebois. He's running around this Lancelot of all things. That's probably the best case scenario for Team Hawk. The fact that Panda survived the whole engage after losing the Lord. But Homebois are going to be really happy, stealing the Lord, getting 3 kills onto Team Hawk, and finally breaking that mid lane open.
Wow, wow, what a fight. Trading 2 for 2 initially, getting that last snipe nicely done by Warlord here. They're going to be calling it a pause. It looks like there has been some issues. With specifically Chibi's phone, which is great because if it's Chibi's phone, he was already done with the fight at that point of time. So it's a type 1 issue, very small. We'll be back into the game not that long.
I have a wild guess what the issue is. I didn't kill Panda.
It's like, guys, I had the damage. I had the War Axe. I was max stacks on the War Axe. Like, what's going on? Hello?
Yeah, he was standing in front of me. My Thorn Rose missed. I don't know why. You know, should have hit that.
Should have hit that. Should have got at least 2 procs off of it. But I have to admit, Panda, in both of these games, his spacing has been insane.
Oh yeah, I mean, we used to say that this guy is a madman. He runs in without much consideration. He's gotten that handle. Now he's able to find these fights, still be as aggressive, but keeps himself safe, right? I mean, the timing of the Winds of Nature could not have been perfect.
Truly, truly. Honestly, give this man a mouse and keyboard. I want to see how precise he can be because he's doing it on a phone on an analog stick and he's that precise. How ridiculous can this game actually get? On the opposite end though, I am curious about how Ryzel is feeling about this because he is doing a phenomenal, he's getting his free hits, he's finishing off the right targets, he's canceling core ability specifically from Iris's Yuzong, but more importantly, he hasn't really been punished just yet.
Which is a bit surprising, right? Considering how much effort Team Hawk put into punching it on the bottom side, but what this lovely snipe from Warlord to find a kill on the Iris. It's not like the previous game, you don't have a stolen penalty zone. If Black Dragon form is out, if you somehow cannot get to the backline with Flicker as Noir, Rise Out is just going to free hit for days.
Alright. Here comes the Lord, right? Homeboys were able to secure it earlier. They have a 4K lead. They want to 2x this as soon as possible. As the last outer tier turret will fall, inhibitors are the only things left. Meantime, I mean, Panda Heavy Crossbow going to be using it very early on just to be able to chunk out this Lord and maximize the HP and saving the HP of his inhibitors as the second wave has just spawned.
Very well done from Team Hawk, keeping all the inhibitors intact. But look at Homeboy's side. All their turrets are still up. They have not given up control of their side of the map in any capacity.
I don't think they want to lose any more than this. So far, so good. We'll have to wait until Panda actually gets the Malefic Roar before he starts doing some serious damage on the other members of the Homeboys. Ryzel, in this case, even with his items, he's got that Windows of Nature early, but at least he's got the Malefic Roar to cut through the armor that Gary and Iris have developed.
All things considered, Panda is less than 1,000 gold behind Ryzel, right? And in this stage of the game, where Homeboys are 5.5k ahead, Panda is still keeping up relatively fine.
We'll see how long that's going to work. Noir getting a immortality of his own, and I think at this point, Homeboys, they're just gonna lock Team Hawk in their base, let the waves kind of do its own thing, just hold on to the goal lead, no need to get crazy with it.
Not the easiest team to engage on, also Team Hawk. They cannot show Iris, and I think that's what makes it so tough, right? Gary is the only one who can show himself. AI winning prediction says 73% in favor of Homeboys, and that's just gonna keep increasing exponentially because Team Hawk are getting starved out of their own map.
It's a slow climb. The Homeboys, from what used to be a 4K goal lead, now into 6K. Really taking their time with this one. They're sending Ryzel back because he still needs to be able to pick up as much gold as he can to clear out the rest of their own jungle. In the meantime, look at the position. Wait. I mean, Sapat is taking some relatively good damage from Panda's side. Good limit test. It's a litmus test for Panda specifically for this upcoming Luminous Lord.
Homeboys should start it as soon as they can. They're winning it down pretty fast. They saw Panda on the top side. Noir also was spotted out, so Team Hawk is not going to find it easy to even contest this.
Yeah, but they don't have any information. They don't realize that it's already put down to 50%, right? Gary's trying to walk on up. The Astral Echo is going to spot him out. Black Dragon Form has been called.
It's too late.
It's too late, but they can still fight for this. They're looking for the target. They need to decide. Chibi and Sapat look to be priority, but Zorn might actually find a kick. He's got the conceal. He's on top of Iris so far. Can they finish him up? No!
What?
It doesn't hit. Warlord finally takes out Iris, but now all the battle spells are out for the side of the Homeboys. They've got nothing left, and Panda can't seem to run them down in time. Winds of Nature popped. Astra, oh no, it's done! That fight is done for. Appraiser's Wrath comes out. GB is able to dodge it. Beautiful torn apart memories as the last remnants of Team Hawk get chased down. Well played, Zorn. Instigated a fight. Warlord finished it.
Yeah, he's not going to find Noir also with the kick. And Noir knows he's dead. Homeboys, they whip the Lord charging in. Step timers still pretty high on 3 members of Team Hawk. I don't think they have damage to defend this.
No, they don't, but Iris has to use the Black Dragon form as early as possible here. He needs to buy time for his team. If they're hitting him, they don't realize Panda's coming up in 3 more seconds.
It's
Can
too late.
they rush it down? Gary, no! He's got nothing left, no retribution, no items! Heavy Crossbow's gonna come out through, but he can't deal with a Lord Empowered Wave. Game 2 goes over to the Homeboys.
In true Homeboys fashion, Game 1 always starts slow, but Game 2 is where they really show their fangs. That's a perfect game with a draft that I had some doubts. How are they going to execute this high complexity lineup? And they put it up flawlessly against Team Hawk. Definitely, they struggle a little bit, right? They don't have the luxury of stealing big ultimates like they had in Game 1. And Yura, I mean, Team Hawk in general disrespecting Zorn's show, thinking that we've beaten it once, we can do it again. Not this time.
Oh, what a battle. What a battle that was. Could they have done anything better there for the side of Team Hawk? Like, it felt like they had opportunities, but even so, it just got shut down. The flanks coming in from Sapat, the peel, the switching between those 2 styles was very crucial for these mutual objectives.
And I think the best part about it is the juggling of aggro for Homeboys, right? Oh, they have multiple members, they have mobility, they're darting in and out. Sapat goes in, lands a couple of jabs, backs off. Chibi dives in, uses the ultimate, backs off again, and they are just juggling these aggros. and makes it really, really hard. They're consistently drawing Team Hawk further and further into a fight to a point where Team Hawk exhausted all their cooldowns. Homebois, they just pounce. We talk about this, the cooldown, the extended fight, you pointed that out. The longer the fight goes, the stronger Homebois becomes.
Yeah, it's disgusting. I am hoping that the MVP is going to be Warlord here as we jump into the backstage. Come on, give it to me here. Oh, yes, there we go! Revealed, Warlord takes the MVP of the match, stealing a large majority of the early game camps from Gary, putting him behind significantly, not dying a single time, but really capitalizing on the Astral Echoes time and time again.
Warlord and Zorn, under 2 minutes, collectively took away like, what, 3 camps from Gary. And at the end of the day, sure, Gary still hit level 4, but it really slowed down the tempo of Team Hawk, right? Novaria, this was the first pick Novaria, mind you, for Warlord, opening up the map for his team. Zorn doesn't have to rely on his own ever again. And these fights, again, the longer they go on, you're standing in the Astral Sphere, you're always taking these damage from the Novaria, which only Gary can do.
No, I mean, we even saw that Noir was struggling to deal with those Astral Spheres, especially when he tries to cancel it. But I think it's time to listen to the communications, the mic check coming in from the Homebois.
Nice. Kite. Jaga Brody. Pelatih, Cok. Oh. Wah. Apa? Mati. Ajar, Cok. Kau kata gua kata ajar, Cok. Tupai. Kau ajar, Cok, woi. Santai, bagi. Sabar, blok, boy. Jura. Nice one. Dikali. Nice, guys. Nice one. Kocak.
A lot more hectic than I was expecting, but definitely to keep the mental strong here, the recalls, disrespecting their opponents and hurting them on a psychological level. Hopefully, Team Hawk is able to recover from this because, man, they were getting disrespected in that game.
Yeah, and I mean, for Homebois, right, the beginning wasn't necessarily the best. Team Hawk found a great counter engage, got a triple kill for Panda 4 minutes in, and Homebois decided, you know what, we're gonna switch out our priorities a little bit. Let's start punishing the Yuzhong. Let's start baiting our ultimates from this XP laner, and we transition that into the bottom lane. We get Rise out ahead, we break that lane open, we make sure the Panda cannot stay there. And just like that, they started snowballing a little bit. And then Chibi pulls out the heroics, steals the Lord away from Team Hawk. And from that point onwards, Team Hawk never got to leave their base.
And the worst part about all of this, no anti-heal from the side of Team Hawk. I don't see any dominance Isis from them. No necklace, Durances, literally nothing, which was why Supa was able to maintain so much health at all times. One single Bloodless Axe on top of a fully stacked Festival of Blood. You know what? Add a little bit more spice with Quantum Charge for some movement speed once in a while, and you've got an unkillable boxer.
Look at this. This time it's Rai Zhao's turn to have a 6-0-6 game. It was Panda in game 1, now Rai Zhao showing his chops and basically decked out in items towards the very end. And of course you have the Ice Queen one, receive a little bit of a nerf, but when you're up against a comp that wants to clump up together, it is the perfect scenario for Warlord. And we're also seeing the tanks a lot, the hybrid build from Chibi, allowing him to stay in the fight and juggle the aggro with Subpat and with Zorn at the same time. It's making it very hard for Team Hawk to select a target to take down.
Yeah, it was tough. You can see that even when Team Hawk wanted to re-engage, they all just split up into different directions, and now you're trying to figure out, wait, our front-to-front is getting spread thin, and the thinner the line, it's way easier for Homebois to re-engage and exploit them for widening out.
And unlike game number 1, Iris this time did not find any opportunities. And at the same time, in game 1, we talked about having a stolen penalty zone, but we also have the Kufra for Noir, right? You can easily follow up from long range. On the Ruby, you don't really have that luxury. Once Iris flies in, Ruby needs to be there with the flicker available, and most of the time, Iris was just way ahead of the curve.
Yeah, I don't know. There were some definitely 50-50 coin flip fights throughout the early to mid game specifically. But once Homebois had that lead, it was basically over. They didn't let them walk out of their base. I mean, you can tell by the stats alone that it was quite the slaughter after the first Lord.
And I believe that Team Hawk didn't even get a single turret. Despite the fact that they broke the entire plating on the bottom lane very early on, they were able to choke out Rizal, and at the end of the game, it was Homebois that destroyed the entirety of Team Hawk's base, with Team Hawk getting nothing.
They didn't get a single turret the entire fight, and they had pressure, and they won neutrals, but even so, they weren't able to secure the important ones. I don't know. I felt like to a certain degree, it could have been tilt, but at the same time, just really good, precise attacks coming in from Homebois.
I think for Team Hana, you also got to understand kind of the conditions for a fight to happen, right? Game 1, you have a lot of those delivered on the silver platter. It's so easy to pull off, press your ultimate, steal a penalty zone. In Game 2, Iris is still doing the same thing in Game 1, you know, flying in very early on as the Black Dragon form, but you gotta understand, your Roma doesn't have the necessary tools to keep up with you. He's not a Kufra. Yura has no stolen penalty zone. He can't be with you to jump in. And a lot of times Iris is just getting forced to use the Black Dragon form early, and then Team Hawk takes a fight afterwards, which never really ends well if you're in their shoes.
Not to mention that anybody who tried to run away had to either deal with the shots coming in from Warlord or just the torn apart memories coming in from Rizal. I think, you know, for a majority of these fights, just look at the free hits that Rizal is actually getting. Nobody can get on top of him. Everybody's getting chunked out. And whenever they try to close the distance, Warlord is like, nope, I got Ice Queen's wand. Just slow down for a second.
And again, look, you see all these are the last moments of Team Hawk. Iris, once more, the moment without Black Dragon form, he dies in, he ends up going down. And Team Hawk, I feel like at this point, you should just back off. But Gary re-engages with Yura. They see a lot of red hellbars on the side of Homebois, but they didn't realize that they do not have enough damage to close out the game.
Yeah, they got close to the finish at the same time, but it was too difficult at that point. Way too difficult. So now that the score is currently 1-1, this is now a full series. I'm curious to see how the adjustments are going to be made, because again, it felt like, especially for the Homebois, very minor adjustments, right? It's not like we're completely changing up the entire compositional style.
Yeah, they just play a more active draft, right? A draft that can move around the map more often. They can kind of join together. We're not forced to commit to a fight once we started. You know, Tarislav, for example, a hero, once he goes in, he's in. You know, you need to follow him or you let him die. Not the same with the Paquito. So overall, I think Homebois, they make some minor adjustments in how they want to play the game, and they were able to execute it. And once they put it in a chokehold, it becomes very tough for Team Hawk to break out of it. Your side lane loses control, you can't contest objective, and you have a jungler who is just stealing it away.
Really frustrating to deal with, but it really boils down to that early game, right?
Yeah, Zorn, right? Again, Zorn and Warlord, we talk about this, right? We say Game 1, there's been disconnect between Zorn and Sapat, but when you play Zorn and Warlord, you have someone who gives info, someone that snipes from afar. You have essentially shutting down the enemy jungler, and look at what they did to Gary.
I think that's what they wanted to achieve in game number 1, to slow Gary down. Again, 4 bans towards his side, so pretty impressive they achieved in game 2.
Exactly, Fredrin, right? Fredrin, again, it's not like a Martis. You don't have a way to kind of stop these kind of invades. You just have to sit there and take it. It's just a very tough position to be in once you get put behind.
Yeah, you just gotta like man fight it half the time. Yeah. But with that being said, these teams are tired, we're tired. We're gonna go on a short break, and when we come back, the very final game of the regular season, we'll see you right after this break.
I'm a rock star. Yeah, rock star. Ay, ay, ay. I'm a rock star, baby. I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star. Panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
Kita rockstar, kita buat saja gaya kita. Makin panas apinya sudah membara. Macam mana pun kau menempuh
Ramai cuba mencabar cause they envy me. Tiap game aku pasti jadi MVP. Easy.
I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star. Tengok nanti siapa yang juara. Ni peluang kita bawa pulang piala. This is my game, this is my time. Menang semua, everything will be mine. Kalau jatuh kau pasti kembali. Bangun balik ku tegak berdiri. Kuatkanlah tenaga, ganjaran diperoleh. Ni kejohanan kita, Malaysia memang boleh. Rise up to the top, kita buat bersama. Semangat kita kuat di bawah satu bendera. Ay.
I'ma go hard for the win.
Win.
On the battlefield till the end. I'm trying to be the greatest anyone has ever seen.
Stand by, I'm coming in for the win. I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star. Rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star. I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
I'm a rock star. Yeah,
Rock star.
Ay. I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
Kita rock star, kita buat saja gaya kita. Makin panas apinya sudah membara. Macam mana pun ku menempuh segala. Demi negara ku buat semua bangga. Step into my world, you know I'm always in my zone. You know I got my team, no I'm never alone. Bring out my best, buat yang terbaik. Jadi juara.
This is it, the very final game, truly the final game of the regular season here at the MPL MY Season 12. My name is Gideon Q. Once again, this is going to be Husky. We're going to be taking care of you guys here on the desk of the English broadcast between the Homebois and as well as Team Hawk, currently 1-1, and both sides are unrelenting. Not a single one of them want to drop this game.
Yeah, both teams won their games in a very dominant fashion, and it's a pretty good number as well because this last game will be game 110th game. And the best part is that there's actually no stakes involved, right? It will not affect their playoffs seeding at all because Homebois needed a 2-0 and now it's a 1-1. So this is just all for pride and glory.
Yep, pride and glory, just like how you guys want the skins all that time. But don't worry, the new Starlight is out and we've got more skins here in the game itself. The October Starlight with only 300 diamonds and the Layla exclusive skin, the Twilight Waltz, can be yours. You can also enjoy the other privileges that the Starlight bundle does bring to you. But remember that the first Starlight purchase yields a bundle worth of 1,700 diamonds, so it's quite the steal for only 300.
Oh my god, there'll be so much more Layla players in my game.
At least they'll look good doing it.
That is true. If I can't beat you in game, at least I know that I have a better skin.
Yeah, just throw the game in style. With the Layla Twilight Waltz. It's ironic that it's called the Twilight Waltz as well. But in the meantime, we did talk about adjustments before we actually jumped into the break here. I feel like right now it really boils down to who kind of controls that early to mid game and find that break point on the first Lord.
And I think Homebois have identified the issue, right? Where we gave Team Hawks a lot of tools for them to start the fight. We're not really mobile. We're forced to commit to a lot of fights that we couldn't close out in the end. Game 2, we pick a lineup that can open up the map, that can disrupt the tempo of the enemy jungler early on due to the matchup, the nature of the matchup, and we just were able to dart in and out of fights a lot more comfortably. And a lot of these are set by tempo players, and such as Noir and Zorn, and particularly Zorn, who at this point is very well decorated as a roamer that just loves to play very fast.
Disgusting mechanics. Absolutely disgusting mechanics. Like, Noir is trying to keep him, and especially when he actually has the counter matchup in play, it really boiled down to, will Zorn get caught? And let me tell you, Zorn barely got caught, and when he does, he still is able to get out of there without giving over the kill.
And Cho is one of those few heroes that you don't really feel too good banning it out because it feels like there's so many other heroes that you need to ban out. But against Zorn, he has a very high win rate on this hero overall. And you always have to remember, whenever Flicker is online for a Cho, he closes the gap so much faster than a lot of people would have imagined unless you played him more than enough. So in this case, I feel like if you're a Team Hawk, you might be looking at the Zorn Cho and thinking of a solution to slow him down rather than dedicating a ban to it.
Possibly. I mean, on the opposite end, the Homebois were able to accomplish their plan in Game 1 in Game 2. Sorry, accomplish their plan from Game 1 in Game 2, where they basically shut down Gary. Don't give him the farm, don't let him be oppressive, put him a level behind, and Chibi will do the rest, and he was able to accomplish that pretty handedly. Panda was trying his absolute best to kind of even out the score, but with such a momentous lead in Game number 2, I think even from Team Hawk's side, to slow down Zorn might not necessarily be the answer. You gotta hit Zorn, and you also gotta hit Warlord at the same time.
Yeah, and when Chibi goes on the Assassin, suddenly he also becomes a very pivotal pillar for Homebois, right? And part of me wants to see both the junglers go on the Assassin matchup.
Oh,
and
yes,
we've seen
please.
This. It feels like a match overdue. And since there's no stakes, these players can let themselves free if they want to.
Well, okay.
Depends on the coach, though.
It does depend on the coach. That's the thing. I was going to bring this up because, again, if we're talking about the way that Pops thinks about the game compared to how overall how Team Hawk is a little bit more comfortable in their drafts, it boils down to comfort picks. Can they get the comfort picks that they want? Homeboy's thinking of the overall strategy, even if the margin of error is pretty large.
And one thing is for sure that these two teams have been prioritizing that goal lane in the first phase, right? We've seen the Irithel, the Brody, and the Bruno so far. And every time, the Irithel in particular, right? You asked the question early on, Bruno worked out, why Irithel? And I do feel like in Team Hawk's position, they might be thinking a bit too far ahead. And don't get me wrong, Panda did have a pretty decent game on the Irithel. I mean... Okay, I can accept that.
I mean,
acceptable, all right?
It's acceptable.
You held
right?
them hostage, right? Your team did it. I'll let that slide.
The team have already won the war. This is just petty. This is just purely for pride.
Hey man, low blows, you know, you gotta go for the low-hanging fruits.
Got to get the jabs in while you still can. Now, we go into our final draft here for the regular season. Homebois banning out the Fanny as well as the Baxia, sticking to their guns. Team Hawk banning out the Matilda, and as well as Edith, nothing seems to be changing.
If I remember correctly, Team Hawk, they did ban Export in Game 1. And Homebois, they did take out the Kaja. There it is. Kaja and Angela were the third ban for both teams. Homebois being on the blue side again for the second time. Only if Homebois would want to take the Kaja away, it can be a bit of a headache if you want to go for a Cho, right? The Kaja and Kaja, Baxia, and Kufra. There is one pick that I wonder if Team Hawk would consider if we see something like Cho or the Paquito or Lancelot, which is the Franco left untouched for the first 2 games.
Yeah, Franco hasn't been really being seen throughout this week, to be perfectly honest, especially after the new patch, right? But I love the fact that both of these teams have decided, you know what? We don't want Enchanter supports. We're going to do it the good old-fashioned way. You know, we're going to fight it like how Malaysians love to fight.
Yeah, just go get down and dirty, right? Just throw some punches. You know, go for those
low-hanging fruit. Yep,
literally low-hanging fruit.
Oh, interesting adjustment from the Homebois.
Yeah, considering how they were able to really stop Iris in his tracks in Game 2, right? I'm surprised that they decided that the Yuzhong needs to go. Team are taking a lot of time. Do they want to ban Angela? That is the question.
I think
you take Terizla out instead.
Yeah, I think what they wanted to do is to attack the EXP lane. Number one, you get rid of a reliable diver in that Yutong, and then you're left with the problem of, hey, if you take something like the Export, you're only going to be peeling. Most of the time, your last insanities is to slow your opponents down to really push the momentum. And then the matchup against Terizla becomes significantly harder. So at that point, Team Hawk decide, you know what, let's get rid of the Terizla as well, and we're going to force this matchup to, if you go for Khalid, at least we have Export as a replacement.
It does make the Paquito so much more valuable in this case, right? Because the main 2 experience have been taken out, but for Homebois, they're going to stick with Warlords Novara again. Team Hawk now has a big decision to make. Do you want to pick up Gary's hero first? And if you do, I kind of feel like you just take the Martis instead of the Fredrin, because we saw how Fredrin got really punished in that Game 1 early on, and there's nothing you can do about it. But at least if you're Martis, there are ways to recover and power farm. And also, the Paquito in the situation, without the Teresa and Yuzhong, does feel a lot more important and a lot more impactful for Iris in the lane and outside of the lane.
Well, let's see how this is going to work out, because if we follow the protocols based on game number 1 and then game number 2, we know for a fact the enchanted supports aren't going to be there. However, Joy hasn't been banned, hasn't been touched by either side, and Chibi and as well as Gary are both very capable players of playing Joy. I wouldn't put it past Sabat or Iris to know how to play Joy as well, but now they're going to go with the Fredrin. Does this mean they automatically lose? Because this time they also have the Angela to kind of back them up.
They definitely do, but they have a even more robust front line, that's for sure, right? There could have been Angela Joy, Angela Fredrin, Angela Martis, sure, but at least you're taking away the Angela +1 for Homebois, which they can easily run with the Lancelot. Like the fact that they picked Lancelot in the previous game, and also the Irritel, don't forget about that, which Homebois will steal it away, because Team Hawk, they are already posturing themselves to take the Irritel. Homebois are not going to let them get what they want.
I like this, all right? At least Homebois, they're adjusting correctly. They see, okay, Angela, we take the Irritel, and immediately after, what do you show here? Do you start locking in? I feel like even if you go for Paquito, at least you've got a flex pick in place. But okay, yeah. Paquito, thank God. Whew.
It makes a lot of sense also, right? You have a lineup that can kind of dive in and out of fight, bob and weave whenever you need to play the side lanes pretty well. And these team fights is not the easiest to catch you. Most of the time you don't see the Novara in the fight at all. It's not easy to find a Paquito. It's not easy to chase after the Irritel. I kind of feel like it would be a bit better if Team Hawk just opens with the Irritel Angela, because it's one of the safer openings, and then they take the Martis afterwards. But now, what they call rice has become porridge. For Team Hawk's case, you might be looking at a potential
Export jungle, and then you throw Fredrin into the potentially Paquito matchup. All you gotta do is deal with Terizla and then and Terizla's already banned out, so...
Your team is Paquito, no, I feel like you just put Paquito jungle in this point, and then you go back to the Martis ban like they did in Game 2.
All right. Yeah. So with Bruno locked in for the side of Team Hawk, we now move on. Leos,
Hey, don't spoil our schedule,
Hey,
please.
come on. That's under wraps. That's under wraps. You don't need to know about our Thursdays. Now, Team Hawk, in the second phase of these bans, right, what are they looking for specifically? They already, I mean, Homebois, they've got the, they've technically got the flex pick in the Paquito. We think that is going into the jungle most likely. But at the very least, as well as the Novaria, they get rid of the Cho out of a sheer respect. And then Homebois, they ban out the Ling.
Especially when you're running the Angela right now, even the choke kicks you, well, if the choke kicks you, you are technically getting a 2-for-1 in package. Homeboys banning out the Ling, very straightforward. The Lancelot now can become a high point of contention. Well, if you really want to flex the Fredrin, sure, Lancelot is still up on the table. But Team Hawk, I feel like Homeboys might be looking to ban out something like a Hellcurt in this case. They are expecting the Fredrin to go into the XP lane, right? The fact that they're banning out the Ling.
Actually, I gotta think about this for a second. Because Xborg hasn't been touched at all, which is again a great matchup regardless of jungle or even in the EXP section. So if this is the case, I don't think Homeboys ban out the Hellcurt first. They might even pick it up for themselves as a potential counterpick against the Fredrin if they start to redistribute their lanes.
Team Hawk did ban the Kaja, so they're banning out a lot of the cats, so which leaves, if you want suppression, there is still going to be the Franco. Kufra is still up on the table for Zorn, who will not hesitate to pick it up. And the question is for Homeboys, do you ban the Hellcurt out? Do you still double down on this Fredrin being in the XP lane? Because there is a huge possibility that that happens, as much as I kind of don't like it. But at the same time, you also have Martis that you can pick up to directly deal with this Fredrin jungle.
Yeah, and that's a big problem, right? Because now Team Hawk, they are on the red side. They don't have to reveal their composition first. Homeboys will need to complete the composition. So that, therefore, if Team Hawk decide to maintain the big question, and they've already got their support and lock in their mage, Homeboys, they have to 50-50 yet. Hayabusa gets banned out by the Homeboys. Oh, people are fast on this. They are so fast.
The first meme dropped like about 30 minutes after his stunt.
30 minutes from the start.
Man, our netizens are very, very efficient when it comes to this.
All right, now Team Hawk, what's it going to be? Is it support or mage? Because I don't think they're going to reveal the jungle EXP just yet.
You can take the Kufra if you want, honestly. At the Angela mid, you have the Kufra, and then you leave the Fredrin up in the air, right? There, and afterwards, if you want to go for an assassin jungler that to run on your lineup, I think that's totally fine. The Lancelot is still up on the table if you want to.
Both of which are pretty good, actually. Here we go. Last 4 seconds. They're going to be playing the Valentina. All right, okay. So not exactly the greatest ult steal in the world. Still, same exact issue as game number 2, but at the very least, they are holding the EXP jungle as a big question mark. And now Homeboys need to complete their composition, and therefore Team Hawk is able to potentially counter it. So what's the most all-encompassing? Lancelot, and they pair it with Kufra. You nailed it right on the head, Husky.
I honestly feel like the Kufra, perhaps Yura isn't comfortable playing on the Angela, right? That could be a main reason why Kufra isn't considered. Which in this situation is a bit of a feels bad, like your hero pool becomes the bane, could become the bane of you. But yeah, Homeboys with the Kufra over to the Zorn. Now, you basically just empower that dive comp, right? Team Hawk, unless Yura somehow steals the Kufra out and gets a great counter engage, your Bruno is going to be in a world of hurt.
All right, so therefore, what else? Oh,
I tell you the craziest thing, they can still pick Martis and put Iris on the Fredrin if they want to.
They could. They definitely could. Because now we know for a fact that Paquito is going in towards... what? That's so bold.
Kyrie, you watching this, Kyrie?
Oh my god, this is so bold coming in from Gary. I can't... Wow. Usually they pair up the Leomord with the Angela, of course, with the Heart Guard, but who else chunks the rest of the team? And better yet, that Worldie has so much more value now.
Oh yeah, armor shred, right? All this armor shred, Leomord, he loves it when you don't have much health. He just crits you for days on end. But at least we got the Fredrin part, right? You know, he was still kind of in a mystery box. But man, this Leomord pick,
I don't think it's as good as people think it is. I think right now against the Paquito and the Kufra, that's a lot of peel.
And a lot of conditions need to be met, right? You need to have a very solid game. And the same problem might still surface in the early game, where you have Zorn and Warlord just constantly bullying you in the early stage. The moment they find you and they start taking your camps, that is where Leomord becomes a very weak hero. You need to start snowballing.
And worst yet, with Irithel, with Sprint, she will definitely outrun you. You have to take retribution on this Leomord. So this is a risky draft coming in from the side of Team Hawk, who's on the red side, up against Homebois once again on the blue side for our final match of the regular season of the MPL MY Season 12.
I'm going to give them the benefit of doubt that June probably watched Onyx ID do this and they're like, yeah, Gary, you can be the Kyrie. Although the Kyrie of MPL MY, they say is Demon Kite, which, you know, he did compete before Kyrie, you know, was playing professionally, but man, Gary needs to have a stellar early game.
Yeah, he truly does. I mean, he's already level 3. He's power farming as quickly as he can. Takes the Lethal Wanderer as well. They're doing this as fast as possible. And right now, this early game is all dependent on Noir to either open up the map, but at the very least, maximize these trades.
And neutral objective now becomes very important for Team Hawk, right? Gary is going full raw damage, Quantum Charge, Season Hunter, adaptive damage as well. It's all about getting as much farm as possible, hitting your levels, start to get neutral objective, and start the snowball. Any turtle that Homebois get is a big setback for Team Hawk.
Actually, I think otherwise. I think the very first turtle, Team Hawk is going to give it away because they're just not strong enough without the first few items. And I'm curious to see what Gary is going to go for because I feel like until he gets a completed Hunter Strike and maybe when he decides whether third item or second item, Blade of Despair, he's not going to have enough to really go for that crunch when people are 40% HP or less.
That could definitely be an angle, but Team Hawk, they're posturing around the turtle. They're thinking about a potential fight, but they need Iris to hit 4 first.
Whoa. Noir taking a lot of damage. Phantom Execution coming out from Chibi as well. Puppet on a string. Does not connect as he dashes away, but it does mean that Team Hawk get to be on this turtle first. Iris going to have to start healing. Oh wait, he's hitting Zoran for free to build up those combo points. Here it comes as they call Barbiel. They're trying to find his peeling him off, and Gary still gets the turtle. Nice hard guard coming in from Noir as they zone out the Iris! He flickers forward but doesn't have enough combo points to clear him up.
They flicker without his cooldowns, no dash for him. So a bit again, Iris overzealous in his attempt. Could have just let Sapat go and it will be totally fine, but at least Team Hawk, they got the turtle.
Oh wait, hold on, Panda now in trouble. The bouncing ball's not gonna let him slide. Tackle! Oh, the shot! Coming in from downtown, Warlord, making it look easy. Panda forced to recall. I think that's a 1 minion loss here, unless they hard shove this. Yeah, they're hard shoving it.
It's gonna take the whole wave away as fast as they can, and Noir was able to hit 4 in time for the turtle fight as well. But this is going to be Iris' life for the majority of the early game. There's nothing you can do against the fight. He's always going to lose the trade. The wave is always going to be shoved into his tower, and Homebois will always have Sapat moving first.
Yeah, the real question, I'm interested. No, wait, hold on. Before we get into that, let's see the fight actually break apart as Zoran is able to lock down 2 to allow Sapat to get some really good knock-up strikes. First blood achieved by the Homebois, and they find a second kill in Gary as well. Perfect timing coming in from the Homebois.
Man, it cannot move at all. Gary was locked in place for the longest of times by both Zorn and Sapat. The knockout strike in the champion stand so deadly.
Worldy comes out, landing onto all 3 as it bounces between them. It finally times out. In the meantime, Panda losing a wee bit of gold. Sapat proxying the waves against Iris so far. Gary decides to show up to this, but Iris wasn't able to lock him down. Yura pincering him in, and it looks like Sapat has bit more than he can chew. Where's the rest of the team? He tries to flicker the opposite direction, but the Retribution is going to make sure that he doesn't get out of it. Sorry, not flicker, but sprint in the opposite direction.
And that means he will not have his Phantom Steed for this turtle. He will not have the ultimate for his objective, and Homebois, now they have a very good chance of taking it away.
They're on top of the turtle for now, but for how long? Hunter Strike completed by Gary's side. He wants to clear off his orange buff to hit level 8. As GB trying to rush this down. It looks like they're going to have to give this away here. He won't be able to make it in time.
Yeah, no ultimate means no go. Gary would just have to surrender it. It's been unfortunate, but they needed to deal with Sapat. Yeah. And you look at Homebois, they're running 3 sprints just to run away from Gary.
They are scared of once Gary gets access to Barbiel. Like, it's once that Phantom Steed starts running you down, you better hope that he doesn't close that distance. But to be fair, at least wait. They get the catch, they get the stun as well. Beautifully played as Noir with the hard guard tries his best. They're looking for a return kill. Gary is going to look for the closest target, and that's going to be Subby. GB dashing around Phantom Execution to get on out of there. Iris unable to get back in as Zorn looks for the re-engage. Bouncing ball to stop them to close the distance onto Warlord's side. But Team Hawk, they're willing to trade 1 for 1. At least they got something back until the run back here. Gary with no Barbiel, no Phantom Steed. Oh, GB, he doesn't want to chase him down, which means that Rizel is left all by himself.
Sold out by his team. Panda with a sliding tackle gets the stun at the end, so Rizel could not react. He even used the sprint, which timed out at the worst possible moment. But Zorn is still thinking about trying to punish Panda, who will get the recall off, so Homebois won't be able to get something. Team Hawk mitigating the damage overall, but Homebois does know that they have sufficient damage to blow through the hard guard, which was what they did just now.
Yeah, so much damage in a matter of fact. Gary back to his power farming standards here so far. We're keeping a close eye on him because he's going to be a main win condition. But let's not forget about the secondary win condition for Team Hawk. And honestly would make an argument for primary. Ooh, wait, GB deciding to get into the middle of this retribution battle indeed, but it's going to be Gary who wins it out.
Yeah, thankfully, Gary, both junglers having used their retribution, which means that Gary will get his purple buff without much contest. Homebois again putting pressure on the mid side. And one thing that they have been doing well from Game 2 and Game 3 is that they just have more shell, but Iris might get caught.
Yep, he's going to get locked down here. But no, it looks like they don't want to waste more resources on him. They see Noir, they see Yura as well. They're going to get priority over Turtle. GP needs to drag this out until he hits level 10. Gary currently more than 50% of the way. Wow, that doesn't connect to him. Okay, cool. He's going to walk up here. Phantom Steed is available. This is where it gets really scary, right? Marksman, wait, Subbot, he's not here. He's on the bottom side of the map. They did a lane swap all of a sudden. And Panda, he's chunked out. Do they send support for him or do they just let him heal back up? They're just going to let him heal back up as the Astro Echo stolen away by Yura is going to open things up. A gank on that top side to lock down. No hard guard, no more for Homebois. This is the goal side. The green light, the Phantom Steed has already been called. Gary needs to rush this down as quickly as possible before Rizel is able to get in on this fight. Right now, Iris doing a beautiful job at zoning out. They take away a single kill, the hard guard for the side of the Homebois, but Team Hawk will secure the neutral objective.
It's just very good awareness for Homebois to go onto Noir, who wanted to clear out the wave and protect the top tier 1, just to maintain some sort of that map control. So at least Team Hawk was able to get the turtle and get something in return. You look at the items right now, Dom Eyes built for Iris, and go for the Demon Tree next. Gary also, Hunter Strike BOD will be the next item that he will go for, and that's where it's go time for this Leomord.
Yeah, Leomord needs everything. Ideally, he wants to have 3 items to be extremely safe, but right now, Panda, he can't afford to get hit by any more damage. Warlord trying to make it difficult as Iris looking to cut off the angles and don't find it just yet. However, topside has been shoved in pretty hard, and Subbot has been able to kind of pretty much free farm across the map because Iris always needs to be part of these fights. It's a level lead so far. Noir says hi to GB as he steals away that purple buff. Gary can't do much about it, but he's got the level lead, so he's not too worried.
Yeah. That is definitely the silver lining in Homebois. They have multiple areas they can crunch. The mid-side Subbot blocks it away when it spawns. Zorn spotted on the bottom side. Stolen Phantom Execution by Yura.
Oh, here comes the hard guard as well. They're going to be looking for Zorn. They know he's below 50%, so they're going to chunk him out, secure that kill as Chibi makes the attempt onto Yura, who's able to get away. Warlord, oh my goodness, losing 90% of his HP to a call commitment from Gary's side. Phantom Steed times out, and now GB wants to go back in, sees Yura, decides no. Look at top side. They've broken the tier 2, getting some damage onto the inhibitor. Subbot is ahead of the curve.
In terms of split push, Homebois, they have more than enough tools to do so. You have the Lancelot and the Paquito. Team Hawk, they have to play together as a team. And Homebois, this is their favorite part of the game. We have a stronger side lane presence. We're just going to keep putting you to the side lanes, and there's nothing you can do about it. We're going to take the structures, we're going to force you to rotate away, and then we get control of the map and the neutral objectives.
So do they just play for picks at this point? Because I feel like Team Hawk, if they give up this very first Lord, this 1.3k gold lead from the side of Homebois is going to develop to at least 3k because they have that much pressure. They've been playing towards the gold side, and even Iris has been making sacrifices. But now the Lord dance begins.
They gotta make the fast decision though. Subbot is threatening the top side already.
And Noir can only do so much. He doesn't have Flicker. Now in the meantime, Iris Getting put down to 50% of his HP. It's getting really scary here. Both junglers at level 13 as mid gets shoved in. Do they notice? Wait, they don't notice Zorn.
No.
Gary knows he's in there, but he completely whiffs. And now the Phantom Execution comes on in to attack the backline. The Heart Guard is put onto Panda's side. Phantom Steed as well, but Ryzel able to run around them for as long as he possibly can. Winds of Nature's early to chunk down Panda. Big ultimates from the side of Team Hawk. Does this mean that Homebois get the Lord for free now?
I think he's getting for free unless Team Hawk finds a miraculous engage, which they don't have the tools to do so. This is a lineup that has no means to start a fight, even with the Phantom Steed. So Homebois, they don't even need to kill Team Hawk, they just need to make sure that they do not have the resources to do anything. 3 objectives for Homebois. Again, top lane getting pressured by Sapat. There was no one home for Team Hawk.
Just gonna throw out the epilepsy warning for everybody out there as we get back into this. Wait, we do see an initial catch onto Iris' side, and I think Chibi now has more than enough damage to take him out. The Tracer's Wrath does not come out in time. The kill secured. Mid lane begins to crumble. These outer turrets under threat.
They have to give this away. And this is where we start to see the reason why I don't really like it when you put the Feather in the XP lane. He's not as strong as he used to be. And Chibi, he's just styling on Team Hawk. He's bouncing around the minion wave. This top inhibitor will fall.
Zorn setting up. He sees Gary, but doesn't want to go in any further. Just follow the fun. Just disgusting fundamentals coming out from Homebois' side. Yeah, free hit.
Panda,
no. Chibi, he jumps deep in. He gets baited by Panda. And now Gary is going to run them down with the help of the Heart Guard. What was that?
Chibi got baited by Warlord, man. Warlord missed the Star Shadow, and Chibi was like, man.
Surprise Pikachu face.
Honestly, if that Star Shadow connected, they probably would have gotten the kill onto Panda.
100%, but let's not even forget that the Phantom Execution doing no damage. I go! Our Observer doing him dirty! Come on,
Ryder in shame.
I don't think this is the turning point for Team Hawk by any means, right? But it does mean that Team Hawk can kind of lessen down the gold lead because their composition is still designed around Gary as well as Panda on this Bruno.
And this composition will always have this one weakness throughout the entirety for as long as this game runs, which is their side lanes, right? They will never be able to match up with Homebois when it comes to these side lane pressure. And Sapat is more than happy to take on that role. This is what he's specifically good at. Just pull Team Hawk away. Every time he sees Noir being the only one defending on the base, he's like, sure, what are you going to do about it, right? I'm still going to shove your wave, I'm going to land a few jabs on the structure, I'm going to back off, join my team, and secure neutral objectives.
Yeah, it's tough. It's really tough. This is literally Sapat's specialty. When he first joined the MPL, this is what he's known for, to be an absolute nuisance to maybe 4 or 5 members being sent towards him to try and get a pick, and he still is able to make that space and make it out alive.
And that's why the Paquito pick was so valuable when we see the Yuzhong and Teresa got banned out early on. The Homebois, they don't even need to rush to control the objective, right? They've already gotten the jungle for themselves. Iris starting to lose his effectiveness as his XP brethren. He's the only one that can effectively check these bushes, but there's only so many space you can cover as an individual.
I mean, let's not forget that he's severely underfarmed. He is malnourished in gold. I mean, if he was even with Sapat at this current state of the game, they would face each other, and Iris is just like, you can punch all you want, it really doesn't matter, you're never going to be able to kill me. And that was the main idea, to sandbag Sapat, but having these neutral objectives being highly prioritized, and as well as playing towards the strong side of the gold lane, you can definitely see the disparity of where the gold is.
Honestly, if you want a sandbag, right, that last one could have been an Esmeralda, and that would be a better sandbag. And look at that, Iris is like, what, 3 levels behind Sapat.
Ooh, with Esmeralda, I would understand Uranus. Esmeralda still gets run down by Ryzel on this Irithel regardless, so I think that could have been a little bit of a problem. But in the meantime, let's see how they're going to manage this with 3 members on the bottom side looking to get there. This hit, and they kill Noir, open up an inhibitor, and now they get 3 Lords here for the side of the Homebois. Oh, why did he reset it?
You know, like, it's always feels bad when you're in Team Hawk's position, knowing that you have an existing issue that is your Achilles heel, and there's just absolutely no way for you to solve it. There's nothing that Team Hawk could do to mitigate that core weakness.
Iris, he can't even stay in the fight for too long. He loses so much health. Oh my goodness, look at him go down here. Supply willing to take this fight. Come on, use your abrasive strength. I dare you. As now they're trying to jump on in. They find the initial catch on towards one side. And then the Lord goes down. Gary tries to close the distance, but the Astral Echo slows him down. Phantom execution to jump back out. Supply trying to stop Gary from going any further. Despite the death of Zorn, they still get the Luminous Lord.
That 1,000 cuts at this point. Again, Team Hawk, there's no way for them to deal with the core weaknesses of this comp. You can never be able to keep up with the silent pressures that Homebois is putting, and you always need the full team to even attempt to take a fight. And the only person that can stay in base and protect the side lanes is the most vulnerable one of them all. It is the Angela, and look at how Homebois punish it over and over again.
Yeah, whether it's just one person or 3 people, it's brutal. Iris is taking a good amount of damage here. It looks like he was able to purchase his next item prior to this. Gary getting the GDS as well. The extra movement speed is definitely going to help in these key crucial moments. He needs to be able to close down the distance. Supply is going to break that top inhibitor. Bottom inhibitor has already been destroyed, but that's what the Lord is going to be walking towards next. As the second wave from the mid lane is about to connect. Panda chunks out Supply. Now, it's only going to get worse. Zorn gets the initial catch on towards your side, and now he's gone! He's dead! Disappeared! Phantom Steam into the hard line as they try to turn this fight around. They break the immortality of Zorn, and the next will be Supply. But Gary needs to top back up and jump back into the fight. The wave is in place, but Homebois show disrespect as they close this out as fast as they can. Wait, the minions, they got cleared out just in time. The last one is still alive, but they're still chasing for these kills. They get it. Homebois showing dominance here in game number 3 before they close it out. Wipe out for the Homebois.
The minions have done a lot, and Homebois will give their troops the glory to close it out 2-1. They will not be able to change the standings, but at least they know that they are able to recover from a deficit in the series. What a showing. The draft coming out from Homebois, from Pops and Saifu in this game 3, completely outclassed what Team Hawk could have provided. Bit of a weird choice to go for Valentina into a Leomord at the very end, but Homebois, they played to their strength, and Team Hawk felt the full wrath of what it means to have your weakness exposed for 20 minutes straight.
GG, well played to the Homebois. They played that well, they played it strong, and they got past the hardest parts in the game. Now, even though they were playing disrespectful, they make sure that at the end of it all, and handshake in good sportsmanship fashion to close it all out.
Well, that concludes our last game of the regular season. Our 110th game. And what a way to end it.
110th game. At least it ended up on an even number. The fans have been ecstatic. We're going to be throwing it to our host on stage in just a little bit. I'm curious to see what the Homebois have to say about that matchup. So please, Rose, take it away up on stage.
Match terakhir untuk regular season kita. Homebois takes the win against Team Hawk. 2-1, but nonetheless securing top 3 this regular season. First of all, a round of applause, everybody. Alright, okay. So, since tidak sebelah, I nak tanya, Chibi. Okay. Actually, kalau korang menang 2-0, korang actually dapat secure top 2 kan?
Betul.
So, rasa geram tak dengan Team Hawk?
Geram kan gila.
Geram?
Geram. Sebab tu kita orang bantai macam tak berkutik tu.
Kau pelan-pelan. Boleh marah cakap selesai.
Relax. Relax, Chibi. Okay, since you geram gila dengan Team Hawk.
Betul.
Playoffs nanti nak balas dendam tak?
Playoff kita orang bantai teruk lagi lah season ni. Daripada regular.
Wow. Chibi tak ada sabar, guys. Okay. I nak tanya Sepat. Okay, Sepat. Untuk playoffs yang akan datang, pasukan mana yang you memang looking forward untuk jumpa nanti? Woi, dekat sini I dah dengar dah.
So, mungkin RSG sebab diorang nak revenge dengan kita orang.
Betul. RSG kalah 1 game je kan? Lepas tu dengan Homebois pula. So dia nak tunjuk. You nak tunjuk kat siapa? Ripo ke?
Untuk Ripo, take care kat playoff.
Wow! Alright. Okay guys, so dengan cerita, kita dah tahu dah MVP. Tapi Homebois, siapa MVP korang? Siapa? Raizal, siapa MVP awak?
Warlord.
Okay guys, so in 3, 2, 1, MVP kita ialah Chibi. Alright. Dorang semua cakap bukan Chibi. Dorang semua cakap Warlord. So, Chibi, kenapa sepatutnya MVP game ni jatuh kepada Warlord?
Sebab Warlord menang mekanik dengan Yura.
Wow, they are stirring up the pot. This is so the battle of the Indonesian mid lane.
Ya, Warlord better lagi.
Warlord better than Yura. Wow, alright. Okay, apa Warlord nak cakap? Warlord, dia cakap you lagi better dari Yura.
Udah pasti sih aku lu jago soalnya kan season lepas kan aku best mid laner di MPL.
Wow!
Heran.
Go there.
Wow. Alright guys. Okay, Daddy cakap last words akan jatuh kepada Daddy. So,
alright, bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi taala wabarakatuh. First of all, terima kasih semua yang hadir, tak kisah daripada Team Hak ataupun di Flame Boys. Kita dah menjalani 6 minggu yang agak baik untuk Homebois. Kita cuma kalah 2 kali, alhamdulillah. Actually kita lagi baik daripada season lepas. Season lepas 3 kali kalah, season ni 2 kali. InsyaAllah by this season pun memang kita target untuk kedudukan yang lebih baik, iaitu ke M5. Doakan kita berjaya ke M5. Cuma pesan saya pada Team Hak, silap dia sebenarnya halang kita sebab dia akan jumpa kita first game. Kalau mengikut bacaan bracket tu, diorang akan jumpa kita orang lah. So standby, siapa suruh halang, kita akan halang diorang lah sebenarnya. Alright, and terima kasih dekat isteri dan anak-anak saya dekat rumah kerana selalu doakan kita orang, doakan Homebois, insyaAllah. Kita akan buat yang terbaik. Terima kasih banyak-banyak. Itu je kot rasanya. Alright, thank you.
alright, thank you Daddy. Okay guys, untuk the final time this regular season, kita akan throw it back to the casters. So, kejap, bukan throw to video. For the final time, okay, kita nak throw to. Okay. So guys, kita akan tengok satu video untuk playoffs. Tapi, we are gonna throw it together. So, I dah cakap dengan Homebois buat satu post. So, mari kita tengok playoffs teaser yang akan datang. So, guys, go.
Hari ini kita ada 3 match yang sangat penting di mana banyak pasukan akan lawan untuk jadi top 1, top 2. Welcome dan selamat datang kepada MPL Malaysia musim ke-12.
Pasukan RST untuk mendapatkan game yang pertama. Satu persatu pasukan Homebois akan terus dikejar, tapi apanya Crystal. Gerenda masih lagi mampu. Wow, tak ada apa-apa.
How can you not be excited for the playoffs after a match like that, after a teaser like that, after the performance coming out from Mr. Lancelot himself, Chibi from the Homebois? Are you not entertained?
Absolutely astonishing performance, right? Don't let the KD fool you. The most important thing is how he's been able to secure crucial objectives, and that was a huge part of what allowed Chibi to not only edge out Gary in the jungle, but also allow his team to win. And I've been saying this for, 3 weeks straight. Coach Pops, I might not be a high-ranked player, but please let Chibi play not Frederick a lot more. You do realize you missed top 2 because he played Frederick in game 1. Alright.
Look, I don't think that's all, Pops. I definitely think it does kind of boil down to not only the draft, but the way the players played. They played a little cold in game number 1.
Oh, yeah.
It's a little unfortunate that they couldn't make it to where they were aiming for in the first place, but at the very least, we have a very good, strong showing. The level of polish that we saw in game number 2 and game number 3, the strong fundamentals that we were lacking in Homebois in the early weeks of the season, now looking to come back into form.
And you know, jokes aside, it's completely, it's kind of a Homebois thing, right? Game 1, litmus test, you know, feeling the temperature a little bit, and afterwards, game 2, game 3, we saw how solid the game plan of Homebois was, in particular in the drafting, the adjustment. It felt like Team Hawk was the one losing touch with the situation of the series, but overall, Chibi, when you let him play, you know, a more active jungler, when he gets to do a lot more than just standing and soaking damage like a sponge, these are the miracles he can pull out.
Yeah, I mean, he's been stealing away some key objectives from Team Hawk, and honestly, I think that he played, as much as how active he is in the game, his build overall through both of these Lancelot games has not changed. It is, I would say, a more defensive style because it's the order of which he buys it in. We'll talk a little bit more about this when we get into the post-game stats, but in the meantime, let's check out the mic check from the Homebois. Take it away.
Anu, Cibi datang ya!
Cibi kerasukan kuda bodoh. Udah gila, Cok. Kau kerasukan kuda, Abi?
Ciao.
Boleh. Aku ulti. 2. Nice, man! Baik, depan.
Aku mati.
Nice. Lo. Ni tengok aku boleh tak? Kalau ada masa.
Sabar. Nice, Wan. Dia kejap.
Cibi. Perisat ni, bos. Cibi ngamuk.
Tak kena orang. Baca. Mati. Orang. Mati. Boleh bi. Boleh. Papa. Bikin putar.
You can see how salty they are because of that single game loss to ruin their chance to make it in a higher placing. Well done to the Homebois here. Well, let's get back onto topic because we're talking about itemization, the way that Chibi actually plays this Lancelot. Very proactive, but the order of which he builds his items a little bit different, especially since he decided to go for the Molten Core and immediately start rushing for the Guardian's Helm before he even completes the War Axe. We've seen people like Demon Kite go for War Axe first and then immediately transition from there on.
Yeah, it's a lot of Lancelot nowadays. They just skip the Molten Core, right? They just go straight for, you know, Thunder Belt, a War Axe with some variations of, like, you know, Guardian Helmet and the Endless Battle. Sometimes they even sneak in a bit of a Fury Hammer if they want to. But in this case, you can see for Chibi, he goes for, you know, a hybrid. He got some decent true damage, good tankiness, and scaling damage with the Impure Rage. As longer the game goes on, he still makes himself effective because of that, and that allows him to not only survive longer in fights, but also allows him to facilitate his teammates, such as Sepa and Warlord. All these dragged out fights, every time Team Hawk commits, Chibi can always dive back in and start dealing the residual damage to Team Hawk.
Yeah, I think the game got super difficult for Team Hawk once Warlord was able to purchase the Ice Queen's wand. They want to re-engage. Nope, I'm just going to use the Astral Echoes and slow you down. Like, it's difficult to get around him because they always have to take the traditional front to back.
And when we look at the side of Team Hawk, this is where, you know, it kind of fell apart in the draft, right? We saw like the Fredrin, Bruno, Angela completely fine, and then we phase 2 comes around and we started to wonder where would this Fredrin go, and it really felt like, you know, he's gonna be locked into the jungle, and then they threw in the Valentina and the Leomord, and then you look at what they have brought in this case. No anti-heal at all. They do have Flash of the Oasis, a fleeting time on Noir, but he ends up becoming a baggage for his team because he's the only one left to deal with pushing sideways, and he gets punished by Homebois every single time he shows on the map. He even has the focusing mark, but he doesn't get to help his teammate because they didn't get to let Gary snowball hard enough.
Yep, curious to note that he decided, Noir specifically, decides to go for the common emblem rather than the traditional support emblem to increase the amount of heal that he actually gets. He just wants to maintain pressure, considering that, you know, Zorn on this Kufra continues to be an ever-growing threat in the jungle.
And he feels like he's needed as often as possible, right? So the regen is very understandable, but this is another game where Team Hawk barely got any structures. I believe 2 turrets was all they got. Whereas for Homebois, you can see, even in terms of damage dealt, it's overwhelmingly in their favor, with Warlord, in fact, dealing the most damage. And even Chibi, you know, in second in line with the build that he has.
Yeah, I mean, overall, well, actually, they were only able to secure one? No, 2 for sure, 2 for sure. Because these are player last hits of the tower, not just towers in general. Now, looking at the terms of like damage dealt, they're actually not too far away. Like, I thought the numbers would be a lot higher for the side of the Homebois.
A lot of times it was just Iris sandbagging, right? He's the only one that can take all these punishment, but at the same time, there's only so much of the map that you can open up as a Fredrin, and this is why you see Homebois, they're trying to leak into bushes that this Fredrin cannot cover. Zorn sneaks into angles that, you know, Hima doesn't expect, Sapat just kind of runs by them through the jungle to start clearing out waves, and it becomes a bit of a problem for Team Hawk, and they have no solution for it because of the draft.
Yeah, I mean, it's interesting to see. It feels a little sad that Iris had to kind of take this particular role because he's trying to sandbag this Paquito, but with how the early game went, he had to sacrifice a large majority of his waves just to make sure that the team can actually bypass the early mid stages to get Gary and Panda in a good position. After taking that much damage, Sapat is like, okay, I'm gonna take your biggest weakness and use it against you.
And one of the few things that that was probably the money shot, the best shot.
The money shot for real. But yes, as you were saying.
Yeah, so I think one of the things that Homebois did in game 2 and 3 was the fact that they have lanes that just out tempo Team Hawk, right? They're always shoving the side lanes. You look at the matchup in this game in particular, Sapat will always outshove Iris, so Iris never really gets to join the fight, and every time he joins, he gets stuck there, and Sapat decides, you know what, I'm going to proxy a wave and start pressuring the side lanes. Again, this tug of war was never in Team Hawk's favor.
Oh, something to learn from for the side of Team Hawk, as now they will be finally in their final position. No more changes as the games are done for the regular season. Starting off at number 1, we have RSGMY. In second, Team SMG. Homebois in third. Selangor Red Giants in fourth. Team Hawk in 5th, Todak in 6th, MPXNC in 7th, Team Lunatix in 8th, Team Secret in 9th, and Red Esports in 10th. That being said, top 2 are instantly going to go straight in towards the upper brackets. Unfortunately for Team Secret and Red Esports, they were eliminated yesterday and relegated for the upcoming Season 13.
It's a feels bad for Team Secret, 2 seasons in a row, but they did come very close this season, so some points of improvements there, but this will be the bracket for our play-ins. You can see Team Hawk and MPNC will face off against each other, and Todak will be facing off against Team Lunatix. And you know, the dates are all on your screens right now. 5th of October is when it starts kicking off.
Yep, this is where it gets really scary here. Top 2 sitting with RSG and Team SMG in the upper bracket semifinals. But starting things off, Team Hawk against MPXNC for the first play-in match, with the second match being Todak versus Team Lunatix. Now keep in mind, Todak are going to have to win 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 series in total. 5 win streak series all the way to make it, just to make it into the grand finals and to close things out to become champions.
Yeah, and the most important thing is that teams that make it to the grand final are guaranteed a slot at M Series. As long as they actually win the whole season, if you come in second, you're going to the wild cards. But of course, RGMY, they have successfully made themselves public enemy number 1, especially after dominating Team SMG in one of the most exciting matches in the regular season. But with this bracket, I mean, Todak and Team Lunatix, that is going to be very interesting because it will be an immediate rematch from what we've seen earlier today.
I love the narrative that we're seeing in those brackets alone, right? Because again, Team Hawk will have to face off against the Homebois, but even on the bottom side, Todak's long Cinderella journey for them being dominant in the playoffs, they not only have to go through MPXNC, has been one of the underdogs with the new patch actually benefiting them so early on in these playoffs, but they also have to beat the up-and-coming SRG as well. The Selangor Red Giants have absolutely crushed it in their regular season, not being able to close it out just yet because of the new patch, but at the very least, will put up a fight.
And also for Todak, right, you look at the tail end of this series, they also talked about how they wanted to prove themselves, right? This is a new version of Todak that we will see in the playoffs. Will the new version contain Ciku or not? That is also a question that will be answered very, very soon.
Ooh, that's a good count. Because again, keep in mind, MPXNC and SRG, if they get through those games, they still have to face off their rivals who they've met time and time again. Team SMG once they make it after the play-ins.
Well, we also have the MVP results for today's match. As you can see, match 1 MVP is Rough, match 2 MVP is Chibi. If you got these two right, well, guess what? You might be the lucky one to get some of your reward. Your name to be flashed down there as you saw just now, or you can just log into your client and see if you get the reward.
I'm so curious how people have been nailing these, right? Because I'm seeing the list of names and it's like a long list. It's not like just 1 or 2, 3 people. It is an extensive list.
My favorite will always be people who are able to guess Team Secret members.
Yeah.
That is always my favorite.
That is some deep dedication. Truly deep dedication.
Oh man, that's the regular season has come into an end. Again, we will have like more than a week's worth of break, and then we come back for the playoffs. There are a lot of things I'm expecting. Again, a new version of Todak. Is it going to be with Ciku in it? How are they going to play around Ciku, Rival, and Rough in particular as as these trio players? Of course, RCMY looking to win this whole thing, and at the same time have Team SMG with them to play in M5. There's a lot of expectations.
So many expectations to be set here in the playoffs. So many narratives that will come to a conclusion when the playoffs start. But it has been a very happy regular season as it has come to its end. And you know, this is your first time casting an entire season, and now the first time you're going to be casting the playoffs too.
Well, I'm super excited. You know what? I know I haven't asked for authorization to do this, but considering it's the end, I'm going to pop
Go
open
for it.
This Nescafe right here. I need to ask this blessing of the Moon Goddess to heal this voice up.
Go for it. In the meantime, thank you everybody who has come down and stuck around to watch the MPL MY. We love being the most entertaining region across the MPLs, but more importantly, things are heating up as M5 gets ever closer to its date. Don't forget about wildcards as well, because whoever gets second place in the playoffs will have to compete against a lot of other regions for that second spot.
I'm so excited. 5, 6, 7, 8 of October, 4 days in a row of non-stop MLBB action, and we might be able to crown a new champions or even repeating champions.
Yep. With that being said, we're going to be clocking out here. My name is Getting Q. This is Husky of the MPL MY Season 12 English broadcast. Thank you for watching. Good night.